what's there left to say? Throw your stones the river, like me it drifts away. I would watch you stare, I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Swallow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind.
Till you break my mind.
Until you break my thought.
Till you break my thought. I'm throwing wishes in the well in hopes that you will keep them for yourself. And know there was a time when we never let go, never let go. Ooh, we never let go.
We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Swallow your choice, it's done. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind.
Till you break my mind.
Until you break my thought.
Till you break my thought.
These sticks and stones will break.
They will break, they will break, they will break. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. No, no.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in the way. louder. We are all one color, standing in the way. Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion, following the light that sets me Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. You like a bitch.
say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave, baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah, take you like a pill. Get my fill. There was a time when you had me falling to the ground, like a king without a crown. Whoa, why you make it hard? Don't let me down. You might as well be lost, but I'm found. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on, and I deserve to stay, and I'll find my way. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. I wanna be with you always. No, you're not alone, 'cause I'm your home. Whoa. In the dark we fight. You take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and
Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out low. Was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. Underneath the sun, a fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings the fight in me, makes me wanna move. Fingers down your spine, looking in my eyes, feel your hands on mine. Tonight we're free, we're freer than ever. I wanna remember. Oh, we run every endeavor. I wanna remember. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out. No, was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. I'm in the sun, a fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings the fight in me, makes me wanna move. Fingers down your spine, looking in my eyes, feel your hands on
I mean, I expected top 5 for us. I didn't expect us to keep doing this well, though.
One of the most decisive games of this spring.
Coming out with another 2-0 to start week 2.
FlyQuest, they got the double. They've got the game.
전혀 못 이길 상대 아니라고 생각하고.
The Hextech ultimatum is issued and canceled by the blast code. Chasers grabbing the kill there. Dignitas will find their win in game number 2 and take this series 2-0.
충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각해.
High throws down the corner. He's gonna pop, and it is the double kill coming in for High as he goes down valiantly. They're on to Impact. That's the ace.
I was expecting us to kind of have a rough start, but we've been playing really well. Now I want to go to Vancouver and go to Worlds 100% for next split.
Welcome to Week 5 of the North American League Championship Series. You're joining us live from our studios here in Los Angeles, California. Getting a look at Coach Cop now for Dignitas as well as FlyQuest making their way into the arena, braving the rain. We do have some torrential downpours here in Los Angeles, but hey, as if we needed an excuse to come watch some NALCS, we've got it. Anyway, I'm James Dash Patterson, joined here by the brain and the brawn, Aiden Zyrene Moon. Thanks for bringing them both. You brought them both today, right?
I started going back to the gym, so yeah.
That's what I like to hear. We're not half-assing it here in the North American LCS. Let's start our day with a look at the standings. Cloud9 continue their undefeated hold of their first place, rather. TSM and FlyQuest are in second. Echo Fox, Phoenix 1, and Immortals all share fourth place at 4-4, with our bottom-of-the-table team sitting just above Team Envy in 10th. We'll see who can break from the pack, starting with today's matches. Team Dignitas start out with a series against FlyQuest. After that, Envy put Phoenix 1 sub-jungler Meteos to the test in our second match in the Battle Arena, and that's where I want to start. We got to talk about the switch-ups hitting the NALCS here in Week 5. Meteos in for Inori.
Yeah, really unexpected one, but Inori, he had some personal matters that he had to go take care of, so he will be out for the entire weekend. Meteos ended up traded to Phoenix 1, so they're going to be able to play with him for the whole weekend. So what we had heard, though, is they actually have scrim time with Meteos. So they played about a week with him. I got to talk to Zig, catch up a little bit, and he was saying that I asked him how they feel, and he's like, we own right now. Like, he's actually feeling really confident, especially up against Envy today.
Yeah.
So he's coming in with confidence, but also he said Meteos, little rusty, but they had a really, really good scrim block.
To be expected. Glad they got a couple days of practice in under their belts. My big question here is how do they deal with the play style differences between Meteos and what we know Inori loves to do?
Yeah, Inori loves to be really aggressive, deals the damage, ends up playing carry junglers. Meteos, on the other hand, a little bit more control, and that might be what Phoenix 1 needs with Ryu, who can also be a bit of a loose cannon. So this might be an opportunity for Ryu to start shining a little bit more instead of having that shining star in the jungle. So we'll see, because Meteos, all about that control.
Oh, yes, we will see soon enough. But we also have to talk about the switch coming in for Team Dignitas. Coach Cop, a returning face to the LCS here, no stranger to both the player position or the coach position.
Yeah, exactly. He's coached Echo Fox most recently, and also before that, Gravity. So he's used to Keen's unique champion pool, and that's been something that we haven't been seeing from that mid laner of Dignitas this split. Keen, this might be what unlocks him with the pick and ban and red side not being as locked into those 3 bans as before. So we'll see if Keen is able to open it up and if Cop is the tool to use him.
And that's where this could become the most interesting, is that this week we're moving on to 7.3. We've seen the other regions play on it, and we've kind of seen how picks and bans change. You mentioned red side bans maybe not being the required 3 anymore. Could very much open up the likes of Dignitas and Cop for some sweet champion selects.
And that's what's so cool about this patch is it's actually a lot of nerfs, and it's mostly the OP just getting taken down a notch. So there's new things rising up, like Ryze, Varus still very powerful, and also Graves jumped up highly in priority, especially in NA with our aggressive junglers.
Right.
But across the board, supports that are controlling the lane, the 3 bans freed up from red side. Like, this is a really exciting patch for competitive because I want to see what comes out in that red side ban.
We may have nerfed these champions, but lethality is still king. And so that's one thing we've got to keep track of.
And all of these champions are actually still good. They're still pickable, they're still playable, they're still up there. There's just more competition now. So there's so many things that you would like to ban, including a lot of these champions, but now it's like, okay, what are you crafting for your strategy in particular? And that's where I think having like a new coach like Cop and a new perspective, maybe that'll help Dig too.
Swapping out players, swapping out coaches, swapping out patches. It's going to be a good, fun, interesting day to try and figure this all out. It's time to throw it over to the casters to get the games underway.
Thanks, Dash. Welcome, everybody, to the Battle Arena. I'm Julian Patriot Time Car, and laying claim to the seat next to me is Joshua Jet Leesman.
Yep, my seat in this series is going to be pretty exciting, actually. I'm wondering what COP can bring to Team Dignitas, and also if FlyQuest can bounce back from their loss in their series last week.
And with that, our first series of the day is, of course, a clash between Team Dignitas and FlyQuest. Last week, Team Dignitas got a much-needed win, breaking a 6-match losing streak.
Yeah, and the team has made a pretty large coaching change. Their 2 Korean coaches are out, and COP is in, and he's only been with the team for 2 days. So even though they were able to beat Envy, the team still wanted to make a change, and it was a pretty quick one they wanted in for this week. So in that win against Envy, Team Dignitas were controlling Drakes, taking Barons, and operating more as a unit than we're used to seeing. So that's definitely something they're going to want to build on.
And it is great they're making those improvements, but they're going up against FlyQuest, who holds the #1 spot in objective control.
Exactly. They are first in Drake control, that is FlyQuest at 61.8%, and also first in Baron control at 73.1%. And they've also just been playing really well. This has clearly been a top 2 team in the North American LCS, so there's no way around it. It's an uphill battle for Team Dignitas today.
It really will be. And with that, we're going to check out the starting lineups. Loading up on the blue side to kick it all off is Team Dignitas. We'll see if the recent changes can help out here. In the top, it's Sunday, Jungle Chaser, Mid Keen, Bot Lord, Support X Special, and the new Coach Cop.
Gonna see how that works out for them. Pretty excited to see. Although going up against them on the red side is some very familiar faces in FlyQuest. We got Balls in the top lane, Moon in the jungle, High calling the shots in the mid lane, Altec and Bot with Lemon Nation, and Think Card, the coach.
And one of the fun things, we've changed a lot on the patch. We're changing a coach here for Dignitas. I think this first drop will tell us a lot about the rest of the weekend.
Exactly. We've seen a few European LCS games on patch 7.3. We're still seeing very high pick and ban priority for the big 3 of Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc, although none of them were 100% banned in the European LCS already. I personally think the bans to Camille were quite substantial, but she still has that insane engage range. And really, it's just a bunch of questions that these teams now have to answer, because this early in a patch, there's never a fully accepted way of doing pick and ban. So I'm hoping to see a lot of variance with where these teams throw their priority.
Yeah, and I think Cop definitely has a brain for the game, is quite proud of his personal drafting strategy, so we'll see if that can work out. And FlyQuest, Think Card, and probably Lemon Nation with the notebook as well.
Yeah.
They've been the ones that have done things different from day one.
Exactly. Lemon Nation has always been one of the legends of League of Legends drafting, and he has been variating from the norm already in the fact that they were kind of giving the other team LeBlanc, being willing to counter it, and trying to do those trades more aggressive than other teams. But the question you have to answer now is, what are the champions that you're even trading because of the nerfs to the top tier?
Well, you can see Varus Maokai banned for Team Dignitas as FlyQuest ban Rise, so already a change up here, although we'll see how the next 2 bans on this red side for FlyQuest pan out. There is Camille, so at least that's some consistency.
Exactly. Rengar and LeBlanc are still available. Right now, it'll be I have to wonder whether Team Dignitas is going to throw that ban right here. Instead, they go for Jace, which means FlyQuest have an opportunity to try and pull off that trade they've done plenty of times in previous patches.
And LeBlanc has been the champion that's been most left open, I'll say, when teams decide to leave one of those 3 open on the previous patch. So do FlyQuest ban Rengar and give that option, or do they leave both open? Kind of curious to see what this final ban is here, but not sure they want to take a risk in game 1.
I think they're going to leave both open, because this is something they've been able to do before. Moon is comfortable going against it. And this is what is also super cool and interesting. Shen was one of the champions in Europe, one of the 4 that had 100% presence in the pick and ban phase. So Team Dignitas obviously see a lot of value in that already. Although they have only played Shen once this split, it was a victory for Sunday.
Well, Cassiopeia being that last ban means Shen is that first lock-in. FlyQuest go with Jin with Varus ban. That's nice, and Moon will take Rengar. So LeBlanc over here to dig. They didn't really feel like picking both those champions, giving Altec that 80 carry instead.
Exactly. LeBlanc nerfs were fairly heavily focused in the early game, greatly diminished the wave clear, and then by the end of the game, you still get the damage up there. Rengar nerfs was a little bit of range off of his Q dash, but most importantly, he no longer gets 1.5 seconds of crowd control immunity after using his empowered W, which makes it much easier for a team to trade back onto Rengar after he flies in, especially if you have something like Shen, who can quickly taunt him once he gets in there. But even with that, Moon still wants the Rengar.
It has to be a bit more safe, I suppose, with the initiation, as Graves is the pick there for Chaser. This is the jungle of Flipper people are looking to, as there's actually a Ziggs locked in as well for Team Dignitas, so potentially mid, but also bot as well is an option here with 2 strong 80 carries already taken away.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I've actually seen the Ziggs versus the more spellcaster marksman work in the bottom lane. but Ziggs is still a good mid laner. So I like the fact that Team Dignitas has already done that as a flex. Even though Koff, as Team Dignitas' coach, doesn't really know the full champion pools of these guys yet, as he has pretty much just done 24 hours of scrims, something he did more than anyone else, thinking all the way back to when he was a coach for Gravity, was utilize flex picks very early on in drafts, and that has actually been something that teams haven't done much of this split. Ziggs could be a flex pick right here that goes mid.
I mean, Keen on Gravity as well had deep pockets, so we'll have to see if Kopp can work some magic in this draft. Karma pick for FlyQuest to end phase 1 means Malzahar will be banned by them, picking on supports. There's the Rumble ban away, so pretty infamous Balls Rumble being taken, but Team Dignitas clearly picking on top lane here.
Exactly. They already have the Maokai and the Jace banned away. Looking at Balls' champion pool thus far, he still has the Nautilus that he's had 4 games on to the tune of a 100% win rate, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that comes through as the next ban for Team Dignitas since they're targeting top lane.
Balls is tanks only so far as well, with Maokai being banned and Ness LeBlanc actually, so maybe fearing that from high. 2 supports banned by FlyQuest with Zaro being their second ban, so lots open here for FlyQuest. Do they take a mid laner or maybe wait for the counter pick knowing that Ziggs is a flex pick? I'm kind of curious to see where FlyQuest go here, and I have to imagine pretty safe to pick Balls a tank here.
Yeah, I think so. I think the safe choice is just a Nautilus top lane, and
that's a Vladimir.
Go with the safe choice.
All right.
It could go mid or top lane. Speaking of the flex picks, and Vladimir was something they were just talking about in the pregame with some buffs on this patch. So it's another thing that has traditionally actually been a good lane into Shen, because Shen has such low kill threat and allows Vladimir to farm up. Well, we were expecting something different to happen. I wasn't really expecting Vladimir in the first game.
No, I wasn't either, but we'll see what FlyQuest can get done with it. Team Dignitas, though, do have a draft to finish here. So looks like support may be open. Xpecial does love his playmaking champion, so there's Thresh for him. And they either have a mid laner or a bottom laner to go with, although Team Dignitas are leaving a lot open here, still with only 1 pick left.
Yeah, it's still a lot to decide. The Thresh is a good pick for Xpecial. He's a very experienced player, and Thresh has kind of always been in the meta, even though he's really meandered around to a lot of different support champions this year. This is his 9th unique pick. He's played it once before, actually won on it, and it leaves the door open for them. And there's that Zed.
Yep.
I think we know where he's going.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be mid Zed and Ziggs in the bot lane there for Lod. Thank you for reminding me, though. Xpecial experience is certainly a thing behind him. There's a Joven for FlyQuest. All right. So I was going to mention that Xpecial is 15 assists away from 2,000, so which will be the first player to ever reach that milestone. We've had 1,000 kills twice now. Turtle, congratulations, taking the lead last week. But let's talk about FlyQuest team comp. High with, that looks like mid lane Joven.
They're all in, and High seemingly has a counter pick to everything. You give him LeBlanc, he'll throw Caston in there, and kind of throwing it to Keen, who has been a guy who has the weird counter picks to everything. I love it as well, because they already had the Vladimir for magic damage, so they don't care about stacking physical damage in the mid lane and jungle. And it's just going to be lethality versus lethality, who can one-shot each guy first. And I think the Jarvan might actually win that.
And that was kind of the thing that Analystos was saying, is a lot of champions got changed in this patch, but the items were completely untouched. So lethality is just as good as it ever was. And you know what? We've had it in pretty much every position. Let's really bring it into the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's such a cool draft already. Yeah. We saw the potential for the Ziggs to go mid, but they had to lock in the Zed early and basically opt into a blind Zed pick, which High experienced last week. He had to play up against a Zillion. He has a different way of trying to counter the Zed, obviously. Much more all in on here, and I can't wait to see specifically the matchup in the mid lane, but also whether or not Balls on Vladimir can make it work here. First non-tank he's played in the top lane this split.
Gonna have to play more of a carry here, so I love it from FlyQuest, mixing it up, as I think kind of expected, moving into a new patch here. But we'll see what other surprises are in store for our first game between Dignitas and FlyQuest. It's already exciting, and we're only now onto Summoner's Rift.
Exactly, we kind of expected it, and you want to be able to bring some more flavor into this, because looking at last week, up until the Team Dignitas 2-0ing Envy was just on a completely downward trend. They started the year with a 2-1, then lost 3 series in a row 1-2, then lost 3 series in a row 0-2, and you're thinking, oh man, what's happening with this Team Dignitas team? They bring in Stunt, they win 2 games against Envy. Now they brought in Kopp, Xpecial starting, but it may turn into one of these 6-man rosters. And their draft has obviously gotten a little bit more interesting, but I think that pales in comparison to the intrigue of FlyQuest draft.
Yep, definitely a lot going on. Even Someday having a bit of extra fun at triple rejuve bead, saying, you know what, Vladimir? I'm sick of you sustaining in lane with your transfusion and your 4 potions with your boots. Yeah. I will match that with as many beads as I can fit.
Okay, Shen does build Tiamat very early, so he can use some of the rejuve beads for that. I believe not all 3. There are other items that rejuve bead builds into. Off the top of my head, I honestly don't check because that's an item I've almost never built. It's one of the cheapest items in the game. That's why you can build 3 of them early on. But he will build all of those things, and it's to try and cut down on the harassment that Vladimir can put on him from range.
Well, we'll have to find out, but we did hear a bit from Frick, so we're going to toss to him to see what he had to say on the series.
Thank you very much. I talked to ThinkCard, the coach of FlyQuest, asked him about the Vladimir as well as the Jarvan. Said Vladimir's a good flex pick, got some buffs, worth playing, and he says a lot of teams aren't used to playing against it, so it could be a surprise factor. On Jarvan, said, well, it's a great anti-melee matchup, and he thinks that Hai's going to absolutely smash Zed on it, so that's the plan. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Frick. Love to hear that insight from ThinkCard. Makes sense, given what we saw, and Moon did manage to get his big raptor in the scuffle that happened, but no one died. You can see, though, that Rengar's still doing plenty of early damage, so Chaser can have to worry about face checking.
Yeah, even though Chaser did get 2 of the small raptors, I definitely think Moon wins that trade pretty handily. He's able to very quickly go for Dread buff. Meanwhile, Chaser's jungle is delayed, and none of Chaser's lanes got an advantage because of that invade. So early advantage there to FlyQuest with the Rengar.
Like the attempt though, so you have a look into bottom lane. Ziggs is something we've rarely seen in the NALCS. We're seeing a little bit of play earlier on. Cody's son does have a game winner already, but this is Lod's first game.
Yeah, and we've seen it a few times over in Korea. I know Bang has had a successful game on it than SKT, but this is really a pick that saw more success before the LCS started because people saw it as this new thing. Expect how to get very aggressive in the bottom lane. And it worked because it can hit power spikes earlier than traditional marksman. It doesn't work as well into a Jhin, who is also building the lethality items and getting that very strong mid-game level of damage, but it's definitely still something that can potentially match the shove of a Karma Jhin.
That's cute invade from Lemon as well, warding up the red, but with the bottom lane roaming up towards him, takes the blast cone out of their jungle. Hai also continuing to keep track of Chaser, warding the Raptor camp out, making sure he has vision, and he's going to be playing aggressively in this lane like we expect, so smart to get that vision down as Lod is pushing these creeps back. CS is pretty even between the two, but looks like Altek and Lemon have the push advantage for now.
Exactly, and they're very confident in this push because of the deep wards Lemon Nation was able to get in the jungle of Chaser, as well as the failed early invade the Chaser had up in the Raptor pit. So I like what FlyQuest is doing here, just already having natural counter picks to pretty much every one of Team Dignitas' soul lanes, since they were able to see them first and then pick later, and then now just pushing in because they have vision of the jungle. Very smart play.
Yep. And again, Lod's going to have to play carefully. Can't really afford to trade early on as Balls was rotating down. Got some extra wards there for Hai, so FlyQuest investing heavily in that vision for their mid laner, making sure they can unlock Hai as much as they can. And one of the nice things about this pick for Hai is that not only does he want to play aggressively, and it does seem like a good counter pick here, particularly into melees, but if Keen's just going to get shoved in and hide behind his turret, Hai can freely roam with the Jarvan, particularly once he gets his ultimate.
Yeah, and FlyQuest has been very proactive with their moves pretty much this whole year, and already Moon counter jungling Chaser, and this is the beginning of unlocking Hai to continue this playstyle. So much of this snowballs on itself, and it's going to be tricky for Team Dignitas to pull themselves out of this one. Chaser doesn't even check there for Moon, so Moon also wasn't in the brush, so he didn't even spot Chaser there. This could be risky for FlyQuest.
Yeah, this is blind, but now
oh,
Chaser's going to show up. Good hook there onto Lemon Nation. Could be trouble. Damage coming through. Altek trying to trade, but first blood goes over to Dignitas. Moon here, but a little late. Chaser is going to get aggressive, but Moon went too far forward. Good flank special. Chaser flashes forward special. Last order. Lod gets the Q, and there's 2 kills.
And that's exactly the type of play Team Dignitas needed to jump back in this game pacer time, and it was quite honestly a series of unfortunate events for FlyQuest. Moon didn't sit in the brush as he was finishing Krugs, so he didn't see the graves there. So by the time Lemon Nation has Chaser, notice the prediction-ish hook by Xpecial against the wall. Lemon Nation flashes straight into it, makes the Lantern even easier to take, and then it just kind of goes from bad to worse. Moon is very confident on this Rengar because of his early game burst, but it's basically a 3v1 right there, and everyone is able to flash follow. Lod eventually killing with that bomb, and guess what? He got a blue buff out of that, which is even better for their bottom lane.
Yeah, it turns out when your bottom laner is a Ziggs, blue is pretty nice as he's going back double thrones, lost chapter, and that control word for a bit of vision. So Lod looking pretty happy on the player cam. After that, Dignitas out to a early lead, 600 gold up with those 2 kills. We'll see if they can snowball any potential bottom lane advantage. And Great play from Chaser to get things going in the right place at the right time. High, though, still having a good time here. Keen, playing safe.
Yeah, and this is actually a super aggressive move by High. Doesn't quite get the kill, and here comes the roam from Team Dignitas. Xpecial has a bit of a wait from bottom lane.
Oh, good flash there from High. Very patient. Get some poke back down there as well. Keen lucky to live the all-in. Does have his ultimate now. Going to shove up this lane with a bit of help and see what High decides to do. Pretty healthy, though.
Yeah, Chaser helping Keen shove in here because Keen actually saved both summoner spells where both of High's were burned. I like what High did there, knowing he had the shove advantage and knowing he was going to get the level 6 first and attempting the kill. But when he fails to convert that, that now swings the power in the lane back over to Keen. And Xpecial was able to roam up there because there was a blue buff on the Ziggs and he didn't need help in that lane temporarily. So I do like the roam from Xpecial, who's had a pretty rough year.
I mean, you can already see just how different the shove advantage looks now that Ziggs has some levels and particularly has his early item buys in that blue. So things turning around nicely. We'll see if this can cascade into more advantages for Dignitas or if FlyQuest can do what they've always done and continue to make plays around that mid-game. High right now is going back to base. I imagine there'll be some sort of lethality purchases made. As you can see, Keen already has his Dirk and an early longsword. Corrupting potion there for High, and there's a pickaxe actually with 2 longswords, so incredibly aggressive first item purchases.
Yeah, basically just going for raw AD. That can also help the Jarvan with being able to clear the back wave of minions very easily. You can QE the back wave, I believe, with those items and still one-shot it, so he's going to want to out-shove there. But here comes Chaser. No flash on Moon.
Moon got the red buff though. Sunday misses the taunt. He's now invis. They're going to try and find him out. Moon trying to get himself out of the way. Heals up with the W. Ulti there from Chaser. Commits for the kill, but not nearly enough.
No, and good jukes by Moon, but you have to call out Someday there for the missed taunt. Coming in, knowing Moon is without flash, Someday having a flash taunt available, not going for it. I think if that taunt lands and Someday gets the pass-through Q when he takes it through, I think Chaser and Someday easily pick up that kill, but missed execution means Shen ult down, no kill.
Good damage there in the mid lane as Xpecial could be in a spot of bother. Lemonation trying to get the tether on, but doesn't finish that off. Altek still shooting minions as he's now going to find Someday, who I think just caught him. Chaser here as well. No, Moon's going to leap in. Someday has to put up the Spirit's Refuge. Jukes back towards his teammate. Moon still leaping in. Balls is here as well. And they just can't face check blind. Looks a little too dangerous.
Yeah, they're really respecting the early game damage of a Graves because they had a large health advantage coming into that. And essentially the ultimate up from Balls is Vladimir. So I think they could have won that, but they just were playing it conservatively, thinking they're going to outscale that lane.
In the meantime, Balls having a perfectly fine time in that 1v1 matchup. Someday did commit his ultimate for a kill, and missed it onto Moon, and now Balls is just doing Vladimir things. Every time you gain some CS, you gain more levels, Vladimir only gets stronger, and Shen can't really afford to push Vlad out of top lane at any point. And Someday, you can see how defensive he has to go because he's just going to continually get shoved in by this Vladimir.
Yeah, I mean, Someday is basically just trying to play the survival game, not getting aggressive whatsoever, and they basically get to take shots when his ultimate's up because Balls isn't going to harass him low with the defensive build that Someday is going. And when they miss that shot, it relieves a lot of pressure from FlyQuest. I'm still expecting Moon and High to try and make an aggressive play with Rengar ultimate coming back up again, and just the general style of FlyQuest.
Nice plant usage there from Chaser. Spots Moon with the Scryer's Bloom and clears out FlyQuest pink ward that was just above the red buff. Chaser still on wall clearing duty, going for everything right now. Able to shoot this down pretty comfortably. And High, I mean, he wants to play aggressive, but Keen's able to push up more. I feel like that first gank kind of forced High's pressure back a little bit. FlyQuest could have opened up this game and really snowballed it, but Dignitas have done a good job controlling the early phase.
Yeah, I also think the roam mid lane after Fly's kill attempt, burning his flash, has prevented him from playing more aggressively. With all that being said, though, the gold in the junglers is even. Moon has been out farming so much of Chaser, and this stems from the early game disadvantage Chaser had and all the early wards FlyQuest put in that jungle, that the game itself is coming very close to equalizing, with the majority of the gold actually being on Laud Ziggs. As you can see, 600 gold ahead of Altec. That's pretty much the whole advantage, is in that bottom lane completely.
Everything's slowing down a bit. Looks like Keen might be looking for a back right now, just shoving things in. Back did come from the bottom lane of FlyQuest as Altec gets some Swifty boots and a few more swords. Lord probably looking for Melonomicon, which he should be close to, if not there already. And Keen and Chaser gonna play the donation game. Keen go ahead, gets a level up and the blue buff, so things looking good so far as Moon maybe fancying an invade here on the left side.
Blue buff on Zed for the extra energy regeneration is actually better than you'd expect He's very spammy in lane and actually does have to wait on the energy fairly often, so I can understand that hand up, even though Chaser is a mana user.
Nice ult there from Lot, actually. Did chunk out Altac, and he's going back anyway, so no real reason to save the ultimate. Not going to get too far from bottom lane anyway to try and get an ulti down. And eXpecial teaming up with Chaser to roam through and try and find some wards as Moon makes his way to the top lane.
Yeah, Moon's just going to continue to try and make a play here. It's pretty difficult to dive a Shen since he does have the W that can come up to block his auto attacks. I'm wondering what he's going to try and pull off here.
Humble went aggressive, maybe that's the key. Kimo Blake down, good flash from Sumner, but they're going to keep chasing. Balls pulls his way up, ulti's there, needs one more Q, maybe a little bit more. The shield, it wears up, but they're just going to chase it in. Sunday can't go anywhere, and Balls gets the kill.
I mean, credit to Moon for having the presence of going up there. We haven't been able to watch the top lane, but I'd have to imagine Someday had been taunting aggressively fairly often. Otherwise, that gank doesn't seem like it's going to work. But Someday used the taunt and the Spirit's Refuge very early, and that allowed Moon to have perfect timing on that gank, and that's huge for FlyQuest.
Excellent read from FlyQuest jungler, and they get themselves the early turret gold as well. Balls off to a lead versus Someday. Didn't think I'd be saying that one in 2017.
Yeah, this has been a bad game for Someday. Even though he hasn't played much Shen this year, and it was a bit of a denial pick, he hasn't been landing his taunts, and he's now fallen in lane. So Dignitas trying to get something back on the other side of the map with Lot and eXpecial.
And these are the things you can do with Ziggs in your bot lane. Great abuse of the early kills. Chaser got his bottom lane, and a good conversion on the turret. Ziggs with that satchel charge able to literally demolish the turrets down. So he's feeling good so far. As High and Keen still doing battle. Ghostblade done now for Keen. High has got a back in, but didn't get too much done. Serrated Dirk and a cloth arm is not a completed item. Balls on the other side though has his proto belt, so feeling pretty good about the 1v1. Getting
exactly. I do feel like High's probably going to go Ninja Tabi as well against the Graves and the Zed. Not to mention the ability to move a little bit faster since Keen doesn't have any boots yet, and closing the distance in these assassin matchups can be very important.
In the meantime, though, it's getting shoved in for a little while longer. Sums are back up, but has been fairly well contained after his early lane pressure. And we'll see what FlyQuest do with the dual lane, and it's the same for Dig as well. You can see eXpecial and Lod still roaming around, likely want to go to seat another lane here. Maybe mid's a decent candidate. High. Ooh. Saw a target, but doesn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, once you miss your EQ on Jarvan, your damage diminishes greatly, especially before you have those built-up one-shot items. So Team Dignitas able to kind of play around the bottom side of their map a little bit here. Something we haven't said at all this year, but is their main advantage here, taking the first bottom turret, getting first blood bottom, and then also getting the Drake.
Bit of momentum from the jungle is maybe all they needed. Chaser really set that one up. Balls, though, is still shoving in towards their tier 2 at a quick pace. Dig did get the Cloud Drake on the other end of that deal, so we'll have that objective for themselves as Moon is looking for something here in the mid lane. Keen, ooh, good flash. Sunday in as well. Commits to Stand United to make sure Zed stays safe, but just a few cooldowns there.
Yeah, a really early ignite by High, actually, because of how quickly Keen flashed out with the Shen ultimate, so wasn't even close to the kill. Now they once again try and go for Someday. That will be a bit of a journey.
Taunty's way out, so Moon with a good ultimate there, but Someday playing smart and backing away. High's been playing for a long time. Probably thought he had 5 extra AD there, but it's not how Ignite works anymore.
Would have given him the kill. Easy.
Instead, Lot and eXpecial move themselves in the mid lane, and I imagine they'll be sitting here for a little while. Lot is very threatening on the turrets. Silk Shoes, Merlinomicon is a good early itemization for the Ziggs.
Absolutely, it's exactly what you want. Bottom lane Ziggs does switch between Lichbane and Ludens for their next item. Lichbane more turret pushy, Ludens much more spell damage. I prefer the Ludens, actually, because you already need a massive lead just to get to the turrets, and they don't have it right now, with the game being pretty much locked even.
Blue buff over to High. We're going to start that up. Chaser is here. Ultimate?
Ult?
Yeah, he's going to try. Oh, he got it. Oh, good steal.
Perfect steal, and blind as well. He got to see them pull it into the brush, and then was like, you know, maybe I'll just use an ultimate now. Perfect. Steals the blue buff away. That will again kind of allow Keen to keep shoving into that mid lane, at least until his ultimate's back up again. And also Keen switched to the bottom lane, so it's the Ziggs that is now pushing in because that's their demolitionist style.
Yeah, you can see High. I mean, he's going to have to play safe in this long lane, but still plenty of threat there out onto Keen, particularly with Edge of Night now finished. Can get in Zed's face pretty comfortably. I'll take lots of his own Ghostblade, so shouldn't be too bad here, but I imagine Ziggs should have a push advantage given that he's a mage and was a champion in the mid lane known for strong pushing power. You can see eXpecial and Lemon doing battle, but eXpecial is going to get the better of that ward battle.
Yeah, and especially at this point in the game, the Ziggs will have the advantage with the Morellonomicon being completed. And I'm really wanting to see how proactive Team Dignitas can be, especially playing around the other 4. This is a divergence from the normal story of, Someday is doing well, but the rest of the team is doing bad. Actually, the rest of the team is doing quite well. It is Someday who is behind in this game. So this is a different Team Dignitas than you've seen for most of the year.
Certainly is. Blue buff steal. Ulti from Lod, but doesn't get it. Little late.
Yeah.
Ball's going to take it. Not the best candidate, but might as well steal it away. Someday, as you can see, wants nothing to do with the 1v1 versus Vladimir, and Balls is going to continue building that lead as long as he can. As Lod clears out another wave of creeps. They almost had the push there with 4 members about 30 seconds ago, but Log going to go back, do some more item buying, and things, again, going to stay a little slower here. 1 turret apiece. Gold lead is kind of there for FlyQuest, but it's pretty much nothing at this stage. Just that Cloud Drag up for Dignitas as far as overall advantages go.
Yeah, and I actually feel like FlyQuest is quite comfortable with their scaling this game, since they're the team with the marksman. And Jhin isn't necessarily like one of your Caitlyn hyperscaling marksmen, but I do feel that it still scales better than the bot lane Ziggs. Not to mention the Vladimir versus Shen is just comical. Like, the late game Vladimir is an absolute monster, and Balls isn't there yet. So I think that's kind of why we're seeing a little bit less proactivity from FlyQuest than we're used to. They have been a very active team in the mid game. That's with very early game compositions and also with leads. So now that they have some good late game insurance in the Vladimir, and they've been behind, they're just kind of playing neutral and waiting for Team Dignitas to make a mistake while they scale up.
Nice dodge there from Moon, though. eXpecial look for the hook, but Moon jukes out of the way. Keen still pushing up here, so Dignitas do have a lot of pressure towards this right-hand side. Infernal Drake up in a minute 50, so they can play to that objective when it appears. But again, like you said, FlyQuest happy to play back. No need to rush things, although High, if he finds an opportunity, will look for a kill. Unfortunately for him, he's been the target of a lot of early attention this game.
Oh yeah, I think it's really interesting too that he's gone Edge of Night so early, often kind of reserved for mage matchups because of that 35 magic resist, but being able to put up a spell shield on a 30-second cooldown that lasts for 10 seconds, so essentially every wave allowing him to walk up, still valuable even if it's blocking physical damage spells, and High recognizes that. That's why he's built Edge of Night.
Kind of funny to see if Keen oopsies and clicks the ZL at the wrong time, because there's certainly a possibility, but very unlikely that will happen. Altec and Lod still doing battle. Elimination's been anchored to this lane because he does need to help Altec push these waves out, which has given eXpecial opportunities to ward aggressively and to roam, particularly towards High. But Dignitas, I think, also happy to play it slow. They know that the game might be on some sort of timer, but they don't need to rush things down and really push it just yet. They can build up an advantage, and then snowball a mid-game and try and crush it early, it later.
That is definitely the hope when you're in a close game like this, but you do have to kind of call back to some of Team Dignitas' struggles. Even though they were able to beat Envy last week, their previous series, they actually had an hour plus of in-game time against Immortals without a kill. So they have definitely struggled to make plays happen. This game, the playmaking is pretty much on eXpecial and Someday. Someday's already having a relatively bad game, and eXpecial has been playing a little bit more passive this game because he's dying a lot in those other games when trying to make plays. So a lot to still work on from Team Dignitas, and they don't have a good track record thus far of actually making things happen in close games. They'd want to start it here.
FlyQuest are grouped as 5 here, so we'll see how they make this play. eXpecial going to find it, but it could be too late. Lot gets caught up all in, and that should be a kill. High able to take that down. Vladimir here doing good damage as Keen in the thick of it. Almost gets up, but Balls takes him out. Someday late snipes Elimination with a taunt auto, and now Moon getting chased down by the Graves. Balls plays back in. He went aggressive with a flash. Altec flashes in for the last ornament, gets a kill. Now Moon fighting Someday through the Spirit's Refuge. Great taunt flash gets Someday another kill. Oh, but the last of it, Altec able to take him down. Someday got a triple kill, but Altec cleaned up the res.
Well, Someday is back in the game, but this is still advantage FlyQuest because they have 2 strong physical damage dealers that are able to take down this turret after the fight. And pace through time, that fight was a bit of a mess, all things considered. They just flew into each other, and funnily enough, it started with them trying to go on eXpecial as he was the most forward-facing on the Team Dignitas roster.
Well, that was a bit more than a mess, I think, but FlyQuest, I'll take the outer turret. No one gets the Infernal Drake for now, as we'll watch this chaos again.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. Notice as well, the Lantern is down at the start of this, so there's nothing to save Laud from the barrage of FlyQuest, so I love their initiation. But Keen actually got a bunch of AoE damage off in this fight, as did Chaser, which means when Someday enters, he actually can have a pretty good fight here. Notice how he's holding on to his spells fairly well, staying close, and then waiting until he needs to finish a kill for the taunt. And this was actually really slick. The flash taunt into the lantern that's just come back up, but unfortunately, the 4th Jin bullet was already in the chamber, so that was able to finish him off. And Altec, good positioning throughout that entire fight, reaps the rewards.
Could have another fight on our hands as well. Infernal Drake is up, and teams are positioned very far forward for a face-off.
Stack it up, let's do it again. If Team Dignitas is going to group like this, here comes FlyQuest.
Moon's ulti, there's bullets as well from Jin. Someday blocking him, but Chaser gets tagged by another. Someday taking the next one. Log gets sniped by the other. High, looking to go all in. Fight slot, destroys him almost in the backline, but Dignitas almost turn it around. High will go down, and Someday is low. Moon trying to fight his way out of the corner, can't do it. Now Keen, all in Zaltek, that's going to be a kill. And Balls all of a sudden is left alone. Dignitas wiped FlyQuest there.
And this is the type of game you love to cast Pastry Time, because they are just throwing
Bolt is dead here as well, I think.
Unless he gets Keen first.
Good pull. Bolt gets Tracer. Needs a few more. Gets another. Bolt with a double kill. Keeps him in it.
All right. That's a fight for you. Dead even gold, but both Drakes going over to Team Dignitas. And this is the type of scaling we're talking about when we see Vladimir, and he's not even late gaming yet. We're going to watch this one more time. FlyQuest doesn't get as clean of as an initiation as they would like. Notice how when High goes in, his EQ doesn't actually do damage. So his entire ultimate is just the ult and the auto afterwards, so he doesn't have the burst to instantly kill Log. That lets Log go through a full rotation of spells, and also in the backside, no one is saving Altec, who was positioned very well in the previous fight. So Keen didn't have to worry about any assassinations, was able to clean up the backside. And then here, I mean, you just got to credit Balls' Vladimir for staying alive. Kite's back to where he knows he's not going to stay alive, but gets close enough to Chaser to finish him off. And then the fact that Keen can't get through to click on the lantern / wants to finish the kill to allow Balls to pick up the double almost equalizes the fight if you don't count the Infernal Drake.
Well, Balls getting pretty strong right now. Proto about Zhonya's and a 3rd major item on the way. So we'll track his progress as the fights break out again. But absolute chaos means that we went from 3 kills at about 15 minutes to 18 at 23. And you can see the Dignitas fans starting to get a little louder after that exchange.
Yeah, also, Special Watch, 9 assists currently in the game. I believe he needs 5 more to get to 2,000 or 6. We'll get confirmation
15,
on
he
that.
needs 6.
So he needs 6 more assists to get that record. It could actually happen this game, and based on Team Dignitas' track record, you wouldn't have thought that would be possible. He's had plenty of really low assist games so far this year, and then even last week getting subbed out for Stunt, you were wondering if he was going to be able to hop into the starting lineup again. But a decent performance so far on Thresh, and with how active this game has been, chance we could see the milestone hit.
Well, Lichbane was the item for Lord, and they get mid-outer tower as a result. Balls, though, continuing his dominance of side lanes, will take down the mid-outer. So FlyQuest still up in turrets. They're up in gold technically as well. But this game is far too close to call at this point. And Baron is also up, and given the way these teams are playing, I wouldn't be surprised if either of them just started it with a snap of the fingers.
Yeah, High popping both actives right now, but he's pretty much on his own.
Yeah, 1v4 right now. Gonna get played back in. Gonna try and destroy someone. Keen destroys him instead.
Yeah, caught completely out of position, and actually Someday doing some work.
All right, this is the real 1v1. Yeah, Someday's like, no, I don't want to deal with this. Ball just walks the way out. Did get his teleport canceled, though. Tried to help out High. And now there should be another turret for Dignitas. They just demolished them with the Ziggs.
Yeah, checking Mod's skill order. He's not maxing his satchel charge, so currently 27.5% is the percent health you can execute turrets on. But you race against a Grave Zed Ziggs, I think you're going to lose. This is a bunch of a turret race, and it's a game of chicken. These are big mini waves for both teams. Neither team actually has wave clear, so we may see an inhibitor trade.
I mean, High is dead, but he's still making the call. Looks like Fly actually have the better tempo here, especially going back. There's another turret, but the inhibitor is on first for FlyQuest. Someday can't get in at all.
I mean, it's just going to be High back in the base, and you're wondering if they're going to actually try and defend this. Balls is very low. Someday and Xpecial are fighting.
The Xpecial also back. Altec now turns his attention to the fight. Balls trying to take one now, but Xpecial going to live for a little while longer. Mid and him goes down, but Dig already took the top in here. Very interesting trade.
Yeah, it ends up being a pretty punishless trade, because both teams walk away with everyone alive, although it's definitely a little bit dicier on the side of FlyQuest, as Someday did a lot of work to get FlyQuest relatively low, and after that poor start, his Shen is turning into a bit of a monster. We're going to have to track that throughout, but speaking of which, the death cap has been completed by Balls' Vladimir, so we're just in for a little bit more chaos.
I mean, this game's been a treat since the draft started, so has delivered so far. almost 26 minutes through an Ocean Drake up in a mid at 45, but I think teams have eyes on the big prize. Baron is up and available, and Chaser and Keen, again, I would not be surprised if the team started at the drop of a hat. Chaser's going to clear this ward out and at least make FlyQuest think about it.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see if the way these teams approach team fights changes at all. Mainly because FlyQuest was trying to go all in on Laud, and if they don't stop him before he can get his burst out, that kind of sets the table for the rest of the executes to happen. But they're going one more time. Who can they get?
They're looking for special right now. Moon able to kind of tag that up, but he takes a little too much damage. Bullet there, but Someday blocks it. Now King going to dive in onto Moon. Damage is there from the Zed. That should be a kill. Pop is there, and that's enough. Someday straight into it, though, under high and high. Going to try and blow them up on the other side, but they managed to CC him for long enough. Dignitas with 2 clean ones.
Yeah, these dives aren't working for FlyQuest, and that's a big problem, because if High keeps jumping in like that, it's easily getting turned around. The Shen shield, the locket that's been completed by Xpecial's Thresh, not to mention the shielding from Dark Passage, is preventing the assassination from both Moon and High. They're going straight for Baron. Balls is in base, so unless this is a random steal from a Karma or a sneaky W from the Jhin, it's Baron for Team Dignitas.
Well, see if Eliminators can challenge teammates. There's the W. Artek tries a bit. Baron Team Dignitas.
He didn't even hit the Baron, he missed.
That's awkward.
He hit a player, but he tried. That would have been something. And that's actually a Nexus turret that has fallen on the side while they were defending that, so an even worse series of events for FlyQuest. Watch this one more time, though. Watch High. He just doesn't get in where he wants to, and it's Moon who goes in without him. It was a Zigzolf as well as a play, so High wasn't going to try and jump in. He then misses his EQ as King is assassinating Moon, and then tries desperately at the end to pull something out, but he's just not getting the clean combos he wants on the Jarvan, and Team Dignitas is punishing.
And comp-wise, FlyQuest need everybody in at the same time
Yes.
if they're going to dive. Balls is way in the back line, not able to get in there and join the heavy dive of Rengar and Jarvan, so hasn't been working out for FlyQuest. Dig have played really well, both in and out on either side of the fight front. So they've got Baron buff for themselves and a solid gold lead. We'll see what damage they can do.
Yeah, and I think it goes a little bit from bad to worse for FlyQuest here with the Zonias being completed by Laud, because now he can just Zonias the initial dive after he casts ultimate and try and turn it around. FlyQuest essentially have 3 all-in champions plus the Jhin. So now that we're seeing a little bit of a fed Ziggs here, even though he's just 1, 2, and 9, but the items that are being completed, and then kind of burst resistance on the rest of the champions of Team Dignitas, their fights are very strong at this 28-minute point of the game.
And they're sticking together as well. Ball's going to get himself the blue buff, but Artek zoned off this turret. Dignitas should be able to take it down. Laud might not even be needed for this particular assassination, and isn't. Just throws throws an auto in, excuse me. Able to take that down with a Lich Bane. So 7 turrets to 5 now. Remember, inhibitors got traded at a random point in the game as well, so super minions causing some problems for Dignitas as they try and push down mid lane, but FlyQuest always have to deal with top lane.
Exactly, and I love how Team Dignitas push mid lane right there with their advantage to kind of make it so the super minions that would pile in for mid lane aren't going to be a problem for quite a while, using this time to just continue sieging up. They've got the Ziggs, they've got the Thresh to try and get picks at the turret, and they're going to just try and brute force through to this second inhibitor. I almost feel like if FlyQuest doesn't do a flank initiation, they're going to get rid of this inhibitor, and here they come.
Sounds like they heard you because they're going in for it. Moon all the way around, and Balls is going to join him. This is the setup for Dignitas. Someday, though.
Someday caught him, though.
Balls. Now Moon caught out as well. They're going to go all in for it. Balls has to try and find it out. Chaser gets his way out as high. It's already a little too low. Redemption down as Xpecial caught up, but Balls has gone down. That's the main damage for FlyQuest. And now Someday using that ultimate to try and protect his teammates. FlyQuest just lost one for free there.
Someday way ahead of that play, and he stops FlyQuest from seeking that engagement. Also, Chaser juking out of the double assassination attempt from the rest of the team. Team Dignitas looking great.
Going to be a triple inhib perhaps here as well. Keen already working on the turret, should be able to take it down. Another inhib looking to fall here as well, and Dignitas might just go for it all.
It's a 5v4 and they're pretty low, but with 3 inhibitors down, the game is almost in the bag. It's rather risky, but I agree they might just go for this one, Pastry.
Might as well try for it. Moon going to try and defend here, but the Baron buff still up for longer. Someday Flash Taunt forces a flash out.
Oh, they got Moon.
In hit back, but Moon's just trying to kite them out of the base, but Dignitas don't care. They're just going to look for the turret here. One Nexus turret already dead. Second one going to fall down. Nexus now exposed.
FlyQuest got to fight.
Have to do something here, but the Nexus is getting wailed on. Keen goes back into high for a bit of revenge, and Dignitas plow through them.
And that's now 3 game wins in a row for Team Dignitas. They 2-0'd Envy last week. They made a coaching change 2 days ago with Cobb, and now they're 1-0 up on FlyQuest, the second place team in the league.
I mean, very curious drafts from both teams. Really great to watch. I think FlyQuest could kind of tell when the comp started falling behind, it was a little trickier to get things going. But that game was close for a long while, almost the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, even when it was 10 kills to 8 after a bunch of that chaos, the gold was exactly even. But we talk about FlyQuest playstyle a lot, and we're absolutely ready to praise them when the all-in, all-the-time works. But there are also costs to that when you're going so aggressively and completely following on calls. When it doesn't work, it ends up backfiring. And in a sense, even though Team Dignitas had one of their more active games here, most of it was them just reacting to FlyQuest diving them. Team Dignitas almost had some of their weaknesses made up for in this game because FlyQuest kept diving into them. And it works for them, obviously. Now they're one game away from taking down FlyQuest.
In general, it seems so much cleaner. Yes, they're playing quite passively, but using the map well, taking objectives, had consistent Drake control. Things definitely looking good there for Dignitas. But for their take on that Dig win, we are going to send it back to Dash and Zyrene.
Thank you very much. Pastry time. Now, I can confidently say that that game did not go in any way, shape, or form the way I thought it was going to, from Champion Select to who won, or to finish, rather. So let's start in Champion Select and walk through this. We did expect to see some differences arise, but as we pull up the pick ban graphic, I want to take a look at, in particular, what FlyQuest does here in their picks, coming out with the Vladimir and the Jarvan.
Yeah, it was super interesting because those end up coming in the second phase as their last picks here. Dignitas, they take away the Shen, which at first you're like, okay, Rengar was up for Chaser, and last time Dig played FlyQuest, they gave over Rengar.
Right.
And that was a deathless game for Moon, and he said afterwards it was kind of dumb that he was able to get this champion.
Exactly.
With 13 KDA, ridiculous. But right here, that Ziggs is actually the really interesting one here because they match AD carry / bot lane in a way here, but that could possibly be a flex for Keen. We've seen it played, I think, once internationally in the mid lane, so it's a little bit of a flex, but at the same time, that's enough wave clear regardless of who you draft in the mid lane, so you can draft an assassin, you can draft something like Zed later on. So they've set themselves up with an interesting core here. So I actually think as we continue this on...
Right, so ban phase 2 is going to come through. We see top lane, mid lane bans going over to FlyQuest from Dignitas and standard support bans here for the Karma. Vladimir gets picked up. This is a nice flex. We've, of course, seen it against Shen in the past, but we've also seen it in the mid lane. So that's a nice opener here in phase 2, knowing that you'll have the counter pick still to come.
Yeah, the Vladimir, really interesting. It did get buffed, and then they picked the Zed, even though they don't know if it's mid, they don't know if it's top. But the Jarvan was really the kicker for me because this is like they want to run a combination here. This composition relies on having a good engage, blowing somebody up, and having Balls do well as your backup. And honestly, a lot of those didn't happen. Balls did have a pretty good game for himself, CS lead, and able to actually pick up a few kills here and there.
Yeah.
But they were never able to really 100-0 anybody. And I think a lot of that credit is deserved to Xpecial and the item builds of Dignitas. They were very smart about the way that they built.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at a team fight. It's going to illustrate exactly that. So 21 minutes into the game, down around Dragon. This is a FlyQuest fight, right? They are starting this fight off, but Dignitas is going to turn it around.
Yep, jumps in. They're actually prepared for a high here. They saw him with a ward about to come over, and then everybody collapses, and that's really Keen 2v1ing the bottom lane on the right side of this fight. So they actually have a bit of a numbers advantage in that left portion for Dignitas, and then they pick everybody up. Even though High got the burst off, that's kind of the make or break fight. Because if they win this fight decisively for FlyQuest, they start snowballing. They get item advantages, they get ahead. Balls does pick up a few kills here in retaliation with the E being in his Sanguine pool.
Yep.
And that's actually really good for them, but you really wish you were able to 100-0 them with that first initiation, because from there, Dignitas has enough gold to pick up Locket, pick up Steric's Gauge for their Graves. They already have a Shen to provide a shield for somebody else.
Right.
And then the Zonias for Ziggs. That's kind of the death sentence there, and the last nail in the coffin for the FlyQuest composition is that the builds from Dignitas really sealed it.
And there's a couple things here, though, that we can look at from the side of FlyQuest and be critical about. Number one, Moon built tank.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a conscious decision, and maybe they were thinking we need some form of frontline where we're not getting it from our top lane because we have a Vladimir who's not going to necessarily play the role of a frontliner. But in doing so, they've nerfed, or rather lessened, their ability to assassinate a player. And we saw in that replay there, Jarvan goes in, brings a bunch of people down to about 30% health. Well, how wonderful would it be to have a Rengar flying in with an empowered Q and a W to finish it all off had he built damage? And maybe we see the game go entirely differently.
Yeah, that's an all-in. Your build also has to be all-in. You can't really play it safe. You have to just put all the cards on the table and say, we're killing you or we're dying trying. And that's what I think FlyQuest pulled back a little bit when they started to get scared that they weren't able to 100-0 Dignitas. But I do think that Dignitas deserve a decent amount of praise for their builds, because if you look at the composition from FlyQuest, what's the win condition? Okay, they lack wave clear. If Balls gets ahead, then they have magic damage threat, but they have so much physical damage, and they just try to burst, and it's all front-loaded. It's mostly front-loaded DPS there.
Right.
So if you just build Sterix Gauge, you build these things, Special had some really good exhausts when High was jumping in, that's how you're able to win the game, and that definitely credit deserved to Dig there.
All right, player of the game going to Keen, though, this time around. Playing on the opposite side of that Jarvan matchup in the mid lane, probably knows it from his perspective, doesn't have to play against it too often, and still performs here on the Zed, just in that fight, as you mentioned, kind of soloing out the back line of FlyQuest.
Yeah, the 2v1, able to actually separate it, because if you have a dive composition, they really want those shields from Karma, and he's zoned off by the Zed. They really want to have Altec in there to pick up the finishers with the percent missing HP final shot and bouncing grenades, but Altec really just gets an ultimate in the fight, Karma dies, and then he gets picked up afterwards. So good job by Keen.
And I think honorable mentions here go to Someday and eXpecial. As you talked about, for this team, it's about weathering the storm of the assassinations, right? And so key exhausts, locket usage, as well as the ultimates from the Shen are what are keeping the carries alive, allows the fights to fall in Dignitas' favor.
Exactly. Now let's temper this a little bit, because that's not going to happen every game for Dignitas.
That's true.
Right? FlyQuest, that's actually the weirdest draft I have ever seen right now so far in the 2017 split. It was really off the walls. Dignitas can't rely on that every game. If they're able to continue to adjust to the enemy win condition and see that coming, then that's good for them. But there were also some times where they had split fights. They weren't exactly on the same page. That one where eXpecial throws a lantern to Someday, and then Someday gets killed afterwards anyway, and that's a one FlyQuest fight. That goes even worse for them. That's a completely different game. So they have to be on the same page, because it looked like some were saying, let's go in. Let's not. So they have to
I do have to say, I like the idea of the Ziggs pick here against FlyQuest in particular. When we look at teams in the North American LCS and how they do in the early game, FlyQuest, one of the teams that isn't getting out to any massive early game leads. They'll usually play it a little bit slower, right? They're fine. High is super comfortable going to the late game and winning a game there. I love the idea of a Ziggs pick because it can really push the pace of the game in terms of taking turrets. We didn't exactly see it happen here because so many fights broke out.
We saw a base race.
Yeah, we did see a base race, and so many fights broke out that we never really had that opportunity to siege and actually push turrets down. But I like this idea that a Ziggs pick, which for no other I can't think of any other reason why it would come back this time around, having not been in the patch itself. I like it as an idea of pushing the pace against FlyQuest and putting them in a position where, oh, we've got a 3 or 4K deficit now with 3 turrets down. We can't climb back from that.
Yeah, and especially since FlyQuest don't really have a lot of wave clear themselves, that definitely put Dignitas in a pretty fairly easy win condition and fallback plan.
All right, well, Dignitas come out with game number 1. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, game 2 between Team Dignitas and FlyQuest. Don't go anywhere. You're watching North American LCS.
Playing versus Balls and Elimination will have you sweating bullets anyways. You're going to lose all that weight.
This is blind, but now
they got him. Show up, good hook there onto Elimination. Could be trouble. Damage coming through. Altec trying to trade, but first blood goes over to Dignitas.
Flash, flash. Nice. Okay. Let's do flash. I have lantern 2. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. My bad there.
High will go down, and Sunday is low. Moon trying to fight his way out of the corner, can't do it. Now Keen, all in Zaltek, that's going to be a kill. And Balls all of a sudden is left alone. Dignitas wiped FlyQuest there.
Unless he gets Keen first.
Then, good pull. Balls gets Chaser, needs a few more. Gets another. Balls with a double kill, keeps him in it. Now Keen going to dive in onto Moon. Damage is there from the Zed. That should be a kill. Pop is there, and that's enough. Sunday straight into it, though, under High and High. Going to try and blow them up on the other side, but they managed to CC him for long enough. Dignitas with 2 clean ones.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in the shade, going louder. We are all one color, standing in the way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows, shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder. We are more than numbers. Standing in their shade. Going louder. We are all one color. Standing in their way.
Welcome back to Game 2 of FlyQuest versus Team Dignitas. After an awfully fun champ select to kick things off, Dignitas up a surprising 1-0 versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, and it was a pretty good game one as far as excitement, and that's not something we had from any of the Team Dignitas' games. It's been much more active. The drafts were incredibly interesting, and I really want to see how they can adapt coming into game two.
Yeah, definitely curious to see what happens. I think FlyQuest, I felt like a one-game draft for them in a lot of ways. Sure, I think Vladimir is a tool teams can maybe bring back in specific cases. The Jarvan's a little more narrow, I will say, but can be very effective. If High gotten snowballing there, that game would have been very, very straightforward.
For sure. High missed out very narrowly in a lot of his early kills onto Keen. He had his flash burn because of a roam from X Special. The rest of the map kind of came up towards him. But then he also didn't actually land successful EQs for damage in any of the assassination-based team fights. So he's pretty much just trying to R in and one-shot someone. And against Locket and Dark, and then the Thresh Shield, as well as the Shen ultimate from Someday, it just wasn't working. So definitely a very promising game for Team Dignitas, but the series is definitely far from over.
Yeah, and I give a lot of credit to FlyQuest for picking things that are their style, but some are making them work in team fights. Like their Game 3 comp versus Cloud9 last week was like, on paper, not amazing, but they did everything they could to try and win team fights and narrowly missed out beating them. Yeah. Dignitas, to their credit though, team fought exceptionally well defensively and just kind of did things as they should, but made it look very, very clean.
Yeah, exactly. They had an advantage in the bottom lane as well with Laud and X Special, who haven't been able to click very well so far this year, but that game, it definitely worked.
Certainly did. As teams will swap sides for Game 2's draft, we'll see what changes here. As far as picks and bans go, Rise first ban, consistent across these two games, at least for FlyQuest. There's a Jace ban for Dignitas, though. mostly targeting high, but of course Balls showing us that he's maybe a little more willing to play carries.
Absolutely. The Jace ban, as well as the Camille ban, have been completely consistent across both of these games. Now, even the teams banning them, I think, is somewhat consistent. FlyQuest banned Camille on red side and now banning it on blue side. They have not shown an ability to play that champion even before the nerfs right now, so I can see why they are banning it. They're not wanting to get to someday.
Varus banned by Dignitas again, though, so interesting to see a lot of the same things here. Here's an adaptation, though. FlyQuest banning out Graves. I feel like he's such a good jungler. You could first pick it, but not wanting to take that risk here. And there's Shen banned by Dignitas, so kind of the same two power picks from last patch left open. LeBlanc and Rengar, and Moon just takes it again.
Yeah, and remember last game, the Rengar was taken, but the LeBlanc was just left up. So neither of the guys really wanted to play. LeBlanc High has counter picks for it even before the nerfs. Clearly wanted to do the Jarvan instead of a LeBlanc into his Zed. And I believe the Shen ban is just because Team Dignitas actually sees that as the premier top laner outside of Maokai, who, by the way, is now Sunday's 9th game on Maokai, so his most played top laner by a wide margin.
Gonna take that here, and there's Jin away from Altac into the hands of Lod, which is even better with Varus banned away. So interesting to see a lot of shifts here. It feels like a lot of those top champions are now starting to eat bans, now that a lot of the must-ban champions have kind of fallen down. Like you said, LeBlanc, I expect her to drop through the draft again, although here's the Rumble for Balls. Was banned last game by Dignitas.
Yeah, another game and another game where Balls is not playing a tank. So his second non-tank game of the year, plus second in a row. Been a long-time Rumble player. It's a pretty good matchup into Maokai as long as you don't fall behind. And it will aid FlyQuest in going all in. Throwing down an equalizer while Rengar jumps in is a very efficient way to initiate.
And there's Malzahar as well for elimination, so taking one of his most consistent picks here. Champion that did drop through completely with Rengar and Graves picked up. Kha'Zix did receive some nerfs, but I think still good given the available jungle pool.
Yeah, and it are non-trivial nerfs to Kha'Zix as well. Reduction of his attack damage ratio on Q, as well as the cooldown refund you get from evolving it, are both down. So not as great at bursting as beforehand, as most times when you jump on a squishy, you're kind of waiting on your second cycle of Q before you'd actually finish them off. Still a strong pick though, and I'm expecting a W evolution fairly early.
Well, there's Misfortune banned by Dignitas, so probably looking at definitely looking at Altac, actually with Malzahar pick, gonna take that 80 carry away.
Yeah.
We'll see what FlyQuest want to do with their two bans here. Team's getting a little less cute than the last time, although we'll see what happens in the second phase of picks.
Yeah, and I mean, if one thing, even though Kopp hasn't found the most success from a win-loss perspective as a coach in his career, I've always liked his drafts. He seems to think fairly far ahead, knows what the other team is strong at, and is just making sure that they can't pull off that Misfortune Malzahar lane, where as soon as they hit 6, they press all their buttons and get a kill.
And I think illuminating for me to hear Kopp say, I haven't been with a team that long, and my issue is that I don't know the players well enough yet. Clearly a coach that understands that draft isn't just about picking the best champions, it's about picking what's best for your players as well.
Exactly. I did get to talk to him beforehand, though, and he did say he still knows what's good. So he's still fairly confident in this. He says his Korean players know all the meta picks, so that's not necessarily a problem, and that he just needs to make sure he can pick around the rest of the team to find the strong comps.
Well, LeBlanc ban for Dignitas, so that will not be an option here for FlyQuest. Karma was their first ban, which is a curious one. I'm kind of expecting a Thresh ban, to be honest, given the pattern that FlyQuest are banning out, but maybe they think Zyra is just a little too important, and Cassio is actually the other ban here, so maybe protecting High's future pick.
Yeah, some definitely curious bans coming through in very defined targets. Definitely feels like Team Dignitas having to pick around Keen a little bit, definitely not wanting the LeBlanc, or being forced into a pick that needs to be good against LeBlanc. And I'm hoping that that enables a future pick that they're going for. Maybe more of a pick like Twisted Fate, where they've had some success with it earlier. They just go with Zed again?
Yeah, I mean, Zed blind. Okay. I think Keen had an exceptionally good Zed game in the last one, so he'll take it here again. Also has bad memories of the last time he played LeBlanc into FlyQuest, so you can kind of see why they want to shy away from it.
Yeah, I see that, but basically they pick it this early because they're thinking that High is going to want to pick it blind, since it works very well with Rumble for the diversified damage. The fear here, though, is if Zyra somehow were to go along the wayside and the FlyQuest team decided to put Malzahar mid lane, because then Team Dignitas would not have an access to magic damage. But that's, I think, what they're banking on. I think the Zyra would be the final pick for Team Dignitas pending any changes.
Well, there's a Sivir for Altac, which is a pick that's seen some play, but I believe her first pick this year in the NALCS.
I believe Stixxay played it twice in a losing series earlier, but I agree with you. It's something we're probably going to see a little bit more of as Varus moves towards more of a permaban status and Ashe becomes less appealing due to the fact that she needs to go for the crit build. So I do feel like the late game scaling as well as the ability to shove for Civ are pretty strong.
Well, here's the run back from FlyQuest. Going to take Jarvan into the Zed again, and I think Zara going to complete the comp. It's really interesting that Dignitas just did this in this order rather than the order you described previously, but like you said, I think just expecting High to take it if it's up, and probably confident that Keen doesn't play Jarvan.
Yeah, and they were not punished pretty much at all, it feels like. As long as they're comfortable with the Zed versus Jarvan matchup, this seems like, as you said, the run back for High and Keen both saying, you know what, I was able to win that Zed matchup. I don't want to play it into the block, by the way, just going to throw that in there, even though you had a chance to do a last game, thinking that maybe High would go for the LeBlanc if they did it again. But instead, we get to see same matchup top lane and different matchups everywhere else.
I like the changes for FlyQuest. I mean, I think the theory of the comp is very similar. In fact, their top half is almost identical. Rumble is a pretty like replacement for Vladimir as far as what he wants to do. Bit of extra range. Doesn't need to get quite as involved, but the look seems quite similar. Civ is a nice addition though. They definitely have problems getting in together or diving, so Civ should supplement a lot of that.
Yeah, so for FlyQuest, still a lot of initiation. Team Dignitas have good counter initiation with the Zyra, so those bans that were thrown out, like the Cassiopeia by FlyQuest right at the end and not blocking that Zyra in any way, shape, or form, I think you can actually be a little bit critical of that FlyQuest draft, but keep in mind, Zyra, another champion, had some minor nerfs. You actually have to land your spells in order to get the plants to acquire champions with your first auto attacks. Still a strong counter engage champion, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the other side is I think Maokai's a huge problem for FlyQuest team comp as well. So they're probably banking on balls and maybe with a bit of help from Moon having a strong laning phase to keep the Maokai down. Impact was able to play a difficult counter matchup and win it on the Maokai side. We'll see how balls, and his very well-known Rumble, does in game number 2. FlyQuest down 1 here. Going to have to win this one if they're going to try and tie it up and continue a very good-looking record. Dignitas on the other side, though, huge opportunity here. New patch, new coach, a lot of changes for this team. Could be a fresh start for them and really kick themselves with a bit of extra momentum going into what is now effectively the second half of the season.
Yeah, it's going to be, this is the final game for them in their first round robin, so to speak. Team Dignitas, like you mentioned, was looking pretty abysmal, but coming up strong against FlyQuest would completely kind of throw your expectations around. The team compositions, as you mentioned, match up somewhat similarly to last game. And if they can counter FlyQuest dives the same way, that could be serious.
Well, another quick note, Special, of course, still on assist watch. 3 kills to go for a career record, and an LCS record actually of 2,000 assists. Not off to a good start, though. Elimination getting aggressive there in the bottom lane, but he'll be okay for now.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine not getting 3 assists in this game after he got so many in the last one, especially with the pace and reckless abandon that FlyQuest have with their dives.
Well, Lod is pacing back and forth here. Special sitting firmly in his own tri-bush, wanting to not get any more aggression from the nation. And here's Chaser with a bit of assistance from Someday, setting up some saplings. Should have a quick start on the Raptors. Someday not helping with extra leashing though, so no major buff start here for Chaser.
Yeah, super interesting actually. Both junglers starting Raptors is becoming a more popular start for people who think they can do it because there's more experience in this camp. Notice they actually get more than level 2 if you look at the experience bar down in the bottom left right there from Raptors. So both guys with identical starts. Moon takes a little bit more harass obviously because the pull is not as great as 3 Maokai saplings.
Well, with that we are going to go back down to Freak. A little more insight after this second game.
Thanks very much, Pastry. Talked with Cop this time, the new coach for Team Dignitas, and asked him how he felt about the kind of an upset Game 1 win. And he said everyone else on the team was super happy, everyone backstage, but he was just stone-faced and said, it's all about Game 2. I'll be after the series. So he's very focused on making sure they can close the one out. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Freak. It makes sense. I mean, Cop doing, I think, the correct coach thing, putting on the brave face and saying it's all about winning the series here. We'll see if Dignitas can do that. Oh, good flash by Someday following in. Balls actually should be dead here. Isolation is enough, and there's first blood for the Kazakhs.
And the timing of that gank definitely caught Balls a little bit off guard. You're level 2 in lane. Oftentimes, Maokai doesn't even have Twisted Advance skilled at level 2. He had E and W skilled on that, so not even a Q. So obviously he was getting shoved in by Rumble. And then the timing on the flash was just not there for Balls. Right after the Twisted Advances started, Someday was able to follow. And then also, he isolated himself by flashing out of the minion wave to make the kill fairly easy. And what a good start.
Special with a fake tech. Moon misses the bowler. Special flashes out. Cannot afford those mistakes.
That little execution stuff need to be better. Moon was in position, and if he lands that bowler, there's a good chance he actually kills that special, but he lets him out.
I mean,
Wow,
such a like a random position to be in as well. Moon showing great presence of mind as a jungler. That's twice now he's been in the absolute correct place, which never feels like the right one with the first gank in top lane, and now that Tribush camp there in bottom side. But a bit of a mess up could have cost him a kill there, and FlyQuest will start behind again as Dignitas get themselves first blood. Certainly expected attention towards that top lane. Chaser with the good gank timing and balls. We'll see if he can continue to press an advantage now that Sunday got that early assist gold.
Yeah, I completely agree. Watching that one more time, Special really didn't expect someone to be in that Tribush. He was actually walking that way so he could ward over the wall to the river. So Moon was way ahead of that, but he leaped past what his bowler range was going to be and shot it right past him.
Well, good news there. High, though, continuing to get the early push in. We saw this in game number 1 in this matchup. Jarvan is expected to win early and often. Keen doing what he can, farming up from range, but High every chance he gets. Going for the harass, and Thunderlord's Jarvan is awfully good.
Yeah, with the Corruption Potion as well, he's got pretty good sustain, not to mention he needs to keep that mana up since he's wave clearing and harassing with his EQ.
Maximum early game, though, for High as Keen is going to play it safe. We'll see if anyone from Dig comes for another visit, or if High can maybe play a little cleaner on the all-in. Almost got Keen in the last game. We'll see if he can convert properly for the 1v1 kill. Although I think Kane is pretty acutely aware of that happening, so should be playing it safe as Chaser takes a left side scuttle and just checks to see what's happening at top lane. Wants to make sure Sunday's okay through the tough part of the matchup.
For sure, and there's a very small window in which High can actually get that all in, because if Keen hits level 6, he can oftentimes dodge the Cataclysm damage with his own ultimate and kind of turn it in Zed's favor, so High needs to hit level 6 first. Cheeky gank here by Chaser. Balls' flash is already down. Someday has flash, so all they'd have to do is get a flash twisted advance onto him and potentially get a kill, but they don't want to get too aggressive because the chance of a counter gank is very real, and even at level 5, his damage is high. There it is.
Someday flashes in, Balls in trouble again. Should be another kill. Balls, trap shield on, but not enough. Someday gets that kill.
And also, while that was happening, we're going to have to take another look in the mid lane. Keen burned his Ignite and flashed towards High, and High ended up flashing back to safety, so things really going in Team Dignitas' favor. Someday was down in lane last time. They are really punishing Balls this game on Rumble. Watch the mid lane one more time here. Let's see, he Qs in, and it's actually Keen who just gets aggressive. High just popping his W shield and barely living through, but Keen definitely trying to turn that lane in his favor.
Smart from Keen. Had a very narrow window to try and get a kill, and would have gotten it if High didn't have the foresight to shield up and be safe. So all Dignitas, seems like everyone's kind of sharpened up after game 1. They'll certainly feel emboldened after a strong game 1 win. If they can bring it home nicely here with a sweep, says a lot about Dignitas, who are looking for that late push. FlyQuest starting to maybe see some weaknesses in their overall style. It was so good for the first half, but yeah, I think a tough loss to Cloud9, maybe showing some of their weak points here. And even again, this type of draft just feels very narrow, and FlyQuest might need to show a little more versatility in the back half of the season.
Exactly, and you look at a team like FlyQuest having so many doubters coming into the year, and they really just wanted to prove people wrong early on, but they've actually just been getting a ton of praise and accolades in the last few weeks since they are now a top 2 team and they had such a close series against Cloud9, but a lot of times it can be kind of deflating after you have a hyped up matchup like that, knowing they're playing TSM later this week. You can see them with Team Dignitas just making coaching change, not taking it seriously.
Special. Black forces Elimination to flash, so good attempt there from Elimination. Not level 6, so couldn't really complete an all-in, but Chaser right behind his support as well. High still pushing up, looking for something as Ball's forced to play very far back. You can see already how much the lane matchup has turned around with Chaser, showing those 2 early spots of attention.
Definitely, Chaser doing huge work for Someday in this lane. And just to get back to FlyQuest, it's not that they're not taking it seriously against FlyQuest, but it is that they're preparing for other matches or have their mind elsewhere and just aren't expecting Team Dignitas to look so clean. Meanwhile, Team Dignitas kind of had a wake-up call with the coaching change, and while Cop can't make any huge changes in 2 days, the mentality could bring to the rest of the team could help. That's a nice roam though from
Special,
High.
I think dead, yeah, Moon takes him out, Lord forced to flash. Gets himself out, but he couldn't save his support.
Oh man, just a perfect roam. As I was talking about how FlyQuest was slumping and Dignitas was coming back. High had the window in the lane to jump up. They have the level 6 from Moon. They also teleport defensively with Rumble, who probably didn't even have to complete that, but does to have all 5 of FlyQuest down there. But since Someday teleported in anyway, there's no pressure elsewhere for Team Dignitas. Beautiful play by FlyQuest.
And that's a big recall for Fly as well, getting themselves that extra burst of gold from the first turret. No one after the Mountain Drake, interestingly. Maybe Dignitas could have had a window there to take it, but instead, we'll watch this again. Xpecial and LoD tried to get out of this.
Yeah, they knew that something was on the way, but that little move by Xpecial towards the end, thinking, I wonder if they're... No, you don't have to wonder if they're there. Stay on the right side of the lane, run in the brush, keep your maximum distance away, and then what actually happened is because Xpecial tweaked inwards a little bit, LoD got caught by the very end of the Cataclysm and pulled back. So that is something that I think they still could have avoided if they had been a little bit more alert and flashed earlier / hugged the wall.
Yeah, missed the end there a bit. Blue buff over to Keen. High, trying to keep the minions out from under the turret. Looking good so far with the early roams. Just more of the style we expected from him in game 1 with the Jarvan. I think Keen has shown that he's perfectly fine in the counter matchup, so should be able to demonstrate that, okay, High, I'm not going to get a 1v1 kill, especially at this point, so if I can leave the lane and influence the side lanes, that's really where High can start to shine on this pick.
Yeah, and Moon actually taking a little tour through the jungle. Nice hop over to the Krugs to escape, because I feel like Team Dignitas was collapsing on him.
Yeah, good rotation there from Fly, actually, trying to take a turret down, but Dignitas reads that well, moves their duo lane up to that spot also, and FlyQuest don't have enough resources or vision to commit to a stronger push, and Dignitas, we can see, are in the area. So smart play there from FlyQuest, wanting to give it time before moving back to the wave. They do need a turret here. That's gold that they'll like to have, but Dignitas are not going to make it easy.
Yeah, and I actually feel like Team Dignitas is just kind of forfeiting the turret advantage over to FlyQuest. They could not match the turret for turret trade, and now it's of utmost importance that they keep LoD and Xpecial in the safety of a turret, just due to the threat of a repeat gank from Jarvan and Rengar. It's the same jungle mid high Moon combo that we saw in game 1. It's just this game it has a much higher chance of working since it's already worked, and there's a duo lane that is super squishy without flash on their AD.
Blue buff for High here. He's actually going to give up the cannon. Gets a couple creeps with his E, but takes them down. Turret's not going to take too much damage, so he'll collect almost everything else. He's now going to have a lot of extra mana to work with. Keen, though, sorry, has finished his Ghost Blade already, so they're already off the start he needs. One of the nice things about lethality items, they're very cost efficient.
Off to the races there for Keen for sure, and High's trying to get his advantages from roaming even. Keen even has the Ignite advantage right now, so High would have to be fairly careful, especially with Someday kind of just roaming around the map, since he is in the lane without a turret that is pushed to Balls' side right now. So the rest of FlyQuest have to be very careful, because Maokai can kind of be anywhere.
This is smart though from Moon. Again, looking to continue to pressure this turret. Lemonation also playing back, ready with the ultimate. Flash is a few seconds away from being up as well, so LoD has to play awfully far back. High just moving himself back over to his lane. He's aware that Keen is continually trying to push him in, but he wants to...
This is so close. Lemon could flash ult at pretty much any moment when LoD moves forward to the lane, and that's what they were hoping to see. And they're going back for it once again.
LoD not biting though. Gonna take the very safe way back down towards his teammates. And Lemon Nation might actually have to give it up here, hitting the recall button. You can see pings as well from Dignitas. They know that people have been waiting in that bush. Moon has not left the area yet either, so this is a long con to try and get a kill, and they want it.
Or just go through the turret.
Yeah, brute force instead. Gonna take the turret down. Smart zoning there. Moon actually gets his way out from under the W, but turret's gonna fall down. Jim Bullet's still launching in though. Tagged almost all 4 onto Moon, I believe.
The cost. Lemonation still has ultimate.
Ooh, doesn't quite get it. There's the plant. Xpecial goes in, but he gets himself ultimated. Keen's up here as well, though. Should be able to play clean up. Xpecial gets one for Lemonation. Now Moon getting dived on by Keen. Damage is there. The pop is good. Keen gets another. I'll take a look at the chase down. Chaser gets a double kill for himself, though.
And the rest of the cavalry's here. It's a 5v5 erupting. Teleport coming in from Someday.
Someday locks down High, looking to try and take him down, but High's in the back already. Blows up LoD with a combo. And now Keen and Artek fighting it up, but Keen's got no cooldowns to play with. Balls burning down Someday on the top right. Artek gets the other kill on Balls. Wants to take out Someday. Someday with the flash as Balls can flash as well. Harpoon's in for one. Needs another. There's the second slow flame spinner in. Someday tries to turn and fight. Balls needs a bit more and he gets himself the kill.
And with all things considered, that is, I believe, 5 deaths for Team Dignitas in this dive. We're watching it one more time. X-Special wanted to flash him for the root and an ultimate, but he couldn't get both casts off, so it's very delayed. He then doesn't get any knockups with the ultimate, and Keen takes a bunch of turret damage from that exchange. And then here, Chaser took the turret damage as well. Altec finishes it off, and this is where the 3v3 continues right here. Lod's cut off, so he wants to stay in this brush and at all costs avoid the EQ from Jarvan. But he roots himself essentially by trying to combo that W, which he missed, by the way. Then Hai's able to execute him. So the performance of these players throughout that fight definitely favored FlyQuest, landing more skill shots to the missed ones from Team Dignitas and just getting the timings right. So outplays across the board there for FlyQuest.
Got the turret as well, and now 2-0 up in turrets, looking to snowball the game, which is what they couldn't get done on the other side of it. X-Special did get an assist in that exchange though, so that's good. He's 2 away now from 2,000. But Altec's smashing in this game. 3 kills already on the Sivir. When I talked to him earlier in the season, he says, you know, I kind of want to play more carries, but utility's where it's at. Sivir's kind of a hybrid between the two, and he's showing up on this pick.
It really is, and it's only going to get better. You hear about the famed 500 CS Sivir win condition, and it's because when Sivir gets to 70% crit and 300 AD, and since the Ricochet can crit, the team fighting is almost unmatched as far as actual carries. But the reason we can see Sivir sometimes is because you can shove out enough of the laning phase, especially against Jhin, who's spell-based since you have a spell shield, and survive that. So great start having 3-0, just kind of accelerating to that point on Sivir.
Yeah, you can see Mountain Drake over for FlyQuest. Dignitas traded the top outer turret for it. Is Lemonation off to play? Oh, yeah! Whoa! Pile wins, and that's a kill onto Keen. Lemonation trapped by Someday will go down, but Someday going to get dove by High Moon. There's a knock-up, lands him for Jarvan, the double kill!
This is what High envisioned the last time he picked Jarvan. He's thinking, we're going to be flashing over walls, diving turrets, and one-shotting people, and then even killing the tank, who has had to build spec against Rumble, so they're able to kill him with their 2 physical damage dealers down the stretch right there. What an aggressive play the Team Dignitas was not ready for, and it's a 2-for-1 for FlyQuest.
I saw Elimination there, and I was like, there's no way he goes in for it. And then, within half a second, he's over the wall. I mean, I joke about it. Elimination's Flash Ultimates have been on point all season long, and this is maybe one of his best.
Well, this will help you win the Assassin versus Assassin matchup when the other guy gets suppressed at the start of it. But Someday's there, and you actually think it's going to turn around. Then you notice how Moon is actually relatively tanky on that Rengar and powers his W as an escape path, and High comes away with a double kill. So beautiful play by FlyQuest.
He joins Altec in the 3 kills club also, so the snowball that we didn't get to see is starting to roll down the mountain. FlyQuest are good at getting themselves back into the game in the mid-game, and really good when they have a lead. Altec, though, needs to dodge the plants, team!
Yeah.
Elimination blocks the first, there's the second. Running out of the area, Altec safe.
Special the Bro takes all 3. Malzahar should almost always take the first one because his spell shield will block it. Or rather, his super shield that basically blocks everything will stop it. Look out, though, for High.
Edge of Night channeled. High can't really 1v2, I don't think. In fact, he might finish him off solo. Chaser runs in. High gonna take a bit of extra poke. Oh, it's not enough. He goes back in. Oh, he wanted it so bad.
Nice play by Keen to just press E as High was jumping in and kind of avoid that potential Cataclysm burst. High burning everything in an attempt to escape, and Keen only burning ultimate at Ignite. So Team Dignitas get one back, and despite the successes of FlyQuest with these roams, the game's still quite competitive.
Yeah, not really set up in the sidewaves there with that split push, so High, I think, too far forward. Chaser gonna take this Scuttle Crab. Mountain Drake's up in 3-4 minutes, so no objective to play with just yet, but certainly on the minds of both these teams is Outtake all alone. 2v1 right now, although Chaser gonna hit the recall button. Outtake just gonna clear out this wave and defend the turret. Chaser does complete the recall though, so Outtake's safe.
Yeah, Altec making sure minions don't get anywhere close to that turret. Expect him to stay up around 10 CS per minute this game as long as they keep allowing him to clear the side lanes or give him the CS when he's in the mid lane. Balls is not being a bro there for Altec, except for the last one.
It's busy. FlyQuest still looking for the mid outer turret as well, so staying grouped around the center of the map. They've got good open spaces on either side to work with, but kind of need to crack the center to really open up the map for themselves. Dignitas did manage to get the top outer turret, but they've been behind on almost every objective play ever since that first dive from FlyQuest in the bottom lane. And this turret's not long for this well, just needs a little bit more work.
Teleport coming in from Team Dignitas though, not wanting to give up this turret.
Someday for the flank. Moon already caught up by Kane. Sunday trying to find a position where they suppress Kane. He's going to go down to the Malzahar, and now Chaser exhausted. Looks to dive in for it. Sunday trying to tank shots, but he's already down 40% health. Good equalizer there by Ball, trying to cut off a lot of Sunday. Flashes down, but Ball straight into the mix. Burns them all down. Lord gets the kill, but they're going to answer a few back.
So low!
Barely lives it now. Chaser gets the resets. Altac doesn't get hit by the other side as Special cracks 2,000.
And that's the type of fight to get it for you. They get the turret down the stretch, but this is again turning into one of those really high action games.
Here comes Altac with a 1v2.
Can he do it? I mean, his Team Dignitas want to go for it. Altac playing so aggressive out of mana.
Not now.
Gets them back by blocking the Deadly Flourish. We're going to get to see that fight once again.
Doesn't want it though. Altac does play it safe. Out of turret, like you said, is over for FlyQuest, so things working out well. That looked disastrous for Dignitas when it started out, but...
Yeah. They got a lot of turn damage towards the end of this fight, and the Malzahar suppression is coming in so clutch for them until King gets a QSS, because watch this, it's just, he gets an E off before they can counter it and jump back on him, and then, while FlyQuest is caught up in the Zyra ultimate, that's one of the good things for them. The Rumble ultimate to cut them off seems genius, but right here, they get caught up by pretty much just Zyra roots, and also I think the Jhin trap ended up proccing on 2 of them, which allowed Chaser to come in at the end and pick up some kills. Very close fights, as we got a lot of squishy people in this game.
And that's kind of the fun part about it. 21 kills in already at 19.5 minutes. Drake up in 45, Baron gonna join it actually earlier, in 20 seconds now. High again, lining it up once someday. Here's the ultimate. Balls has the equalizer ready to go. Misses the first harpoon, and now Chaser's here to defend.
They keep going though, Rengar all popped.
Ultimate committed, Moon's gonna try and cut them off at the pass, but they're a little too late. Moon almost in position, but the rest of it here. Moon goes in for it once, Chaser, but Chaser leaps out. Special caught up on the other side though. He's gonna go down, Altex the Trader's King shuts him down.
And FlyQuest is relentless with these dives. Even though Someday looked to repel the first one, FlyQuest recognized they could get more people to the spot before Team Dignitas could match, and they get a 2-for-1 as well as push this turret.
Lord looks for High, High gets out of the way, Moon taking all the shots, King can finish him off! Doesn't get him, no, now King's caught out, Doidley's gonna chase him down, elimination! Able to get that next kill, Someday not there in time.
And you can really see this game why Elimination prioritized Malzahar over Zyra and why so many teams banned Malzahar against him. The team just works so much better when he's on this champion. Watching this play, this is the continuation after already burning Someday's flash in an earlier fight. Moon doesn't even jump on the Maokai because he knows Chaser is so squishy, but Xpecial just supporting from the wrong angle. That's a play where he needs to be completely in the back. Keen is able to pick up Altec off the back end because they were kind of planning a counterattack, but doesn't necessarily work. Turret goes down, and still a 2-for-1 for FlyQuest.
Yep, 4 turrets to 1 up in FlyQuest's favor. They've got the kill lead and the gold lead to boot. Mountain Drake now up and alive, so both teams could be looking to position themselves around that objective. Balls and Moon already there to the plate. Got to grab down, and FlyQuest going to start it. Dignitas, we saw them play pretty passive in the last game without opportunities. Gonna play this one a little slower as well, knowing that FlyQuest are ahead.
Yeah, and it's also much harder to engage on the team that has the Rumble and the Malzahar.
High, looking to make a highlight reel. What? Misses that Q. Keen though, just defensively ultimating High. Does have his QSS now, does Keen, so Elimination's not gonna have nearly as juicy a target.
Super interesting too, because that QSS really hurts his ability to duel the Jarvan, but really helps his ability in team fights when he has to deal with the Malzahar, which I still feel like plays heavily into FlyQuest because as soon as High can beat Keen in the 1v1, the map pressure for Team Dignitas evaporates.
High peering out a ward. FlyQuest have lots of room to play with. And 2 Mountain Drakes means any sieges they do get started will end very favorably for them. In fact, Baron Buff is looking awfully vulnerable with a 3rd Mountain Drake on the way and the high damage composition of FlyQuest.
Exactly. Malzahar just makes it all the more easier because of the Voidling spam on top of Baron. And knowing it's a team with High, they make incredibly aggressive Baron calls, for better or worse, usually for the better. So Control Ward already in the pit, double upgraded sweepers on Moon and Lemonation, and I think that's where the game's going to turn now, Pastry Time. Whether or not they're doing the Baron, they're going to force Dignitas to stop.
Well, lots of control around the area, so FlyQuest in position. Control Wards being littered across that portion of the map. And looks like Outtake just going to start shoving down mid. Got good damage on the Sivir. This turret undefended. Dignitas A little out of touch with that play. Took a big chunk of that turret's health as a result.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is with Someday going for a recall, as he had an opportunity to get turret damage in, is there's not really a ward for him to teleport in on that is desirable. Probably the reason that he recalled because he knew the Team Dignitas can't actually move up their ward line without Maokai there to prevent the initial initiation. So that's why Team Dignitas is kind of grouping as 5 right here. They're worried about the Baron. This is the Baron force the FlyQuest have been rating for. Somedays leading the pack though, they're going on him.
Actually going to go in for it. That's a good damage. He's actually going to evaporate by the looks of things. Waits for a little while longer and the damage is back on the other side. Keen dives in to try and finish it off as Lot gets a couple snipes down. That's 3 kills for 1 now as Keen falls as Balls is the only sacrifice for FlyQuest. Very interesting fight. Lot's still chasing. FlyQuest lost too much health perhaps.
Yeah, and I almost feel like, I feel bad for Someday in that one. He's walking in there, he knows the team needs him to clear vision, and then all of FlyQuest jump on him, and Team Dignitas is like, well, I guess they're gonna kill you. No, you fight! That's the whole reason he came there. It almost felt like they sacrificed Someday for very little gain, and eventually they lose the fight because they were so slow on the response right there, just getting picked off by FlyQuest.
Dignitas might get a turret at least. Hai is making his way swiftly back to the mid lane. Lot and Chaser teamed up and able to get that for themselves. Hai, though, still looking to go in. Doesn't have his Ghostblade for a little while longer. Teleporting from Balls is aggressive. Hai trying to close the distance. Balls had no ulti, so he just teleported into.
I was like, oh boy, here comes a teleport. What's he gonna flash over the wall? Go for him? No, he flame spits the wall, and the teleport is unfortunate. But they're going to keep this pressure up.
Altec ultimate, there's a special caught out. Goodbye, Altec. Able to take him out. Chaser gets the red buff, but Moon's chasing in. FlyQuest 5v4 looking for the Baron.
Yeah, and Team Dignitas is out of sorts. We saw it with the slow follow-up the last time Someday was there. We saw it right there with X-Special being forward while WOD was in the base. So FlyQuest is just going to keep farming kills on Team Dignitas until they hopefully hit critical mass. It is a high-pressure, high-speed style that FlyQuest and Hai in particular have been perfecting over the years. Now they force Baron, but they want to fight.
Well, you can see Hai at Lemon and the rest of FlyQuest just trying to bait Dignitas in. They'll start the Baron now. Lot's going to get the ulti in there. Sapling might give them a bit of extra vision, but the Baron's almost dead. Chaser going to get suppressed. They need to kill him before he gets it. Chaser gets it! He stole the Baron! And Dignitas now chasing in. Moon gets aggressed on his Altec, being chased in by Keen. Almost dead. There's one for the Zed. Ball's going to get chased in as well. And there's a double kill for Keen. Oh my god.
Team Dignitas come up clutch at Baron, as usual. As we're expecting right there, the Baron steal happens. And oh man, Keen's gonna get out of there scot-free as well. Pacer time, we mentioned FlyQuest's Baron strats are high risk and high pace. But boy, this is the risk coming to bite them right here. They go for the suppress, and Someday coming in here, interrupting the suppression to unlock Chaser for the flash steal was awesome. So the rest of Team Dignitas then get to pile in with the ultimate from Jhin, and Keen is unleashed since the suppression was used prior. He gets a double kill on the back end, and then the rest of Fly just have to turn tail and run. That equalizes the game.
I mean, certainly does. I mean, Chaser leans back, he's dead, but he's pretty happy with himself after that steal. And the 3 Koreans all in sync there for Dignitas. Someday with the interrupt, Chaser with the steal, and Keen's teamfight Zed has looked incredible this series.
And they're miraculously right back in the game. FlyQuest has had so much success this year forcing plays like that, but in this series against Cloud9, it backfired. In this game, it backfired. So we're kind of seeing the other edge of the coin of these high-risk plays right there. Team Dignitas now, potentially with a little bit of driving to do, they can get the Mountain Drake, they have the Baron buff, but they still need to be more on the same page. They need to be able to react faster when FlyQuest gets them with these initiations.
Yeah, they only equalize the game with that Baron take, but they have a real opportunity to open up a lead for themselves. Someday, wailing into that bottom outer turret, should be able to take it and put the gold back up in Dignitas' favor, if only so slightly. Turret falls down, and there's the lead for Dignitas. Pretty much neck and neck though, but these are the conversions they want. Gonna take the Mountain Drake down, look to push out the rest of these waves, and Hai is chilling with no TP all the way in the top side of the map. Gonna try and waste as much of Dig's Baron as possible.
And you mentioned the no TP, that's the critical thing right there. They can just dive this. Someday can ignore the turret for the most part, not to mention there are Baron and powered minions. That's at least an outer turret going for Team Dignitas.
Coming down now, but he's gonna be late to the party. Turret's gonna fall. Almost evened up that metric as well, and you can see getting ahead in gold every time they take an objective. Baron buff not up for too much longer, but they might not need that much more, given that they've pretty much got themselves straight back into the game with that play.
They really have, and I said, as usual, when Dignitas swings the game at Baron, it usually swings in the opposite direction. So I have to credit them once again, just the ability to interrupt the Malzahar ult to the immediate flash steal from Chaser and Someday was incredibly clutch, and that just has to feel good for such an embattled team so far this split, who have been losing games at Baron, and oftentimes just not even going to Baron because they're so far behind. But now they are right back in this game, and because of that miscue by FlyQuest, have the chance to take the series 2-0 if they can somehow pull this out. Plenty of game left to be played though. FlyQuest still very aggressive, very capable. I can't wait to see the end of this one.
And just to kind of fit the pace of the game, our next Drake will be an Infernal. It'll be the last one before Elder Dragon spawns. So we'll see if we have a big scuffle over that objective. Everything sort of reset itself though. Dignitas' Baron just about to wear off there. FlyQuest taking what farm they can, getting their side lanes back in order. Someday back in business in the bottom lane, they're going to get that started. So FlyQuest have also shown a strong overall macro and particularly shot calling. It's one of High's strengths as a player. Have played games from behind before and looked very strong. This game is even, so we'll see which team can find a foothold. We did have some criticism of Dignitas in the last game for not being too proactive. So we'll see if they can amp that up a little bit and find a better balance.
Yeah, and the question will also be whether they have to be proactive against this team. Because FlyQuest is so aggressive, and sometimes you may just be able to sit back with Zyra, wait for the Rengar and the Jarvan to dive you, and then just throw out all your spells and hope to kind of catch them in a trap, so to speak. Could end up being actually a good stylistic matchup for Team Dignitas, but FlyQuest, as we mentioned, so good in macro, so good in shot calling, but mostly praised for ending games quickly. They were going for the quick end 3 minutes ago, but that's the one that backfired. So now we will have to see if they can pull out the long one.
You can see the point where it all came crashing down. FlyQuest weren't hugely far ahead, but that Baron buff would have spiked them up to a big gold lead and likely more on top of it as well. As a result, instead, Dig steal the Baron, win the ensuing fight, and even the game back up. And now they've actually set themselves up beautifully to try for a siege here. Top lane tier 2 turret looking very indefensible.
Yeah, it's a tricky defense, but with no Baron-empowered minions, the Sivir quite easily can clear the waves if he's willing to move up in range. Really just, you can see even a max range Boomerang Blade in one auto attack with the Ricochet is enough.
All right, not going to be that easy then. Dignitas, good setup, but don't have the strongest siege in comp. So they'll have to try again, likely around a new objective. Baron up in a minute 30 or so. They'll have to wait for that Infernal Drake. High, I think being a nuisance for a lot of this, just picking up farm where he can, getting some waves pushing, making sure he disrupts Dignitas' plans, and if they can find a good pick, great, then they can start a 5v4 and try and push their way onto a bigger objective. But for now, they're just going to chill out. I mean, Artek's getting strong as well. That's the other thing for FlyQuest to think about. Sure, the Maokai is a huge teamfight boon for Dignitas, but Artek will take over fights if he's allowed to free hit.
It's very true. He needs to be able to complete that last Whisper to be able to cut through the Maokai a little bit. And here comes FlyQuest, always looking for that play. Can they catch one?
Looking for Someday again, gonna get chunked down there. Damage is good, but special flashes in. Huge turnaround from Dignitas. Whoa! Just gonna turn it on its head. Bullets there from Mod Snipe everyone, and Someday loses only his GA.
And he comes right back up. They can't burst Someday before he can proc his Courage the Colossus shield on everyone. And pace your time, this is exactly what we were talking about. FlyQuest will jump into you, but will it work? And this series, the answer has been emphatically no. And Team Dignitas with a 5-for-0 ace storm up mid lane.
That was the cleanest ace I've seen in a while. Mid inhibitor broken, as Dignitas just absorbed the first punch and annihilate FlyQuest.
What even happened? All of FlyQuest died at once. We're going to watch this one more time.
Special's in there.
Special gets the root on 2, but then it's got to be the Zed. Gets an EQ on about 3 or 4 people, while Chaser is in there and AoEing with his W, not to mention Zyra does an immense amount of AoE damage. All of FlyQuest just kind of ran in a line towards Team Dignitas' AoE and all died.
And gave them the Baron on the end of the play. Now up in turrets, up in gold, up in Barons.
Wow.
Even in kills, which should tell you something about how this game has gone.
it's been a little bit loose, let's say. Not exactly a clean performance here by FlyQuest, and their reckless style is not pulling off clean plays against Team Dignitas right here. So they've been able to turn it around, but it doesn't look like FlyQuest is willing to relent on their attack. They, at this point, probably need to catch someone other than Someday. They have to catch a damage dealer, because if they're using everything on that, it's just unleashing the pain from the rest of the Team Dignitas team, and they're going for him.
Keen's got a Guardian Angel on top of that QSS, so not too sure who they want to assassinate. Chaser would be a good target. They can't see him. Moon's going to spot Special. He just in for it. Oh, that's one. They're going to blow him up, and there's a kill for Outtake. Good ult there from Balls. As high as in. Really wants to take down Lod. Flashes towards him, but Keen peels it off as Lod gets the kill. Chaser snared up, but he gets himself out of the way, as that's another kill on the back end for Outtake. Someday takes him down with the help from Zed. Dignitas playing it so well. Get another ace.
And now they have the Baron. They have the minions in the mid lane. And I think Team Dignitas is going to pick up the win against FlyQuest.
Certainly looks like the sweep is imminent. Someday teleports his way in to try and finish it off. Super Minions going to help out in a big way.
Wow, what a wacky game, I'd have to say. 44 kills, FlyQuest just throwing themselves at Team Dignitas over and over again. And Team Dignitas is able to hit back emphatically.
They take their punches with ease and clean through FlyQuest in the series. Keen's Zed is good.
Yeah.
Whoa, man.
Really good. And even in that last fight, yes, they did catch X Special, but they dove past Alltech. Alltech just got wrecked by Keen as well as Someday. And honestly, Lod, the heady Sterix Gauge pickup, that's an item you almost never see. They built double Sterix Gauge because they knew what FlyQuest was trying to do. FlyQuest was trying to burst them down and win before they react. And all they did is build a couple defensive items on each guy and just keep fighting back. FlyQuest played right into Team Dignitas time and time again.
Lod's been on the receiving end of the Jarvan before, so took necessary precautions this game, and just great execution at almost every step there for Dignitas. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, letting the style of FlyQuest play into them and just being defensive and playing very clean team fights. Some days, presence of mind on tanks for a top laner was phenomenal all series long. We've talked about all season that this guy's the Gary. He needs to step up and get everyone in the backpack and just win that way. Some days like, nope, I'll let my teammates do the rest of the work and just play as well as I can on carries. Turns out that's carrying every team fight and canceling Malzahar ultimates, but I didn't say he wasn't a good player.
Yeah, and it was interesting too, right? Because Someday, sometimes during the game, was way ahead of his team, and that was one of the ways that FlyQuest was getting the lead in the first place. But when all things were considered and they were able to kind of rebound within the game, his tank play was exquisite, as you said.
And I think, talked about Outtake was set up to carry that game on Seva, but who's peeling for Outtake in that game?
Emanation should be the dude peeling for him, right? But time and time again, they were using that Malzahar ultimate to initiate instead of the Rengar Jarvan dive with the Rumble ultimate. Once Keen had the QSS as well, maybe he didn't think it was worth trying to sit back and peel, and it just did fall apart.
I don't know, man. Balls divergence from tanks.
Yep.
Not a strong showing so far. I mean, it didn't play badly on Vlad or Rumble, but it just didn't suit how the team wanted to play. If you're going to play the all-in, get some protection for the divers.
A lot of things were really weird in this series, for sure, right? Like Balls playing the Vladimir and the Rumble instead of trying to opt into the tank picks that they found success with. The Jarvan getting picked 2 times into Zed and never once actually winning a 1v1 and not winning the lane by very much either. Not getting the maximum value out of the counter picks either. The new patch that we got to see, right? The LeBlanc coming through the first ban phase every single time and never getting snatched up early. A lot of really weird things happened in this series and gave us a pretty weird result with the 8th place team beating the 2nd place team.
Yeah, it gave us 2,000 assists from X-Special and almost 100 kills, I think, in the 2 games back-to-back, which is pretty insane given that it was a relatively clean 2-0 from Dignitas. But FlyQuest, they just didn't stop throwing themselves in, and Dignitas were like, sure, we'll take some free team fight wins. And to their credit, team fought very well together, which is rare for a team that has cited communication and synergy issues as being their biggest blocker to becoming a great team.
Yeah, it is a meme, but they continue to say trust the process.
They do.
Even if that process involves bringing in a coach 2 days before your match against FlyQuest and getting rid of your previous leading coaching staff. So this is a new time for Team Dignitas, and it's got to be a pretty promising win, able to take down FlyQuest 2-0.
Good start to the back half of the season, perhaps. Freak is on stage, however, for an interview with the victorious Dignitas support.
Thank you very much. Great cast in the day, gentlemen. I am here with Special, who, first and foremost, by the way, record setter, 2010 career regular season assists. You just go for the thinking, what's going through your mind, if anything at all?
Wow, I'm old.
I am too. I'm older than you, I'm pretty sure.
About the same. I mean, we used to play, kind of in the same era, but 2000 assists, I mean, great, but I kind of want to win more than anything. Assists, it's all right.
Well, I've got a surprise for you. You've won 4 games straight. How's that feel?
Technically, I only won 2.
Okay. Your team has.
Oh, yeah. So, it feels good. I mean, obviously, we changed some things on the back end, and things are looking better for us, and we're still trying to improve. We have a long ways to go to be at the top.
But do you think this is finally turning the corner, that Dignitas, who's expected to be a playoff tier team, was sitting 9th for a while? You think this is finally you guys ready to go and make that top 6 at the very least?
I hope so, man. I mean, I can't say for certain, but I feel like our season just started yesterday, and we're kind of climbing from the depths of the bottom of the LCS, but we're climbing slowly, and we just have to keep winning and keep trying our best and keep improving.
It seems like you absolutely can. I want to then talk about the changes, as you alluded to. Cop, of course, first and foremost, when everyone can see. Coaching for you as of about 24 hours ago. So if there's anything you can tell me about that, I understand if that's a touchy subject, but at least tell me about what being coached by Cop has been like so far.
I mean, I played with Cop before. He was our coach for a little bit last split as well. And Cop's a cool guy. He apparently has some Cop magic that, it's making us win. I don't know. It's Cop.
I heard that at the end of Champ Select, he says, body these fools, and just like with High, it's magic and everyone plays amazingly.
Yeah, different words though, but the same idea.
All right, well, his push has worked out for you. Special, congratulations on the win. How are you going to do with the rest of your matches this week then?
Well, we have Team Liquid tomorrow, and hopefully we do well against them. I mean, our team, like I said, I feel like the season just started yesterday for us. Just everything has just changed so drastically, and for us, we're trying to be really positive. We weren't going into this week thinking, let's go 4-0. We're thinking, let's try our best, keep improving, and we're struggling before, and now let's just try our best to keep moving forward. And like I said, keep improving. That's really our goal this whole season. And like I said, our season just started yesterday, and thank you guys for keeping with us and not, losing faith in us completely.
Absolutely. Special, thank you for the interview. Congratulations, and good luck on the 4-0 week. Over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. The unexpected 2-0 victory here from Dignitas over FlyQuest. And we're going to work through this because there's a whole lot to talk about. Jarvan comp take 2.
Yep.
But work me through the key differences between Game 1 and Game 2 in terms of the composition that FlyQuest built.
So the main differences here for me is the Vladimir's out, the Rumble is in for balls, turns on a little bit earlier, you get the spell penetration, you don't have to wait for super late game, which is where everybody else spikes is the mid game here. So they have a team that actually spikes around the same time. They brought wave clear with the Sivir, and they don't need the Karma because the Sivir ultimate will do that for them now. So they have a lot of pick potential with the Malzahar. They have more wave clear. They still have the engage, but they have a mid-game power spike now.
Great. So we've refined the composition here from FlyQuest a little bit. Now I want to move into the game itself. Right off the bat, we had some really interesting jungle pathing coming out of Chaser in particular to secure the first blood in the top lane.
Yeah, so this is actually a jungle start that I think we're going to be seeing more. He got the Maokai sapling start. He starts W on Kha'Zix, and then what Someday actually does here is Someday doesn't show in lane for a little bit as we continue to roll this out. Chaser will pick this up. He'll hit level 2 with a little bit of change as well. So he'll be able to hit level 3, but it's a little bit earlier than you think. But also watch the minimap, because Someday sits at his turret. He could walk out. He's like, no, I'm not going to get vision. He shows up with a little bit of mana list missing. So what FlyQuest says is topside leash, Chaser is going buff to bottom side. Chaser does this, picks up both of those, hits level 3 off of both of the main Krugs and the little ones, saves his W for that as well for efficiency.
Yep.
Then comes here, Lucy level up right there in the top. Maokai just hit level 2. This is a 2-minute and 32-second gank. That is ridiculously early. And they orchestrated that from the get-go.
I absolutely love that, knowing that it's going to be a pushing lane because of the Rumble, right? So that's just that's a byproduct of the pick itself. And now, meanwhile, on the bottom side, while all that was happening, Moon, who actually chose the exact same jungle path, has no lane to gank because Alltech and Lemonation have pushed to the turret.
Exactly.
So just pure advantage here for Chaser, really smart.
It's a bigger synergy where they were saying, this is how the matchup goes, communicates with the laners, and says, this is what I'm going to do. Because Moon's route puts him on the bottom side. You said it's shoved just like it was. He also finishes the Krugs completely, so he's not going for that crazy play.
Right.
But also, that puts him on a weird side of the map for the rest of his route, because then he has to walk all the way to Wolves, all the way to Blue.
Right.
So if he doesn't get anything on that bottom side.
Inefficient if you're not going for the gank.
Exactly.
Efficient if you are. So great play, very smart, intelligent play out of Chaser. Now, although they secured first blood, we saw FlyQuest get out to the lead through the mid game up until Baron steal. So Chaser making his return here in the game to even them back up.
And that was a necessary Baron steal. That was something that was really big. And so we'll talk about this fight here, because it's the one where it looks like it's actually going to go FlyQuest's way. A great equalizer ends up coming down across the fight, but it actually gets moved out of the way, and then just everybody gets blown up here. And I think this once again comes back to the fact that Dignitas, they were behind before the Baron steal. Baron got stolen. A low wave clear composition that they have on Dignitas' side, well, pretty much would have been game for FlyQuest.
Absolutely.
They would have shoved you into turrets. That's even gold. Now you have actual equal footing. You play out the team fight. Equalizer, I thought it was the previous one. It's not. That one was not very good in that fight, and they didn't layer their abilities correctly for FlyQuest. So Dignitas walk away with that fight and the win.
Clutch smite into clutch fight into the victory for them, of course. When it comes to player of the game, Keen's going to be picking this one up yet again. Zed into the Jarvan. Picked it blind both times, right? So that's the big thing, as we know that High has a huge champion pool, and he could have swapped it up on him. He's playing that Zed, no fear, into whatever FlyQuest has to bring.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Keen, he made his own plays, whereas everybody else on Dignitas, they were operating as a unit. So they were able to have that where Keen dives the backline, and then the rest of them are really synergizing, really gelling, especially at a few moments where he was caught out. But I do think that Someday was a big kind of leader here, leading the charge, because he was the person who got the interruption on the suppression. So Chaser come over the wall. He's 70 CS up over the Rumble, who's the magic damage in the composition. So you can start building armor a little bit more than actually prioritizing magic resistance in your matchup. So I think overall, there's a lot of work here from Chaser, Someday, and then also Keen.
I mean, he also had to, level W at level 2 there on Maokai, so props for that, right?
All planned, all planned.
All right, but we do have to recognize the fact that xSpecial did pick up his 2,000th career assist, up to about 210 now overall. What a milestone, though, and as he mentioned, it makes him feel old, but it just speaks to the longevity of his career.
Yeah, been relevant for a very long time, but also, is this him coming back into the spotlight, right? Because there was also a sub that they used last week, Stunt. They were saying, hey, xSpecial, if you don't get it together, then you might not even hit 2,000 kills.
Right.
Or 2,000 assists, sorry.
I mean, no stranger to being in a position where, or to having rises and peaks and valleys in his career. Confident, though, that he might be able to dig himself out of this one, and the performance today was pretty great. The Thresh game was stellar.
Yeah, he actually was kind of my front runner for player of the game on that one, because his exhausts were really good. He got the locket. He actually used it appropriately, and then he had a really good disengage a few times in that game.
All right, last thing I want to hit real quickly is the fact that Dignitas did 2-0 FlyQuest, and we haven't really talked about the fact that they just took down the second-place team, right? So what's our opinion here of Dignitas on their kind of return to dominance in just this Friday night?
It's a strange thing, because it's so hard to pull a lot from this series, because the picks are just so strange. That doesn't look like FlyQuest playing an actual just real composition, right? I'll say it right there, because that was all over the place. Jarvan mid twice, nothing to really wave clear effectively, no control mage, nothing like that. They moved balls off of tanks, which was working for them. Granted, his Rumble is historically quite good, but it's still not something that they were able to leverage in these games.
The series might have an asterisk next to it that says, what would have happened if FlyQuest just played a normal composition, right?
Yeah,
to a degree.
Yeah, but I will say Dignitas in that scenario seemed like they had more teamwork. Seemed like nobody was getting tilted. And I think those are two pluses you can definitely take away as they climb a little bit higher in the standings, because it's necessary. They are right near the bottom, and
that's a big win over a top-tier team there. We'll see if they can go ahead and push that momentum forward. If that series was not enough for you, don't worry, because we got more league action coming your way when we return. Envy take to the stage versus Phoenix 1. Don't touch that browser.
What if I want to?
We're running up, we're running up. Okay.
Sorry, Dead flash. I'm coming,
No flash.
Yeah, Balls, you got ulti on this guy?
Yeah.
You got no flash, right?
Wait, where?
Up here, the Zen has no flash.
Good equalizer there by Bolt, trying to cut off a lot of Sunday flash down, but Bolt straight into the mix, burns them all down. Walt gets the kill, but they're going to answer a few back. Solo! Barely lives it now. Chaser gets the reset out tag. Doesn't get hit by the other side as xSpecial cracks 2,000.
Nice. Nice, back. Okay, nice. We can fight. Okay. Watch Jarvan, watch Jarvan.
나이스.
Jarvan's here. Jarvan is literally right here.
Damage is good, but special flashes in. Huge turnaround from Dignitas. Just gonna turn it on its head. Bullets there from one snipe everyone, and Sunday only his GA. As that's another kill on the back end for Altec. Sunday takes it now with the help from Zed. Dignitas playing it so well. Get another ace.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. We are here ready to witness more greatness. My name is David Freak Turley, and bringing his prowess to the caster desk, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
Hello. Good day.
You're
well
prowess.
met, Freak.
Well met, absolutely. We're jumping into our second match of the day, and it's Team Envy versus Phoenix One. And the big news coming into today's game is that due to some personal obligations for Inori, he will not be able to play this week. And so, in his place on Phoenix One is former Cloud9 jungler Meteos, playing in the starting lineup.
Very true. And Meteos, we talked to him a little bit, and he dropped everything as soon as they asked to, to scrim with the team. So he's actually had some time scrimming with the team. But I was just talking to him backstage as well, and he was very happy, but he was also fairly surprised. And I was like, oh, he playing in the LCS now? He's like, yep, I guess so. So, He hadn't been playing a ton of solo queue recently or anything, so he's kind of just jumping back in there. Luckily for Phoenix One, he is a guy that's played on the LCS stage many, many times before, so he won't have those same jitters. Thing is, though, he's fitting into a Nori spot, and Nori was a very big part of the way that Phoenix One played the game, right? Nori is this aggressive jungler. You see the champions there on your screen. He was playing the Kha'Zix, the Rengar, the Elise, these high damage junglers. Basically his damage per minute is the main stat. That's a lot different. Whereas Meteos, when he was playing, tank junglers were a lot better. He also really prefers this style where he watches a lot of VODs and he tries to come up with jungle routes where he can get an extra camp over the enemy jungler. Right. And that's his big one. Like he's out farming you by counter jungling or eliminating a couple scuttle crabs that you would want to go for. So it's a bit of a different style. We'll see if he does adapt it to this new season and tries to play more damage oriented, or if he just plays the same old Meteos.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting because the safe thing for him is they've got an easy first test. They're up against Team Envy, who haven't looked all that good so far. So you feel like if there's any match you can walk into, it's the one where you have a fairly easy opponent.
Exactly. Start off with the bottom place team for his first match here, back on stage. But looking forward, he's going to have to up it very quickly to Cloud9 later. As of right now, though, Team Envy, let's talk about them a little bit. They actually have been doing decently in the early game. They have decent early game stats. They actually have good gold leads as far as the early game goes. But once you get past that 20-minute mark, and you can see the huge drop-off there at gold at difference at 30 is a tremendous loss for them. Their late game has been very shoddy, a lot due to not setting up around these objectives and then losing team fights around those objectives because they don't have the proper preparation. So we'll see if Phoenix One are able to punish them because Phoenix One have been on a bit of a slide after a really good start to the season. They started 4-1 and then started dropping a couple games. So they definitely want to restart their season as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we see what the players are. Let's get into the starting lineups, and we're going to start with the blue side, which is Team Envy. Let's call them out. Seraph up in the top lane, Lyra in the jungle to be Meteos' test today, Ninja in mid, Apollo in the bot lane with Hakuho beside him, Coach Dylan Falco. That is Team Envy.
And on the red side, it will be Phoenix One. Up top is Zig. In the jungle now, Meteos subbing in. Mid will be Ryu, bottom will be Arrow, support will be Adrian, and Coach Fly on stage. While Meteos is subbing in, he was also traded to the team. So we'll see how this does develop later on down the road, but definitely excited to see him back in the LCS, a familiar face and a familiar personality as well.
Absolutely, right? It'll be a fun guy to talk to if they do come out with a win here, right? You talk about, that he's actually been traded over the team. Cloud9 had to sign a new sub, so like Bunny Fufu's on the roster now. Not that it really means a lot, but the fact that he's over means, you have to shift up the rosters and whatnot. He's
tearing up a little bit, all the old Cloud9 members.
It's 4 old Cloud9 members now who are no longer part of Cloud9, and what's great is you kind of complete the saga, because now Meteos will play against Sneaky on the, I think it's Sunday's match. So just everyone's battling each other, brothers divided against one another. How dare they even do this? But we are ready to go into picks and bans. Team Envy at the bottom of the table, 1-7. Phoenix One has been sliding, but sitting at 4-4, still puts them in a tie for 4th, I believe. Very fitting. And
they do look very strong still, right? To me, Arrow, top 2, if not the best AD carry in the league right now. He's so at home with the Jhin Varus meta. Very accurate with his skill shots, and he's had a very high damage per minute as well for AD carries, which is definitely huge for them. Ryu as well has worked really nicely here in the North American LCS and had a very nice transition. But we'll see if they can turn around here. So far, bans coming out, slight changes as Graves rises tremendously in priority. I've been talking a lot with a couple of the LCS junglers. To me, he's risen up there to tier 1, just number 1 pick.
I think
a lot of people still really like the Rengar, even after taking out the W. But definitely deserving of taking that spot in the ban phase. We actually are going to find both of them on the ban phase here, but all the lethality AD carries are still available. And if you've been listening to any competitive League of Legends in any region, you know that lethality is
the name of the game right now.
Exactly. We'll see multiple Edge of Nights probably on both sides. And right now, a couple more locked in. Kha'Zix, more significant nerfs than the Rengar, in my opinion. Pretty big damage nerfs. Large win rate hit that he did take. And when you're playing the champion, you really do feel that difference.
Yeah, absolutely. In a I can't talk. In a late game full build, you're losing about 10% damage per Q. then obviously the cooldown difference is pretty meaningful as well. Locked alongside that, Kha'Zix, that will be, of course, Meteos playing it. He's locking in the top laner for Zig, which is a Maokai, so hasn't changed much Phoenix 1-wise. His champions all kind of making sense as far as picking them early on.
Yeah. The other thing, though, I want to touch back on the Kha'Zix, because specifically Kha'Zix was one of the ones that Meteos mentioned to me when I was doing the alt stream a couple weeks ago that he had not been keeping up with as far as the new meta. And he was like, yeah, I'm playing a bunch of Warwick and Vi, and it's having a lot of fun on stream. But we're like, yeah, Kha'Zix is a new hotness. You need to evolve your W early on, and we'll see how he does perform with this champion, because that's one of those damage-oriented assassin champions. Funny to say assassin, because a lot of the builds also involve like Black Cleaver and Hex Drinkers and stuff. So
those are getting changed
a bit bruiser, but
that's true.
He should be going full lethality here.
I mean, back when Kha'Zix was a jungler in Meteos' time, it was bruiser. It was when R gave damage reduction, he rushed Hex Drinker every game. So that's kind of fun to see. He has played the champ better before. This Elise has been coming out more frequently as a soft counterpick to Kha'Zix's Spiderlings break isolation, and it lets you duel a little bit better. I'm not saying you smash the matchup, but I've seen a lot of Elise in the Kha'Zix.
Super soft, for me. He definitely can dodge Cocoon, and that's a huge part about playing against her. But what Elise does bring is, help with this siege. Whenever you do have Varus, you're looking at that mid-game poke, the very annoying spam of arrows that was going to come out, and Elise having the double form can also, set him up with a Cocoon, makes it very easy to chain CC and land that Varus ultimate, or the other way around, as well as some Shen for some bottom lane protection if you do focus down there, because a lot more teams are putting more focus into the bottom lane where they have these lethality AD carries to actually get them off the ground and get the Drakes rolling in.
Yeah, these things spike so early. A straight Dirk Varus is going to do like 350 damage to the Q, and if you're a Caitlyn or a Jhin walking into that, that's a third of your health bar gone right away. So very volatile lane. Zed banned away, the Malzahar, and the Echo as well.
Yeah, a couple of split bans here. I do like the flex bans coming from Phoenix 1, taking out the multi options here. But really, overall, the team's very standard so far in the drafts. All the roles have been matched. The roles in the team fights have also pretty similarly been matched. Both of them going to have a decently sturdy front line. Team Envy, definitely big fans of having that extra versatility of the Shen top. Seraph, their big shot caller in the top lane, likes to go for the split push and likes to be in control of the extra stand united, the extra global here to create plays and be the one to start that off for the squad. Ryu here going to grab up the Corki, has had success on that, and it's definitely a great bully champion for him. This is one of the guys been tracking the positioning basically of mid laners in lane phase for a very long time, ever since Worlds. And Ryu is one of the most forward-facing and forward-playing mid laners before 15 minutes. Huge amount of time spent across the halfway point of the map because he has been, he's aggressive in trades, he's aggressive in early on contesting CS, and Corki is one of the great champions for that.
Absolutely, that's going to be the pickup for him. And now we wait as Hakuba once again reprises his role on Zyra. I know last week we had the stat where never won without the champion, and since they lost more games, that's still true. But, worth noting that they banned away the pocket Nami from Adrian. The Zyra still being picked up, but that is one of the champions who received nerfs. Of course, she's not been picked nearly as high priority, the Zyra, but still clearly worthy of picking as far as Envy is concerned. And they're going to round out the lineup with Azir. Has been seen as a counterpick to Corki and will show up again here doing that.
Also setting up some decent siege here. We mentioned a little bit with just the Varus and Elise showing, but when you add in the Zyra for counter engage as well as Azir and the Wall of Soldiers, quite a decent amount of disengage here for Team Envy if they can get to the point, which they have been, towards that 30-minute mark. And we'll see if they can actually execute in the team fights, because Maokai, no matter how many disengage tools you have, he's very difficult to keep out of your team and usually finds a way in.
And we'll see if he can get in under this lineup, because yes, the sieging and the poke is very, very powerful. A couple of single target skill shots for CC from Team Envy, and maybe Azir can knock them all away if they do get in. But yeah, it seems like it's about Jhin setting up and Maokai and Kha'Zix following through then, as everyone's rotated the champions, the swaps have gone through, and everyone's in their proper roles.
Yes, sir. The last pick there was that Misfortune counterpick to Zyra. Everybody's super familiar with now.
Yeah.
The extra speed and killing plants off, but also you do have to worry about getting snared up by the Jhin W's. Misfortune, whether it's support or AD carry, the level 6 ultimate can really take you down.
Hurts a whole lot. So things to be aware of for sure. Adrian bringing out the Misfortune here into this one alongside Arrow in the bot lane, and As the time ticks down, the coaches shake hands and walk off the stage for the first of up to 3 times here today. Best 3 to decide who can win this one. Phoenix 1 sitting at 4-4. Team Envy sadly alone at 1-7, especially now that Team Dignitas has won. They are well behind the bottom, the other people in the bottom of the standings. So Envy have a lot of room to make up, but we'll see if week 5 ends up being the turning point for this squad. We know the players can be good enough. It's just about the team actually playing well enough to get the match wins.
Yes, and we shall see how well Meteos does with Phoenix 1 here in the debut. Setting us up for their later match as well. Against Team Envy, though, Seraph and crew desperately want to turn their season around. They desperately want to get another win on the board for themselves.
All right, and the gates are opened, and here come the champions onto the Rift. Phoenix 1 in the red, matching their home colors. Envy in blue, also the same, so that's kind of convenient. And we'll see how Meteos subbing in for Phoenix 1 in the jungle can make this work out well. Now, Meteos plays his game. It won't be seen really in the early game impact. In fact, Phoenix 1 more often killed for first blood than they've gotten it so far this season, so they're not expecting really insane early ganks in the absence of Inori, but we'll see how it turns on later on.
That being said, if we do see it, I'm a huge fan of Kha'Zix plus Maokai combo. Maokai brings everything that Kha'Zix doesn't. Kha'Zix brings almost everything that you can want in a champion.
Damage. Great.
Tons of damage and mobility. But Maokai is the one that's going to bring that root as well as the follow-up knockup. So Zig can very well set up ganks, even on someone tanky like Shen. And they could combine for early action up there, but you're right. Other than that, I would expect them to wait for a package. One of the big things about Corki, and especially if he's going to be versus Azir here, I think that Ryu actually has a lot of freedom as far as the early game goes, and we'll see what he does with the early package, because that is definitely a strong playmaking tool.
All right, well, to get ourselves ready for the game and the mid laners trade blows, we do have a quick sideline report from Pastry Time. Take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much, Freak. Had a quick chat with Coach Fly over on the P1 side. I asked him about the draft. He said he thinks it went pretty well. The fact that they were a little afraid to play against Rengar and LeBlanc meant that he felt like he got a bit of an advantage in the ban phase. When I asked him about patch 7.3, he said things changed a little bit, but not too much. And in general, despite the changes with the patch and with Meteos, he's feeling confident. Back to you guys.
Good signs already. I just want to touch on what we just saw on screen there, because one of the big parts about jungling is doing the neutral camps. A lot of people do ignore it, and they just kind of, face tank them and don't really plan out their routes that much. But Meteos here on Kha'Zix, starting the W for the small Raptors. You get a lot of bonus experience from every small camp. People have heard that quite often due to your jungle item, but starting off with a W and killing off all the small Raptors will give you the level 2 in time, so you can level up your Q on Kha'Zix just in time for the big Raptor to be isolated. And it's actually not a super difficult camp to start on. It's a very efficient camp as far as the total experience that you're going to get out of your own jungle in the first clear. And like we said, this is the style of Meteos. He grinds out smaller leads at a time. Smaller leads that are more consistent. Rather than going for those big ganks, going for the riskier first blood and maybe giving up one of your camps in return for that attempt at trying to influence one of the lanes.
Well, we do have a difference of style already. Lyra did a pretty simple 3-camp clear, Raptors into red into Krugs, recalled for a machete and went back into the lane. Meteos is hard clearing the entire jungle except for Krugs. It's going to be a later recall for him, so they've made some small differences. We'll see if they pay out anything later on.
And actually, I'm very surprised that neither of them went for one of the Scuttle Crabs. Usually, to me, especially on your first clear, Scuttle Crab is a very big part of your early jungling path. But very clearly, since Meteos left his Krugs up, that Maokai Kha'Zix combo is an option, as that will be the area that you go hesitate toward on this map. And maybe they will be cautious, because face checking a bush with an Elise in it is the very dangerous early game pattern that she really does rely upon. And that's one where she can outduel a Kha'Zix if you get hit by the cocoon into an easy combo. It's one of those few situations where she'll take you out.
Yep, and I don't think they have any idea where Lyra actually is. No one should have seen the Scryer's Bloom be hit or the explosion afterwards. So now they know that someone's up in the top side, but they could just think that was Ninja, because they saw Ninja leave lane, but they still haven't quite seen Lyra. So far, nothing picked up, though, and level 4.5 Elise has cleared the exact same camp, skip an extra Scuttle Crab that Meteos has, finds him in the jungle, lands the stun, triggers Thunderlords, and has a 300 health lead.
Now, usually you'll see the second half of the Elise combo completed, where you go into spider form for execution damage, and since the first half of the combo does so much damage, you get a decent amount out of that Q. However, Medos was so deep in his own jungle that Ryu would be able to get there first, and mid laners, more power in those little jungle skirmishes early on than the junglers do, so just goes for the safe chunk onto Meteos and then tries to kill the Raptors, but man, Ryu is actually getting punished heavily under his turret. And that might dissuade Meteos from going for this little skirmish.
Ooh, nice route onto Arrow. A lot of damage there. He's got to pop the heal. Still nearly loses his life for that one. Actually, yeah, plenty of punishment there. No one pulling aggro, and really nice trade for the Envy duo lane.
Yeah, Varus is stronger in lane phase here, even though the misfortune is picked up in counter to Zyra. One thing so many of the pros have been talking about, oh yeah, I love all these without gated carries, but you know, Jhin does have a bit weaker of laning phase than the Varus and the other two. And so we do see a decent amount of this, but if it doesn't result in a kill, if it doesn't result in like a big CS loss, which it hasn't, 0 CS loss, so it's not a very big deal. It's just that there's a little bit of extra pressure there, especially if the skill shots are landing, which they did nicely from Hako and Apollo there for a little bit of harassment. You do start to sweat a little bit about, you know, maybe jungle dives or an Elise coming, which is actually a good jungler for diving.
Yep, absolutely agree. Well, the way we set up the lane right now is minions slightly apart, pretty much the same, but Envy got to recall first, so they walk in a lane straight, a Dirk and a longsword, and they get control over the lane. If they want a hard push, they can deny 1 or 2 minions this way. If they hope it becomes a freeze, that can help them as well. And it should be just control continually for this Envy duo lane, and maybe the second half of the laning phase will go their way a bit farther. Overall right now, 400 gold lead for Team Envy overall as a squad. And it mostly seems to be Lyra, actually, the fact that he's been out jungling Meteos farm-wise and taking away some of the Raptors, and probably a bit more money printed from Hakuo with the spell feast. Actually, that's pretty close, but you can see here where the major differences are. It's mostly in the jungle, 300 gold there.
And Meteos getting back out onto the field about the same time as well. So Lyra should be able to hold on to that very slightly. The biggest difference now is that the Shen with the Stand United is ready, and both top laners use their teleports to get back to lane already. So if there is a play, you know, cross-map play, Envy do have the advantage on the bottom or even mid-side of the map. And if you're a jungler in this situation, if you're Lyra, I usually try and just go force away from the Shen and tell the Shen to play safe. But there are two schools of thought, because you expect your opponents to attack the Shen and go to the source of the global because they don't want to fight elsewhere. So there's also a possibility of setting up counter ganks on that side. It's just a matter of knowing the personality of the jungler you're playing against, whether they're more likely to actually go attack the Shen, or if your bottom lane is getting pushed in like this, and we talk about the harassment when skill shots land.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really good by Hakuo. I mean, he's still playing a crap ton of Zyra. It's one of his best champions, and he's got the skill shot accuracy. Those roots have heavily punished P1. Adrian takes a bad recall, and Arrow is either going to be 1v3 under a turret or has to take a recall as well and lose an entire wave.
And that's the thing. When you say bad recall, you're like, oh, it feels bad because you're going to miss out on minions. However, sometimes you have to take a bad recall or else you
it's die. A bad first blood.
And then it's a worse play.
First blood, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And we already put, you know, Elise might be the best turret diving jungler.
Currently, probably literally the best.
I'm going to have to go with the best at the moment, so definitely a wise back off there. And it's just going to result in a blue buff steal. Maybe trade here. Didn't check
blue
back
won't
in.
spawn for a while,
It was the recall path by Lyra, so I do like the desync there. Maybe he'll get back in time so that Meteos can't go for the trade.
And I've got to wonder how much of that is actually pre-planned. Lyra saying, I want to kill my blue late on purpose so I can steal and not have it counteracted.
I think it's pretty reliable that you can get an advantage in the bottom lane here, and there they go.
So you see landing, Shannon and an arrow, not even a chance to do this one now. There's the repel, the drop back, or they're going to walk away because the turret is low, and that'll die next wave. Pretty much perfectly executed tower dive. Adrian's got to hide again, and looks like it'll be first blood and first turret for Envy.
And this is, you know, something that we talked about with Envy. They have been able to accrue early game leads, even up towards 20 minutes, mid-game as well. It's just that later on they lose focus. Right now, they're hyper-focused, though, and I love how Lyra sticking to the game plan, sticking to their comp. They're pushing bottom lane, they're landing skill shots, so it's a weak and easy turret dive for them to go with. Plus, they have the Shen, you know, basically carte blanche, right? You can do whatever you want on the bottom side. If stuff goes wrong, Ninja will show up. The Ninja, not necessarily the mid laner, but they do get the first turret plus the kills. first goal, first blood, first turret, everything here on the bottom side. So really good start for Team Envy. And we talked about, the different forms of long-range CC. Doesn't matter which one lands first, but there you go. They're able to easily chain them there, and there's nothing that Adrian can do to get out.
Apollo set it up, and for the rest of there, it was all just completely.
That's right. You give full credit to whoever lands the first CC.
Yeah.
Because everybody
Apollo
else is free.
landed the Varus ultimate. You deserved the kill. Sadly, the assist was only what you got, and Lyra took half the first blood turret gold. Really unlucky. Apollo got robbed.
Honestly, though, this is looking very good for Envy, because what you want to do with this type of comp is start chaining this early gold momentum that you have. Varus will peak very early with just building straight lethality. You group him up with the Elise in range form, with the Zyra to protect him, and the Azir post level 6. This is a very, very potent siege comp. I like what P1 are doing, trying to get something back for themselves, because they know that wherever the Varus goes is going to be tough to deal with, and that is topside, but Meteos is going to be able to take this opportunity to store away this Infernal Drake for later in the game. If they can stall out this Envy snowball, then that will matter a lot.
See this one right away. They go on to Apollo. Got a flash. He's got to block those shots. One missed, one blocked, and second one blocked as well. Apollo still burning out Seraph's ultimate and burning out both of his summoners. It's a good rotation by P1 to make that happen.
And
maybe
Seraph,
the comeback comes through.
Actually, all he gets is the save and then has to teleport back.
Yeah,
nice little slide here
as well. But there's no Infernal Dragon to kill anymore, so he'll probably get that cooldown back before it matters too much. But you see P1 desperately trying to match the lanes and not let Apollo and Hakuho outpush them too early on. That's a little bit of damage.
Get some counter push here as well. Envy are going to have to do some shuffling, bring out the jungler to try and hold this one. Maokai now does have the teleport advantage, but because Seraph used his so early to try and get this lane shoving, it would definitely cost P1 if they really wanted to get a counterplay going on the other side.
TP advantage, something you have to worry about, absolutely. I mean, the Maokai can be insanely tanky with Courage the Colossus, and no one's really got the damage to kill him this early on. A bit of a more defensive opening for Ninja with the Negatron Cloak, so he'll take a while to scale up.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja with a defensive opening, but Zig with a very offensive opening on Maokai. Second of the triple rings here.
Yep.
Meteos get snared up!
Oh, the knockup is there, but he's able to flash and leap away. Takes the exhaust as well, and not the worst trade of summoners.
Yeah, I mean, there are wards deep in here on the Raptor camp, and they haven't been able to clear these out. I'd expect a control ward purchase here from Meteos immediately as a reaction. He does get one.
Already tried.
But that's something as well, that no longer can you rely on Raptor camp smites for clearing out that brush. You'll see most teams get a lot of early control wards in there just to protect against things like that after you've been invaded on the red quadrant. Currently, though, Envy still have a lot of deep vision. Almost all of Meteos' camps are warded up. They even have one on the Wolves as well. Ninja gets a huge chunk.
And he's got no ult, so ooh! Corrupting Potion! Flash R, dodge the Cocoon just barely. Lyra still on the hunt. Not going to find anything to repel to and not go for it, but Ninja very nearly going down.
Yeah, Ryu, super aggressive move there. He's lucky that Lyra missed that Cocoon in his flash over. Yeah. I think, Lyra definitely needs to hit that, because that would be a super big aid in snowballing, as Envy already had this gold lead, and that would, taking down Ryu from the mid lane would really get the ball rolling once again so they can pick it back up. And we talk about getting the rest of these outer turrets for them. They want to have that time to go reset, purchase, and then they can siege up and start their Varus arrow spam.
Yep. Well, he's going to be trying it from the top lane right now. We're watching Meteos actually roam it to the top side as well. Phoenix 1 still suffering this 2,000 gold deficit, but again, they have that earlier Infernal Drake to buffer that a little. But it is Envy taking their almost expected early game lead and seeing if they can turn that into much more. It's been a weak season for them so far, but
why are they not in the same bush?
It's a bait.
Behind bush number 2!
Oh my god!
That did better!
Nothing to do about that. Alright, that's a good kill.
Adrian didn't need any extra range on his fortune.
Yeah, perfect.
They could have got a little extra damage, but there you go. It works out. They're able to get the surprise kill on top side and a little bit more damage on this turret. So once again, Phoenix 1 here do have a bit of extra pressure, but Envy call Lyra over just to clear out the minions.
All right, let's see. Ryu going to roam to the top side as well. And of course, this can be a 4v2. I like that usage of the Scryer's Bloom. Maybe could have aimed it towards the Gromp and had more information about Lyra, but Phoenix One, and not really going for the dive of the turret, actually. Again, it would have been a 4v2, but they don't go for the pressure. They don't want to give away this mid lane wave that's crashing right now, and Meteos would rather find Ninja. He's going to face check into him. Bam! There's half his HP, knocked right back over. He would have to flash, but doesn't have it available from the earlier invade. But it gives Ryu a little bit of alone time on the mid turret.
Super big chunk there, and that is actually going to give them the whole turret, I would think. Kind of. Oh no, Ryu goes for the harassment instead. They don't focus the turret. He goes for harassment under turret range. You can't do that anymore while you're in the turret range with that preseason change, so they actually get pushed off of it. I think they should have been able to complete that objective, but that's really good for Team Envy to be able to reset around this. Seraph and Zig just friendly trades of tanks in the bottom side.
Yep. Zig getting a small but somewhat meaningful farm lead right now, actually. And considering that lane has been pretty much undisturbed for the entirety of the game, that's props to Zig for doing so well. I know when the season started, Phoenix One was like, oh yeah, Ryu's really good, Arrow's really good, Inori was pretty good before. Zig, though, he's kind of the dead weight, like he's going to be the one to carry.
That's harsh.
That was the preseason prognosis, though, right? Like, if you come into that roster, you're like, okay, well, Zig's the one who's got to fit in the backpack, but he's outlaning Seraph a little bit right now, and I think he's largely been very good this year. And to be honest, better than expectation, and that's a good thing for him.
Also, Maokai is going to be a huge part about how Phoenix One utilize their advantages, right? We mentioned that they've got this pocket Infernal Drake they're sitting on as the rest of their carries are building up extra offensive stats. Maokai is the one who creates for this team. I mean, him going in under the Jhin cover fire, they force this team fight. He's the one that has to get to the back of this poke comp and hold someone down so that the rest of Phoenix One are going to be able to get the kills stacking up. At the moment, though, all focus here is towards this top lane push. And looks like Team Envy are holding them off, but Meteos is waiting again in the brushes around top side, waiting for a very similar play.
Yeah, Ryu package ends just now. It times out, gets nothing out of it, but maybe could look for a roam mid, didn't decide to. Quick recalls out of the P1 duo as well. And they've got a brush or a ward in every single one of these brushes. Oh, Adrian, no! You don't need to E the minion wave. That is terrible risk reward.
Yo, Adrian, respect the arrow damage here. Apollo is the one who actually finds the snipe. And that was just a good snipe. I mean, nothing more you can say there. Free snipe onto Adrian. He's playing super risky. No respect for the damage.
I guess he didn't think there were any arrows left in lane. His teammate recalled. Turns out Apollo still got one.
I thought you were above the name
Nope. I've decided to descend back into darkness of the really easy ones that aren't funny.
Let's transition into what this means for Envy as they now have control of the top lane. They've been up here shooting off the arrows for so long, and they finally are able to get a kill with them. And that snipe should reward them with the turret finally, so they can turn their attention towards that mid lane and really get the siege going.
Phoenix One have two turrets they're like about to kill on the map. Top lane and mid lane outers are incredibly low, so it's gold they will eventually pick up as they push Ninja out of the lane, and they'll get the gold a bit closer. And you can see that this 2,000 gold deficit is what they're at right now, and it can get closer soon.
Top push is still going, but Meteos looks like he wants to assassinate the Shen here. Seraph will not be assassinated.
Unlikely. But they're still getting pressure up on the top side. They saw everyone roam down to mid to get the outer turret, and as Lyra comes back in, this turret's already going to be at half HP.
Yeah, should be a trade for the outer. I like the secondary trade for an outer turret trade here. I think Team Envy getting the more difficult to take turrets. Pretty happy with that one.
And this is heartening for Team Envy fans, where they've just been been unable to capitalize off the first 10-15 minutes of the game. Now they're actually making good objective trades. And
the thing is, they actually have decent stats up until 20 minutes as well.
It's actually later than
yeah, mid-game has typically gone okay for them as well. Thing is, Meteos stacking up another Drake, put that one in the pocket as well.
Yep.
So Phoenix One is just biding their time. See if Envy can actually complete this time.
Yep. Well, Meteos has been demoted. He was Cloud 9, now he's got Cloud 1. Picked it up for Phoenix, because Phoenix won. Okay, we're going to move on. Ryu back in the middle. Ryu back in the mid lane, clearing up against Ninja. Really, these guys have been super low impact, to be honest. Just you know, just kind of farming back and forth. And you know, we've had a couple of interesting rotations this game and, you know, a couple of nice turret trades, but the fact that Envy have really just forsaken bot lane entirely, right? They let Seraph lose his turret down there. They let 2 Drakes be taken away. I don't know if it's going to come back to bite them because the rest of the map's been winning, and they're just kind of letting that part lose.
The call for Envy right now, for me, is to get this 4-1 split going. They want to group up with their fully functioning Siege that's ready to go. You know, Zyra and Azir disengage with the Elise and Varus poke. Should have decent pressure around a turret. Yes, you still have to worry about everything coming out from Phoenix One. You know, with Ryu, rocket spam, if one of the rockets hits, that can set up a Jin W. And you do have to kind of keep these things in mind and still watch your positioning. But I think the advantage still would be over to the NV4 group if they did group up like that. But Ryu has been just defending his mid turret, just not letting any control of the minion wave go over to Ninja at any point. So has not really been somewhere that Team Envy can focus on. Maybe now finally after they got bottom lane shoved out. Looks like they are turning their attention there. Meteos headed up to take a look at Seraph this time around.
It looked pretty decent. There's no turret easily to run to, and suddenly Seraph's on the wrong side of this one.
Trying to run to his team here as Elise is coming up.
Yeah, but the rest of P1 are coming in as well. They're not too far behind. Stun's going to land immediately. He turns invisible, I believe, just in time to buy a bit more. Now can he leap away? That's on cooldown. Still heals up, still running towards the brush. And they try to reveal him. He jumps away. He's going to stay alive a little bit longer, but Lyra finally turns him around. Now how's the trade kill going to go? Ryu dangerously injured. Zig chunked out of the front line. He has a flash out also, and that is a team fight win so far for Envy. As a parting shot comes through for Apollo. Oh! Arrow gets one back as well. Speaking of parting shots.
I can do that too. Arrow, nice deadly flourish, able to equalize the kills. And this game still teetering here because Phoenix won with the extra Drakes. Actually feeling very good about the direction we're going. Look at this. So you're right, he does get the R activation just in time, but that just delayed it a little bit. Lyra still gets off the burst. This is the impressive part to me. The loop-de-loop runs the opposite way you expect him to go because he's trying to juke you. They do end up getting him anyway, but he bought a little bit of time, and it's enough time for Arrow to land a bunch of Jin bullets onto Apollo, and then he follows it up here with the snipe.
Barely.
Hako does not, you know, backtrack a little bit to try and walk in front of it. That's kind of
bodyguard.
Kind of hard reaction, I guess, to have, but he could have probably saved Apollo there if he had done the stutter step.
Yeah.
Apollo was looking for it. He tried to run towards Hako. He's like, please, bro, take this one for me. I'll get you next time, I promise.
But that's just every Zyre player in a nutshell, right? They just want to be the carry. He's like, if you're dead, I get the minions. Yeah. It's all about me now. My KDA looks better than yours. And that's just every mage support ever. Ryu wanted to knock down this top lane outer. Not much of a trade in from Ninja on the mid side, actually. And looks like, yes, Ryu will actually equalize the turret score. So keeping the game pretty close. 1,300 only the deficit. Phoenix One have clawed back in, and they still have those earlier Drakes. Root onto Lyra. Hako coming back in on this one, though. Zig pretty tanky. Now the chase on a Ninja. That's going to be a nice stun. Arrow landing a lot of those shots and gets one finally. The bullets come through. Now the re-engage on towards Meteos. Rooted in place. Has nowhere to go. The CC lasts about 7 decades. But he does get out of that one.
Standing Eye is available. Ryu's pressuring Seraph, but they're making the call to try and help that turret and not use the Stand United to take the numbers advantage. He could have gotten away. I think Ryu, especially with his Trinity Force, would have melted through the turret. Interesting to debate whether that call would be useful to actually go for that team fight. And if you think you can actually catch them if you Stand United in and trade that for a turret. But they make the call to save it, maybe for a later date where they don't have to give up, you know, a ton of turret pressure or something to a Trinity Force Corki that will probably take it down quickly.
Yeah, they do have to react to this, and I want to see if Phoenix One keeps playing the split push style. Ryu, as you mentioned the stats in the pregame, he's always very aggressive, always push past the mid line. I feel like I see Ryu split push more than almost any other mid laner as well. That guy is constantly looking for the individual advantages and the individual map pressure, and standing up to Corki is going to be hard. Again, he's a very good turret killer with that aforementioned Trinity Force. Hex Drinker makes him harder to kill by the Elise and the Azir that are most likely to square up against him at some point. And I feel like Ryu's in a very good place to take a lot of control over the mid game.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of early Hex Drinkers, especially when not only the mid laner and jungler are AP, but you know there is AP as well on Varus and Shen. Plus, you have a mage support, so tremendous amounts of magic damage he's facing. And the value of the shield early on Hexdrinker is actually just insane for the amount of gold it does cost. So definitely get a lot of bang for your buck on that early purchase.
Speaking of bang for your buck, Ryu making me sad not getting Rapid Fire Cannon next. It's okay. I mean, it's also so good at killing turrets. Yeah. I really do think that, and there's some Cork players who do build that one after Triforce. I think over time people will learn that's the better build, but
it also is decent when you're facing, you know, one of these Envy comps that looks like they want to siege up and they have a lot of long range stuff. You know, anytime you get an extra long range on your Trinity Force one shot, like that's a huge chunk of life out of one of these squishy range members.
Right, because you get the Triforce attack on it as well. Like it's just 600 damage from 800 range, and turns out it's pretty meaningful. But Meteos promoting himself, looking for a second Cloud Drake here in this game. And honestly, it's been 3 straight games of Meteos solo taking a Drake and no one even trying to stop him. And this feels like very strange. Lyra slowed down. Final shot does come through, but he's tanky enough to walk away. Has gone for a tankier build on this Elise. Deadman's Plate helping. Ninja Tabby as well, but Ryu survives through the chains from Apollo, and Phoenix One is getting closer and closer in this game. Gold deficit now below 1,000, and again, triple Drakes.
It is that worrying trend for Envy as you get closer and closer to that 30 minutes, start giving up more and more, you know, not using the early snowball to really push themselves past the maybe 3/4 way of the map, and Phoenix One are really gaining control in PvE style here. As you mentioned, Meteos continually soloing out the Drakes, as well as the fan of wards now got pretty much the full river lit up, and they'll be able to see Envy as they start to get a little worried about the Baron area.
Worth pointing out the gold lead right now for Team Envy. The 1,200 gold lead is almost exactly just Lyra's advantage over Meteos. That's basically where the advantage lies. But Meteos has been effective without the gold. He's got the 3 Drakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't really complain.
And that doesn't mean much. It's a little bit of extra health on an Elise. The Elise
He's got a giant spell. Ooh.
The Elise is a little bit more tanky now. That's not going to really change a team fight. Whereas Arrow going to come in as well.
Ulti's up in about 20 seconds for Arrow, and he can maybe get a bit more done with that one. But Apollo lost his summoner heal off of the aggressive plays out of both Ryu and Adrian, so they are losing some map control. Next Drake up's going to be mounted. It'll be the last of the elemental Drakes this game. Nice little play. Adrian gets rid of one of the blast cones inside of the Envy jungle. Doesn't need it, just wants to get rid of some of the options. Worth doing that in your own games, by the way. Meteos handed a blue buff before he didn't want it. Never feels bad to get that kind of stuff. Edge of Night, of course, in the build. And we'll see if Meteos goes more damage or more tanky. I think they really only need frontline at this point, but really up to him.
Yeah, I mean, he can go more bruiser. As of right now, you feel super confident just with the Edge of Night shield and even reduced CC duration after that due to his Merc Treads. But I am a super big fan of Black Cleaver on Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Adds a lot, you know, the best of both worlds. Plus the extra cooldown reduction is huge for him. And the thing is, like we mentioned before, the full tank Elise here, the teamfight presence is way lower. Even though he may be up in gold, teamfight presence here from the Kha'Zix, being able to chunk one of these squishy backline members out is giant. Whereas Elise, she's going to have to shine through picking somebody off with this high move speed, dead man's play. You know, getting a cocoon pick on somebody could have a big influence there if they're able to, you know, land one of those.
Yeah, but you're right. I would rather just take the slightly poorer Meteos Kha'Zix than the slightly richer Elise just in a late game team fight. So, we'll see if it means much here for Team Envy as they're trying to hold on to their lead, but it's been being chipped away at for the last 20 minutes straight.
As well, Black Cleaver completed here on the support Misfortune, which is giant. Level 11 plus Black Cleaver. This is a great spike for Adrian. If he can position well enough to get, you know, a couple members in that Misfortune ultimate, that almost instantly shreds. The damage applications come through so quickly that that sets up your double lethality users to just go wild here in the Kha'Zix and Jhin.
Well, I mean, percent armor shred scales positively with lethality. It makes the build even better than it already was in this kind of sense.
And here they go, circling in a little bit.
And look at that, Adrian cutting back and forth. Mid lane outer does go down, and Envy have got the pressure lead back. But, of course, traded up, and it's a better trade. Phoenix One gets top lane tier 2 for mid lane outer. It's a better turret to kill, and, well, Phoenix One getting more gold out of the trade. Gold now within 300 here. And it's unfortunately the same story it always was, where Team Envy looked good for the first 20, and then, well, they never got any trait control, and
Starting
they kept
to
getting
beat
chipped
her
away.
off.
Yep. Unlucky.
The extra movement speed along with the deep vision that Phoenix One have should be able to set him up.
Nice juke away by Ninja. Takes 2 shots, gets out. Now here comes the push towards the front. Lyra takes a shield, is very durable. Will there be a team fight? Teleport coming in for Zig. Does he want it? Does he cancel? He's going to stay with the team. Wants to make sure they don't get re-engaged upon. The question is, where can the teams go from here? There's a new mini wave in the mid lane. Envy can walk up that one, and there's some decent poke on P1. Maybe they get some turret damage out of it, but they would rather play into the jungle.
Yeah.
And they get to reset.
They still have to be worried because while, you know, not only the gold has been equalizing for Phoenix One, but also the vision coverage.
Oh. He's still dead to leap. Oh, he gets away for a little bit. We'll just get him back.
Fix that with a
and
flash.
There we go. Got him with a flash. All right, trade of summoners. Meteos gets a solo kill. His first kill of the game. His first kill on Phoenix One. And now wants into Apollo as well, but rooted in the turret maybe a bit more than he wanted. Someone arrow comes in too late, and I don't think it would have meant anything anyway. 1 for 1, missing a jungler may be unfortunate, but they press down the mid-constructed turret and look for a bit more.
All right, Seraph does not have Stand United, but he does have Teleport. He's going to come in on the front lines and stop their losses at just an Azir turret going down. The 1 for 1 trade, not too bad for Team Envy. But as I was saying before that, the vision that Phoenix won, the vision advantage is more important to me than even, you know, the small gold difference that they've been catching up here, as that was one of the things that set up this play where Meteos had this brush control, was able to get off this surprise play until he went for a turret dive.
Yeah.
And those types of things can add up, and these are the critiques that people have been having of the mid game of Team Envy and why they haven't been able to really snowball off of the early leads that in the games that they have gotten.
We'll see if they can fix any of that in this game or in the ones in the future. Of course, no matter how this game goes, we will have at least one more. Of course, best of 3s here, and at the end of the day, the match result matters, and if you take the learnings off your first game and you turn it around, then you're going to be fine. That said, still practically a tied game here. Of course, vision control still important. Phoenix One going to go ahead and grab their 4th straight elemental Drake, and I don't even know if Envy have actually seen a Drake this game.
It feels like they don't care about him.
No, look at Baron here.
This is super risky though. 8,000 health Baron, there's no way you get through it. You have to turn.
Not just yet, but they are trying to find the turn. The knock up on a Zig. Ulti just now going to get popped, but he's down to half HP. Can they get much more? Bullet time juked pretty well. Yeah. Still tank you as Zig gets a big shield, pops the ulti. Ninja at half. And they're able to kite away.
Even with Phoenix One missing a lot of the big ults from, you know, Arrow and Adrian not getting a lot of damage out of either of those, they still stop the Baron. They're able to disengage in time. And it just goes to show how comfortable I think they're feeling right now as far as their team fight goes, because they didn't even really land any high impact abilities there and are easily able to get this Mountain Drake without giving up any territory.
All right, and now it's only going to be Elders, but at this point, Phoenix One have the objective Drakes, though. Mountain plus Double Cloud, they can get to any objective and kill it pretty quickly.
They definitely have a lot of control of this game. There's only 2 outer turrets left standing here. Secondary turrets for Team Envy. They don't have a whole bunch of defensive vision. And once this locket gets completed on Maokai that Zig is building, their team fight just goes insane. He's already incredibly tanky on the front line. He's going to be a level 18 locket activation, by the way, so the maximum shield out of that thing, which scales very nicely with the levels, and they're actually just going to use it to tank up the Baron and force a fight. They're forcing out the Shen.
Shen's far away. He should have ulti available, so we'll see if the fight can actually start here and go well for Team Envy. Looking for this one. Burning it! And a Baron! And it's going to be picked up by Meteos. He lands the smite. Lear didn't hit it in time. How about the kills? Well, Meteos has gone down. 1 for 0 Envy. Looking for Zig in the front line, does have flash, not going to pop it yet, wants to bait him through, jumps in, and the re-engage comes through, but he just died. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 so far. Zig's got to run, Arrow, the other one alive here, and that's a team fight victory for Envy. They've got to make something work off of this Baron take, though.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Phoenix One were going to fully disengage after that and just sacrifice Meteos and give him up there, but they stick around, give over a couple extra kills. Ryu goes into the pit to trade lives with the Azir, and Adrian gets sniped as well, so even though Baron going over and Meteos lands the panic smite right there, I believe it was the smite, maybe Q also was able to aid him in it, but even with landing that, Team Envy are pretty happy about getting a couple kills. It's still definitely an advantage for Phoenix One, but it could have been bigger.
This could be scary. Repels into the air, and suddenly Arrow can no longer tank a bunch of Zyra plants. So I guess a trade of ultimates, not the worst thing in the world. But really, Envy, off of the 3-1 team fight, only get a couple of minions and a reset.
Yeah, let's take another look, because we've talked to Midos for years, and he absolutely hates going for smites like this, where the enemy team's half inside the Baron pit. You have to, panic smite it, like, expect a lot of damage. He does not like going for those. So I don't know what the comms were like in this Phoenix One little Baron here, but they also, after even winning that smite fights, yeah, go in for the trade there inside the Baron pit and kind of opt in that one. Regardless, they still have Baron buffs left on 2 members, so they can use this to push. Still, I would say an advantage for them if they're able to get decent usage out of this Baron buff and push up, but not the ideal scenario they were hoping for when they started that play. Meteos at the moment getting a little bit behind the squad here too, as he's flanking on the Kha'Zix. Does have GA for himself as well.
Lyra's tanky though. He's not going to be a great target. Stoics go into on Apollo. Actually lands the root, but there's no follow-up just yet. He's going to be able to stay out of range. Meteos walks back as well, and Ninja is good enough at zoning the team away. And I kind of want to know how this back half of the game plays out. Phoenix One, of course, still with 2 Baron buffs, could get some pressure in, but I feel like Envy finally getting a team fight win for the first time in a while maybe resets them a bit, and they can start playing the map properly again. We'll see Elder Dragon up in 2 minutes. Baron should time up before then. About a minute difference. Azir turret number 2 is die, but that doesn't really mean too much. See, Phoenix One can siege mid-tier 2, but sieging against Azir very difficult. His reach is great, and nothing much to be gained here.
Yeah, Phoenix One can regroup after this, get the minion wave shoving again. Maokai does have teleport. He's ready to team fight over and over and over. That's all Zig really wants at this moment, so keep your eyes out for these deeper wards from Phoenix One. There's a couple in the jungle right now. As they're trying to control the waves, there are 2 sides where Zig could teleport to flank in from. And if he comes in from the backside, Meteos is also trying to find his way into these brushes. Even though they have the Zyra and the Azir that we talked about for counter engage, if the Maokai's coming from one angle, the rest of the squad's from the other, it makes it really difficult. So you can't really allow yourself to get pinched with this kind of squishy backline, and that's what Phoenix One are looking to do.
And we'll see if they can pinch that squishy backline after all. Seraph, of course, will need to play the split push game himself. Titanic Hydra and a Sunfire Cape, about as good as that's going to get for minion killing, and has once again grown his minion lead over Zig, so that's flipped a bit. Still want to see if Zrot Portal comes through. I think it's great on Shen. We'll see if he does it. But maybe Envy can split push the way to victory if those engagements ever do come through. Right now, Phoenix One just sharing amongst their 3 marksmen all the farm in the mid lane. Black Cleaver into, interestingly, Edge of Night, not Executioner's Calling coming out from Adrian. Oftentimes you do see the Last Whisper upgrades come through for support Misfortune.
Something is wrong, Freak, when the supports are building lethality.
I mean, to be fair, Misfortune is barely a support. Like, she's a conventional marksman who happens to build a Sightstone.
That's a fair point, but Ryu gets caught! They got the pick they want!
Oh, he played way too up. They did not have vision control.
Right in time for an objective. This turns the entire table for Team Envy here. They just want to pressure super hard now. They have this huge advantage. That's the mid laner out. They should be able to get at least some golden.
Oh, look for the top flash on Meteos. Meteos having to flash over the wall to get himself away, and he will clean out, but again, caught on the wrong side. I guess he buys a few seconds with it, and this turret won't die on this wave, but Envy clearly saying we'd rather kill this turret than go for the Elder Dragon. Backdoor bonus is on. They can still work their way through it. Looks like the tanks are durable enough. And yeah, through the 1/3 damage reduction, doesn't even matter. And Envy actually able to grow their lead for the first time in 20 minutes.
And they should be able to set up some wards, some very important wards here around the Elder Dragon, because even though they didn't rush for it, 15 seconds here on Ryu, if there's not a package in base, they can still try and force a 5v4.
I don't think there is a package. I think it's going to be a slow road in. They get the exhaust and an arrow. Here's a shuttle trying to catch him out. The flash to follow. Seraph is not quite in range. He's going to knock back Zik, keep him out of the fight for now. Adrian runs fastly to the left-hand side, and they stop the Elder Dragon.
I feel like Adrian got lucky that they didn't turn here when the Seraph used his ultimate on the front line with Ninja. They didn't turn around and try to cut off Adrian. Instead, they tried to chase down Arrow. They did get a bunch of summoners out, though. Arrow and Adrian, both flashes, plus the heal down. So Team Envy, huge swing off of that early pick on the earlier pick on Ryu in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was 2 to 4 in summoners, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty big there.
somewhere down from earlier. Now you can see maybe the re-engage towards Elder. Of course, it means much more for Phoenix One. Not only do they kill it faster, but the buff is better for them as well. So you've got a weird lopsided
I believe,
engage.
didn't they take out the killing it faster part for...
Well, they kill it faster because of an mount
they're just
break.
stronger. Yeah. Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, so it is, in a general sense, that's easy to kill, but P1 has a Mountain and Infernal to help kill the kind.
True
But yeah, it's going to be, what, 2.5 times as powerful?
All right, well, they also have another option of 40 seconds, diverting vision control over to Baron. There's another viable site. That Scuttle Crab, also pretty important. See if anyone heads over, because it's pretty free to take at the moment.
See if they can get it. P1 still kind of waiting around, and package going to be 45 seconds remaining, so they probably can get that during the next team fight. Looks like Phoenix One happy to play as... It's interesting. P1, I think, would be okay to trade Elder Dragon for Baron Nashor, and it would be reasonable for them because it's a 4-stack Elder, and that's decent. That said, if they feel like they have pressure, maybe they want to get both.
It is interesting, because ideal scenario, of course, you want to get both, but how much does Envy getting a Baron buff in trade, if theoretically they were able to trade it for the Elder Dragon, it does help out a lot with siege defense, considering they also have so much wave clear with all this long-range poke and Baron minions. The question then becomes to me, do Phoenix One want to make the call to go for a turret dive if they were able to secure an Elder Dragon? Is that extra damage enough for them to say, hey, Zig, you're the tankiest that a Maokai can be almost. You're almost incredibly full build here.
Yep.
And just pull the trigger. At the moment, though, Meteos trying to solo another one. This one's quite a bit bigger and dealing some damage to him.
Hurts him a bit, but he's doing okay so far. Envy wanting to engage for this one.
Dig very far, but look at that teleport. He could go into the mid lane right behind him.
Okay, right now it's just minion and ward clears, and the Dragon's going to reset.
Actually traded Scuttle Crab right there as well.
Yeah, Envy gets Scuttle, which is actually pretty nice. No sneaks allowed for a full minute, but of course P1 getting the top Scuttle about 40 seconds ago means they can know all about Baron sneaks. Lyra with the sweeper makes sure that, otherwise it's pretty much dark in this pit, so when Scuttle despawns in 10 seconds, that area is dark for P1. There's like one in the top brush and one like in the jungle, but as far as actual Baron sneaks, you do put real wards down. When I correct myself from earlier, I believe the Elder Dragon would be 5 times as powerful for P1. So lots of true damage would come through if they managed to grab that. It means any of the Jhin or Corki poke would be super painful, and it would be almost nothing for Envy on a comparable scale. Full armor pen build through for Arrow, 3 lethality items plus the Mortal Reminder. And we'll see if he goes for an Infinity Edge or Rapid Fire Cannon last to add some attack damage power. And here we go. The push is on. P1 did not really have wards from before, and the last few got swept out.
Zig spacing. There's the teleport. He's coming in, but it's at 4,000.
4K HP. Here comes the Jhin ult. Here comes the TP flank as well. Zig, who's he going to find? Doesn't look for Sarah. Doesn't look for Ninja just yet. Here's the taunt in, but that makes Maokai is very, very tanky. Starting to get burned down. Guardian Angel is available. Bullet time only really hits Sarah, but Chunks him a bit injured, and that's GA down. Lots of roots come through. Meteos caught up from the ult. He's going to get bursted out with this one. Guardian Angel dropped. Lyra getting the shield. Can they kill him in time? And no, yes!
They're all coming back up.
Bit of a 1-for-1. Guardian Angel for a kill. The snipe almost landed. I think Apollo actually flashed after he let go of the Q, so mechanical misplay there. Oops.
I think that both Meteos and Lyra's GAs were also popped in addition to the 2 tanks.
Yes.
So we got a bunch of those out of the way.
Seraph doesn't even have one, so we just never got
teleport back here for Seraph, though. They're going to continue to force it. Can Meteos go for a steal?
And it's a 5v4, and Seraph could actually turn into a fight if he wanted to. Misses the taunt onto Arrow, gets a slow. They're looking to have to get off the kill onto Jhin. Exhaust on to buy some time. Turning one around, but that's going to be Baron Nashor at 2k HP. Oh! They can't quite get it, though. This time secured by Lyra, but Envy now have all the tools they need to really push this game open. 4v3 on the map plus a Baron.
Huge wave top. Phoenix One should...
Oh! And he
Arrow got another one!
Arrow trying desperately to keep his team in the game.
Next thing that they should rush to is clear out that big minion wave on top. They don't want to let Envy go buff up that wave with Baron buffs, because that would be a huge push for them. The problem is that drives you away from the Elder Dragon, which is also an area that Team Envy want to set up for Vision, because that might be the next site of the fight here. But here's the miss for Seraph. Doesn't matter a tremendous amount. Meteos goes for the Assassination Hawk roll, but Baron will get picked up in the end. Even though he does get in here for the attempt. 900. Oh, man. He almost got it. Yeah.
Well, Lyra seemed to combine his damage pretty cleanly. There wasn't a lot of time to land that smite in between the bursts, so. And then, of course, that was really nice.
Yeah, when combining your damage, you usually want to get your spell animation going first, Q, then smite, because your smite is very obviously instant. And almost all of the spells, will have at least some animation. So be careful comboing, smiting first, then using the ability, because that's where most of those steals come from, and then you get blamed for, oh, you're Kha'Zix with isolation damage. How come you didn't?
It's really interesting to kind of think about on a very micro level. We'll talk about that afterwards because there's a fight for Elder Dragon coming up.
Here we go.
5,000 gold apart. Baron buff on 3 of Team Envy.
So let's quickly review the problem that Phoenix One had in their last team fight, though. It was Zig teleporting in and going in, but no damage near them. So Team Envy got a good second of pure DPS on Zig, which even though Maokai in stand-up 1v1 with Shen is a bit more tanky, there's no DPS on the Shen, so they got a huge lead as far as tank health went. And so when they're racing through the Guardian Angels and the 2 health bars of the different tanks, there was a very big early lead where Envy got DPS time onto Zig with no return DPS. A lot of that was due to Hakuo zoning with the Zyra, and maybe a bit too much respect from Phoenix One in that respect, but either way, that was the desync in that team fight, and Phoenix One need to be in there at the same time if they want the next one to go a different way.
Let's see who comes in next on this one. Seraph happy to tank Raucus, doesn't even take a damage for this. And it's Envy sieging with the Baron buff. How much can they grab? They don't want to fight for Elder Dragon. It's a desynced objective. Instead, it's mid lane inhibitor turret to take some damage. Apollo has a red buff, applies the debuff. Now comes the re-engage. Lyra taking a lot from the bullet time. You can see Fairbank coming out of the misfortune. Ryu chunked out to 1/3 though. And out go the tanks. Medios knows better than to really dive into this one and won't find much more, but that is a reprieve gain for Phoenix One.
Yeah, so this time around, Phoenix One were able to gain the health advantage on tanks, but Apollo sniping the backline took out a lot of the confidence of Ryu, taking some health down, as well as Medios. So taking a lot of the threat out, and here they go.
Looking for the play. It's going to be actually pretty outplayed by P1. They get away from most of the knockbacks, but now Zig locked up in the front line. Too much damage coming through. Azir does 1.5 million, and Seraph somehow gets killed on his lane opponent. Seraph to hold on the front line, and Phoenix One can't get anything done. The front line too beefy. The Ninja really putting through a lot of the damage in the team fights here.
Full build Azir, able to get in there for the play as well, and he's got the confidence of the Zonias plus the extra health. So Envy patching up some of their late game stuff. Back-to-back teamfight victories, another objective for themselves. They still haven't gotten inside the inhibitor turrets, but this is looking so much better than almost all of the late games of most of their games so far this split.
Yeah.
They're still on course.
And I gotta say, it's heartening to see we're here in week 5. We're at the halfway point of the split, and teams starting to turn their seasons around when they looked bad before. You can see really nice mechanics to dodge away from the CC there, but at a certain point, you can still kill Zig.
Yeah, good, twisted advance to dodge the Azir wall, but then he doesn't immediately flash, doesn't respect Seraph, doesn't think Seraph's gonna land this taunt on him. So you can't taunt, or you can't flash after the taunt because all the damage is done and he dies anyway, and now he doesn't have flash as well. If you make that play, you twist advance and you avoid it, you need to get out of there immediately, use your flash early to gain that distance, and that's what cost him his death there. Plus now he doesn't have that extra tool for engagements. No flash on the Maokai.
Yep, that's a mistake. If you're willing to flash, do it before you take all your damage, and unfortunately not the play he made there. So 7,000 gold lead, Elder Dragon up onto 5, and Team Envy looking to finally crack the inhibitor wall. They got the early game lead. They let it slip for a little while, but they finally came back in the end game. And we're going to keep that going. 6 outer turrets all gone now.
Yeah, and that game plan we keep talking about with the siege for this squad is what they're finally returning to here. And they're able to finally push this up to the inhibitor turrets. This mid inhibitor turret is so low. They just want to get in there and touch it, but here comes the all-in for Phoenix One.
Looking to get some kills off. Exhaust onto Lyra, the 2 tanks. One rooted up now as well by Zig, and they finally got through the Guardian Angel for the 2nd time now. Ninja is in the mix, though, does plenty of damage, and no one can quite get back on a Lyra. Maybe it's going to be the curtain call for it. They almost failed to block, but they're going to get the rest of the shots out of the way, and actually misses 2 of the shots anyway, so not too bad. Ryu forced to cut away from the Hakuho Stranglethorns, actually. Has a bit more time, and look at this, Envy right away going back into the bot side of the map. Deadly Flourish buys a little bit. They see Hakuo on the side. Zig, does he want in? Answer is no. And a quick TP.
For the flank.
Seraph has rejoined the fight, though, full HP on the Shen. And Meteos, even though he has a Guardian Angel, is not in a spot to really dive into the team. So it's an inhibitor turret take, and, you know, a decent enough battle for Team Envy yet again.
Slowly but surely, they're chipping away. Problem is that Phoenix One do have the power to win one of these team fights. And we're getting late enough in the game where one of the team fights is exactly what matters. You can run it all the way back down. 50 minutes in, pretty much everybody is full build here, changing out slots for where's my control ward slot. The supports are keeping around one empty one to stack up as many as they can of those as well. 3 scrying orbs actually for Team Envy to try and help them in those situations around Baron where they haven't had time to set up beforehand, so they can do it reactively a little bit.
Yeah. So if we're talking about full builds, though, I really like the Hakuo has gone for Void Leandries. Obviously, it's a lot of damage onto him, but I really wish Adrian, instead of going for more lethality, had gone for Last Whisper. Because he's only bullet timing the tanks. He's bullet timing 200 bonus armor tanks and 15 lethality from an Edge of Night. It's very different from 35% armor pen from a Last Whisper. I feel like he'd have more effectiveness with an anti-tank focused build slightly more, but nitpicky. It's not going to be the reason they win or lose the game, really.
All right, I'll remember that to see if Adrian gets off some amazing
if he one-shots
on the
Ninja, I take
line.
it back. If he one-shots Ninja, I take it all back. And hey, if that happens, then good for him, right? Like, if he gets the shot, then that's cool. Adrian face tanks a piercing arrow.
Out.
Meteos taunted up by Seraph, has Guardian Angel, jumps away, though, and the re-engage comes through onto Shen. Bit of damage on Apollo, disengage, have to run away now from Hakuo. Can't quite land the root, but still plenty of damage coming through. Now the current call once again onto the front line. Seraph taking some shots. Ninja as well, trying to thread the needle and hit him in the backside. Package getting Ryu away, nearly died. Super low health bars on Phoenix One, a couple of low ones on Team Envy as well, but still feels like advantage. Blue team, 8,000 gold up, and map control remains.
Too much tank, not enough damage. We keep having these disengage team fights. Baron still is going to be the site for confrontation here. The inside track on wards currently Envy controlled, but that's actually not bad for Phoenix One. They are red side. Red side actually really advantaged in these situations where they can throw this extra shot over the back of the Baron pit, and they can, if they can push up, also force Envy into the small corridor. So, yeah.
You're right. It's harder to choke red side out of the Baron pit, and we know these junglers have gone 1-1 so far in Smite battles. Both have managed to secure no steals, but they've both been in range twice on Baron, and objectives like it. See if Meteos can make the All-Star play in his Phoenix One debut. He's had an okay game, but I feel like has been largely out-jungled by Lyra.
I mean, if you focus on the PvE aspect, he had a heavy focus on the Drakes. He also did get a couple of those wraparound ganks on top side. So, you know, definitely some influence for both of them. As of right now, if he gets his Baron sneaky, then that would be a game-changing play.
The rest of the team, of course, showing on mid lane. Maybe they don't think of it, but you can see them walking over. Lyra's like, wait a second, they're on this. Adrian chunked down a half as well from the poke. He's got a respect piercing arrow from Apollo. And he barely gives him it.
Is he getting caught up on the outside? I don't know if they want to all in on it, though. He's getting chunked down, half health.
Yeah, he's already used Locker for this. Wow, actually blocked up by an Azir soldier? I didn't know that even existed, but he couldn't run away, and I'm pretty sure that was from Arise. Today I learned, I guess. But Vig's going to have to recall and TP back into this, maybe. As Seraph is split pushing in the bot lane pretty nicely.
Inhibitor goes down.
First inhibitor of the game. Team Envy get that. Now they're onto the Baron yet again. They know they've got the map pressure. They can force a TP out of Zig. You're going to see both top laners showing up. Now Hakuo hit by the Deadly Flourish. Here comes the attempted steal Meteos. They do have wards. Zig's in the front line. Taunt not going to land. He's going to get to the root, though. Seraph holds the front line. A Baron's going to regen.
The minions are going to kill a Nexus turret if left unattended. So Envy don't have to force that Baron. I like the call to back off and just call Phoenix One bluff here, because the minions are doing a lot of work for them inside the base, and they can just return to this.
And not only that, they have an inherent TP advantage. If you trade Summoner TP for Summoner TP, Seraph can still stand united in, and now Zig has to walk. And as we all know, trees don't move very fast, so it's going to be hard for them to show up in time. And there are some subtle things that lead us for Team Envy right now, retaining this 8,000 gold lead, which, okay, at this point we can ignore because the builds are full, but at this point I feel like they are winning on the map, and they have the tools to close this out.
Now it's more about, who has their Guardian Angel passives ready? Who has the extra control ward down before the fight starts to set up the pick? And currently, all 4 Guardian Angels active, so we may have another scenario where we're burning through the front line, trying to just race through tank health.
Yep.
And get to the earlier activations of those.
Phoenix One have actually managed to add a bit more tank killing to their lineup, though. Both of their actual farming marksmen have 50% crit with Infinite Edge in their build, so
exactly.
the autos do matter quite a bit now.
I really do encourage the late game transfer of these lethality builds, which are super insane for early and mid game, over to the crit multipliers when we do get to these 50-minute plus games for those guys.
600 damage crits on Super Minions out of Corki, but here we go. Once again, the attempt onto Baron Nashor. Ryu is...
Good shots here from Apollo again, finding Adrian.
They were getting a little bit as well. Zig this time can actually kind of work through it.
Minions again, back at work inside the Phoenix One base.
Yep, Ryu kind of have to go back and forth and try to take those things out. Mid lane, outer turret version 3 taken down this time. Once again, on the Baron, they're just Envy inviting Phoenix One to misplay here, looking for the opportunities to poke, looking for the damage output. Maybe this time it happens. 4,000 health on the Baron. They've got to go for the steal pretty soon. Looking in.
Oh, rejected!
Meteos actually gets the return trip thanks to Ninja, and the first kill comes through anyway. This could be the fight they want. The crit. 1,900 damage from Arrow. Takes down Akuho. Meteos taking it off. He's going to be fine. Guardian Angel pops off a Seraph, and this could be the fight that Phoenix One needed. They rise from the ashes.
Are you kidding me with that? I want to see that replay.
No.
They're going to chase out Apollo here, and this is probably going to be a push-in to end the game, but I got to see that replay again.
Oh
because
my gosh.
Ninja got the Azir wall, rejecting Meteos, but I think he got close enough
to land the smite.
And grab the Baron buff for them. So makes his way back onto the LCS stage.
There you go. Made the game-winning play. This is going to be all she wrote. I feel like the respawn timer's 30 seconds long. It might be enough for P1 to close it out in the 57th minute. 11-11 in kills, still down 3K in gold, but I don't think Lyra can 1v5 this one. This is going to be GG. Looks in for Meteos, not going to matter. Down goes the Spider, down go the Nexus turrets, and Phoenix One had to work really hard for it, but at the end of the day, they take down game 1, and there's the man on your screen, Meteos. His first game on P1, officially part of the roster, steals the game-winning Baron. And after an hour,
are you 100% sure he got the credit on killing the Baron?
Yes, I'm 100%. I looked down.
It had to be Smite then.
It was a Kha'Zix red square in the bottom right of the screen, and it said, Meteos, you are full of swag still.
Oh man, yeah, it took him a while to be able to do it, but you were able to make the Smite when it counts. Whew.
Yeah.
And that's just game 1, folks. So both teams have to regroup after that game and come back to game number 2, because Envy, what they're going to want to talk about is pushing that early snowball, right? Being a little bit more aggressive, sieging up a little bit earlier to try and take advantage of these arrows from Varus, where Apollo was landing a lot of them onto the back line towards the end game and getting a lot of momentum. But Phoenix One stalled it out, and they won that game-winning Baron fight.
All right, well, good job to Meteos for making it happen. Now let's hear from more about that game and toss it over to Dash and Zyrene.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A very back and forth first game here between Phoenix One and Envy. Phoenix One coming out on top, though, with that clutch steal at the end. Before we get to that, we got to start all the way back at the beginning. Champion select here between these two teams looking a lot more standard than the prior series.
Yeah, if you watch the previous set, you're going to be like, oh man, all these cool champions are coming out. Meta's looking different. Jarvan mid. It's like, no, things look a little bit more contained here. This is kind of a little bit more of what we should be expecting on this patch. There's a little bit more, there's some diversity, right? But we're still seeing a lot of the same things, same picks like Kha'Zix, etc.
Right, and we're seeing that a standard, or what we're calling a standard team composition for right now, still viable, right? You don't have to go to this like full dive-oriented damage composition.
Glad it
Things
exists,
like
though.
this, here we go. If we roll this out and go ahead and look at these picks real quick, we have the Maokai versus Shen matchup, so tank versus tank in the top lane. The Kha'Zix over for Meteos, so we're seeing him on an assassin-like champion, you know, is not playing the Zacs and the tanks, so it's good on him for being able to slip into this meta.
Yeah, it's one of the champions that, you know, he has played in the past that I've seen him play pretty much like last year as well. I think he also had some Kazakhs at one point.
Right.
But then, it wasn't really known for it. Has played it in solo queue a bunch too. So, this is just kind of standard, like we were saying, tank top laner. You have an aggressive jungler. You have a support that's going to deal a decent amount of damage. And then you also have a mid laner that's just going to wave clear. So overall, this is kind of what you expect in the draft phase.
Great. Let's get in the game. 33 minutes in, we're around the Baron, one of many Barons here in this game. Let's take a look, because Phoenix 1 able to secure it, but maybe some miscommunication around what to do after.
Yeah, what are we doing afterwards, guys? Zig has flash, and then Meteos dies, sure, but Zig just takes so long to figure out what they're going to do. Okay, I have him up against the wall. Bullet time comes out, not effective there. Adrian ends up dying. Ryu jumps in.
Doesn't use exhaust.
Well, the Shen also used the dodge zone, so he's not getting auto attacks in at that point. And that's where you lost Adrian. Zig had to blow his flash afterwards. You lost Meteos and you lost Ryu. That could have been a fight where you just lose Meteos. Ryu didn't have to go in. Adrian didn't have to stand there and hold his ground. So you ended up losing 2 more people than you had to.
Yeah, Meteos on your screens right now, as you mentioned, losing 2 more than they needed to, meaning only 2 remaining members had that Baron buff. Of course, they lose pressure and time on the map while those respawn timers are counting down. So definitely something that could have been cleaner for this Phoenix 1 squad. I want to push us forward to the next one here, the big Baron play. 53-30 into the game, Meteos with a big steal.
I think he jumps in, and then he gets knocked out here. So it's a leap, woo, and he gets smite because it's registering him close enough to get it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, thank you. You just pushed me back to safety there. Otherwise, I would have been stuck in the pit.
Or he would have had to use his flash there instead of in this next moment here where he gets the flash, leap forward, close the distance, and then get in onto Seraph. Like, that's a play where the Azir was helping as opposed to actually...
Exactly. It was a good thought, though. We cannot criticize the use of the Azir ult because the thought behind it is correct.
Yeah, that's
Keep him
ridiculous,
out of
though.
the pit. It's just unfortunate and funny looking that Meteos was able to secure it before he got popped back. But here's really what I want to discuss. As it was a very back and forth game, and I'm sure Phoenix 1 will be happy to have secured the victory with the sub in place, what have we learned about this squad with Inori out of the roster?
So it's a very different team without him in the lineup, because if you watch that game, and you see right there, Envy are ahead the entire time. Even up until the end, it's still Phoenix 1 playing from behind. And Inori, he's the guy who's going to be aggressive. He's making the plays. He's pulling the trigger on things to get them back in the game or have it snowball the other way. This is one of Phoenix 1's longest games ever, if not the longest, if I can recall. But still, that's because they don't have that proactive guy. Meteos, though, to his credit, excellent Drake control with the team. Baron secured, and he came up big for him.
Yeah, in a goal disadvantage for the entire game, as you mentioned, secured all 4 Drakes. So that's really big, and then clutch play at the end. Now let's flip the table here and look at Envy once again. This is a match that you're walking into saying, hey, this is one of our better opportunities to win. I know they're an upper echelon team, but with a sub in, with very little practice, this is a team we should be able to dismantle. You had total control of the game, as you've had in multiple occasions before this with early leads, and yet it slips through your hands once again. Where does it come together for this Envy squad?
Man, I don't know where it comes together, to be completely honest. They look really scattered. They have all the advantages you'd ever want to be able to work with. First turret, they're getting a lot of kills early on, and then it just slows down, and they allow the other team to play their game. And Envy aren't even controlling objectives, right? They're not getting Drakes. They're trading 2 turrets for 2 turrets and a Drake going over, and they make that trade a couple of times. There's a point where it's like 1,000 gold up for Envy, but Phoenix 1 are actually really winning the game with all the Drakes that they have.
Yeah.
So I feel like Envy need to keep doing what they're doing, control objectives more, but also just know how to pull the trigger in a different way, because they're relying too much on Seraph for these engages, and then nobody's doing anything without him.
I will say I did appreciate Lyra's early game in particular. The invading into Meteos' jungle, kind of keeping him on his toes, built a nice CS advantage. But again, if you're building these CS advantages and not actually using them to distribute more advantages to the lanes and push forward, it's kind of all for naught.
What's the point?
Exactly. It's all kind of, it does come down to a moot point, but I would like to see Lyra continue to be aggressive, and then it's just up to the team to find a way to bring those advantages to a closer. Player of the game this time around, going to Arrow here. Let's talk about this guy. He's kind of flown under the radar to a degree because he's not like a crazy playmaker, but this guy is solid.
I mean, the guy is a former OGN champion, right? Like, this guy is a very solid player. And that's the thing, is he's flown under the radar because he's had these incredible playmakers like Inori on his team. Ryu will sometimes steal the spotlight, but he's never losing them the game. Arrow is never the reason they lose a game. In fact, he's one of the big reasons they were able to stay in it, because there would be a trade, and then he'd make it a little bit better with a W, Deadly Flourish, or pick somebody off. So definitely well-deserved there. In a game they were losing the whole time, only a single death.
Yeah, P1 with the comeback here. After our break, we'll see if Envy can tie this one up against Phoenix 1. Don't go anywhere, because Game 2 comes back when we return.
How does it feel, Mios, to just come on stage right now? What time did you wake up?
Just in time to buy a bit more. Now can he leap away? That's on cooldown. Still heals up. Still running towards the brush. And they try to reveal it. He jumps away. He's going to stay alive a little bit longer, but Lear finally turns him around. Minos gets a solo kill. His first kill of the game. His first kill on Phoenix 1. And now wants into Apollo as well. But rooted in the turret, maybe a bit more than he wanted. Someone Arrow comes in too late.
He's going Alice here. Alice no aim. I'm coming slowly. No, slowly. We can still win. I can flash. Can you go on Azir?
Azir no flash. He's off on to buy some time. Turning one around, but that's going to be Baron Nashor at 2k HP. Oh! He can't quite get it though. This time secured by Lyra, but Envy now have all the tools they need to really push this game open. This could be the fight they want. The crit. 1900 damage from Arrow. Takes down Akuho. Meteo's taking it up. He's going to be fine. Guardian Angel pops off a Seraph, and this could be the fight that Phoenix 1 needed. They rise from the ashes.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 between Team Envy and Phoenix 1. The first one, almost a full hour of League of Legends on Summoner's Rift. That one, very close. Envy winning for literally all the minutes.
Yes, all the minutes.
And
even when they lost.
Even when they lost, they were still winning in gold.
And that's what just goes to show. Winning in gold does not mean you're winning the game.
That's true. It's more to life than gold, ladies and gentlemen. You got to make sure you kill the Nexus. That's what's important.
Philosopher freak. I like it. Nice transition. This is much better than dad joke freak.
Okay, I'll keep trying. I'll quote some Socrates.
The reason that people are okay with dad jokes coming from their dad is that you afford your dad a lot of extra respect.
Yeah.
You're not my father, freak.
No,
you can't just keep telling me these
very bad jokes. However, I am old enough to be some League of Legends players' fathers, so it still works out in the end. My hairline makes me look 40. We're good to go. All right, well, of course, we can see Seraph on your screen right here, Team Envy, having to rebound from a very disappointing loss. Though it was a slow-going game, it felt like they were starting to fix some of their issues. Okay, the first 20 minutes, good as it normally was. Great. Oh, you're starting to kill turrets, too. You're transitioning. You're getting more gold. Oh, they screwed up at the end.
I particularly liked the early game plan from Lyra. As the jungler, he is Elise. He goes for the early invades. He plays around his strong side. They pick this bottom lane that's pushing. They're getting the harassment. The skill shots are landing, so they have low health targets of the enemies under their turret on the bottom side of the map. He waits till the Shen is level 6, so they even have this extra safety card. Then he forces the play down there, pulls off the clean dive, gets the kills, gets the first turret. This is where their big snowball starts, right? So I really like playing to the composition here. Lyra, good early game plan. And their execution as far as that stage was great. It's just that keeping that momentum through the mid game has been where they stumbled, right? And they give up a bit of extra time. They trade a lot of objectives while they're ahead, trade a lot of minion waves, rather than trying to force something while they have extra items, while they have extra power.
Interesting to note, we've got some common trends here in pick and ban, by the way. Graves was the very first ban out of Phoenix won both games. Seems like Meteos is not really practiced on the champion. I feel like for C9 next week, they can look into that and be like, okay, that's a one-sided ban. Great for us. Ashe coming out as a ban is definitely a surprise. She was not controlled at all in the previous pick ban, so a new one out of P1 here. Maybe they take away Apollo's Varus, and that's what he was probably going to go to afterwards. Still a red side LeBlanc ban from last time. There's the Varus banned away anyway.
It's interesting thinking about how the new pick bans are shaking down, right? Because each team has an idea of what they're willing to first pick, and not necessarily being willing to first pick a champion doesn't mean that they can't utilize a champion at all, right? Yeah, I'm very curious as to, because we definitely do know that he hasn't been playing the game much and how much time they have on specific champions. I do put a super high value on these trading 80 carries, though, so this first pick, to me, seems super worthwhile. Varus is banned out. Definitely going to jump right on the Jhin, just also because Arrow had such a great game last game on him.
The game last game, sure.
Really good snipes from him, so all in all, like the early round phase here from Phoenix 1. Curious to see what Envy think they're trading back for it.
Well, tier list says Maokai Kha'Zix. We'll see if it ends up being that. Oh, Rengar, I forgot. Sorry, it was also left on the table. Rengar was banned by Envy, their third ban in game 1. This time it gets left up. Instead, they go for a Rise ban, and it means they get Rengar on the back side. Now, it did not go well for Moon earlier today. Moon lost both of his Rengar games, but Lyra's going to have his hand at it. Last time we saw him on the champion, he did get out-jungled by, I think it was actually a Nori. That could be wrong. I'd have to look at it again to remember, but I know he didn't have a great Rengar debut.
Yes, now very similar aspect here for Team Envy. They'll have just more playmaking ability. Anytime Lyra and Seraph can combine. And Seraph as well. He was one of the guys talking up Lyra the most of any player that I've heard in a very long time.
I think his verbatim quote was the best jungler of my life.
Perfect jungler, anything like stuff like that are the things he was throwing around about Lyra. So he is super excited that they picked up Lyra. He was very happy with the acquisition. So we'll see if they do get to combine their ultimates early on to try and start some early map control. But on the other side, I would expect Phoenix 1 to answer the jungle pool here, as after you drop below Kha'Zix and Graves already being banned, it does get a bit more difficult. That being said, they have Meteos. And he prefers Elise. So, I mean, this guy maybe has more hours on Elise than
any other champion in League of Legends combined.
Maybe. I mean, Zach is definitely something he has a lot of competitive time on, but a tremendous amount of his solo queue time is also spent on Elise. So I'd be curious actually which between those two are actually his most way. But regardless, this is a Meteos classic, and we'll get to see him on the Elise rather than going for Kha'Zix again.
Complete comfort for him. That's going to be the pickup here. He's going to play Elise into the Rengar. Also, the Gangplank coming through for Zig, I got to mention, as pretty important. We can see GP flex. We see him mid sometimes, but Zig is on a carry against Seraph's tank.
Exactly. And so many times we've talked about how good GP is into Shen. Azael is a huge fan of this matchup. You can penetrate through the armor. Your
dodge zone doesn't matter against barrels.
Dodge zone doesn't matter. Your ultimate can turn around wave clear.
Matches global. It's actually
really well. Yeah, you can semi-match the global. You can take out minion waves with it. It's just a lot of things here that do offer up pretty good answers to what Shen brings to the table. So looks like we're seeing the only desync being the AD carry role, and the reason the reason they're doing that is that the Varus is already banned out, and Ashe is already banned out. So you know you're getting pushed pretty far down the AD carry chain already. What's 2 more bans, right? If Sivir gets knocked out,
Caitlyn and Ezreal are the next 2 up usually.
I would actually ban Ezreal instead of Caitlyn. Considering the team comp that Envy are going for right now.
Actually makes sense as well.
But bot lane Ziggs is definitely a menace. So they go that route instead.
Alrighty, now it's time for Envy to pick their first champion of the second phase. We'd seen Jace hovered earlier by P1. That's going to be grabbed right here.
All right, so in my estimation, it would be a mid lane Jace. Yes, there is technically still some flex that we can have between the Malzahar, the Shen, and the Jace.
I was going to say that.
I know you're like, oh yeah,
support, let's go.
The options, yes, the options are there. But for me, I would expect, unless there's some matchup that they super want to flex towards that mid lane, when they see Phoenix One lock in their last pick here, that'd be what I would expect. And I still think that Apollo will pick up the Ezreal. To me, that's the type of player he is.
Sure.
Especially if your Shen ult and Rengar combo is going to want to be used offensively.
Ezreal can actually help them kill people. He's got the global, he's got the skill shot that'll land on the back line, so I do agree on that. See what he can get for himself. Lulu going to be picked up, of course. Lulu alongside Jhin, not the best synergy, but it can help with the front liners. And as Gangplank is the top laner, Syndra going to come through as the not really blind pick mid lane. We know to expect it to be Jace mid, so Syndra will be played against it. We expect to see Hex Drinker pretty early from Ninja as a result, and now Envy must round out their lineup with their bot lane marksman, which I guess could be Jace, but I doubt it. And it's Caitlyn. I'm sorry, you're just not as smart as other commentators, Kobe.
All right, you can go with the solo cast freak. I'm out. All right, let's talk about the bonuses. Let's talk about the bonuses of Caitlyn plus Malzahar, though, because I love the Malzahar ult into Caitlyn trap.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a good, level 6 thing that you can go for. Plus, even if they flash away or something after that, Caitlyn can try and follow up with her ultimate. So there are definitely pros to this way. It's just that for me and the type of player Apollo is, I usually like him to be on something that can handle himself. From his time on Impulse, he had to take care of himself so much of the time. It was either Sivir or the Ezreal, but regardless, not going to be the case this time around. And it does afford them some decent sieging as well. So they have just more options, I guess, here with the possibilities of the Shen starting to get a minion wave going, even though Gangplank can take it out, are there, and sieging up with a Jace Caitlyn, not the worst of scenarios.
Sure, those are 2 of the better turret takers to grab. Of course, the Ziggs ban would have helped them siege even better, I suppose. Worth noting, though, that Team Envy are all physical damage here. Malzahar is mediocre on the magic damage front, in my opinion. Shen's pretty low as well, if he buys any damage, it's Titanic Hydra. So maybe a mono damage comp here from Team Envy, but there's really only one tank for Phoenix One. That's going to be Meteos' Elise, and he's not even guaranteed to build that way. We'll see if their pickoffs are good, though. Of course, Gangplank, Cinder, and Jhin, all good at kind of prioritizing and promoting that kind of gameplay. We'll see if it gets turned around here. Team Envy had a lead for so much of Game 1 and couldn't quite close it out. A hero steal from Meteos was the reason that Phoenix One came out with that Game 1 victory. Now we are here in a Game 2. P1 hoping to improve to 5-4, and Envy hoping to get their second match win in 9 matches as we get ourselves into the game, as the gates open and the game has begun.
All right, let's keep an eye on these pings coming down here as the Spread from Envy looks defensive. Probably should just have Trinket Wards go down late. I always do like to see where Elise starts, though, because she is one of the most potent level 3 gankers and can help out your early laning as long as you know which side she'll probably be coming from, but not going to be the case. No invade here, no deep vision, and it will be the guessing game. The guessing game is pretty easy, by the way, just considering the timing and the health of bottom lanes and top laners, but always does add that extra confidence to be sure with the early Trinket Ward. And maybe we do have a delayed one.
Maybe so, yeah. There's always a bunch of weird, funny things Malzahar can do.
Yeah, real funny. Stealing away my blue buff at level 1 with just the Void Links. Real funny.
Yeah. See, I'm only sometimes a jungler. I don't mind if my lane mate starts stealing stuff away. You know, I get field support enough.
All right. In fact, we will be having the Raptor start here. Once again, you get a lot of help from your solo laners. It's just junglers love starting this camp now because of the extra experience you're going to be able to get out of it. And there's the fake leash that we talked about. Zig, he takes 1 hit from the blue buff, uses a little bit of mana to shoot it, and then comes late to lane. So they don't give away Meteo's starting position. And these are those mind games I really like, especially with a jungler like Elise, who can visit one of those solo lanes super early on with very high impact.
Look at this pathing. This is actually really cute by Meteos. So he's like, yeah, we assume Rengar's doing the tried and true Raptor start. That's almost the assumption now in pro play. So Meteos gets to steal a blue in Fog of War and then get his own blue back afterwards. Defensive trinket, smart to make sure he doesn't get invaded, and that's just going to be a clean blue steal.
Meanwhile, Rengar actually went up. So Lyra, again, is doing the full red quadrant clear, just like he did last game. This time, though, on Rengar, doesn't have to back early, still could do the same thing, backing early and getting another piece, or another longsword, or piece of the jungle item, and it looks like he is actually going to do it. Pretty big fan of that, apparently, but Meteos gonna punish him so heavily for this, and this is why, setting up into the game, we talked about the differences in playstyles of these two junglers between Meteos and Inori, and Meteos loves examining your replays of the last games, punishing Lyra so heavily for this really greedy route.
And he'll wait this
He's got the Trinket Ward ready to land the cocoon. You get your full burst out. At least should be able to get a summoner.
Oh no, he
had no patience.
Oh
no.
Dr. Meteos gonna get jumped on. And can he get away towards the ward, actually? Lyra gave him a route outside. Oh no! Lyra's into safety. Ninja to the worst possible way.
Teleport's coming in too. It's
all right. It's a party in the bot lane. Who's gonna do what? Jumps over. Spikes for stun. Oh my God! Stun. First blood comes through. Apollo gets it for himself. Arrow's next up, and Meteos screwing it all up. 2-0 Envy.
No patience. Oh, he figured Lyra was. He figured Lyra had some intelligence. As far as some early war. No. I meant intelligence as in
I know.
Spy intelligence.
I know.
Counter-intelligence. It was counter-juggling him.
Oh, no.
That was.
If he went for the wolves right away, he gets away cleanly. If he waits 20 seconds and doesn't like that, he gets killed. Unlucky.
Well, impatient, more like. But, or too much patience. Either way you want to look at it.
Just exactly the wrong amount of patience.
But yeah, so this is the only bad scenario because they had everything working. His mid lane was pushing up. His bottom lane was pushing up. He had a ward down. He had already gotten the 2 counter jungles up, but Ninja just whacks him back into the jungle here with the Q, and then is able to also go cut him off from this top side. Bottom lane collapses first. Teleport comes in.
I don't know why he chose to help the fight, though. I don't know if he sampled the wrong direction. He wanted to join the duo, but...
And that is tragic for Phoenix One. That is definitely a tilter. You can definitely stabilize after that, but it is something that not only gives over early gold, but also sends team morale a little bit down the drain. We'll see how well they can hold on to this, though, because they are still 1 game up in the series, so that often, to me, really helps you stabilize and not worry about it too much.
He'll be all right with this one. Lyra is going to keep clearing his jungle as he can. Jumps into the brush to get Greenfather's Gift as well as get the extra stack on his passive. And he's going to clear away pretty cleanly. Ryu having a fun time against Ninja, and of course by that I mean the opposite, as Ninja has a free assist with some extra gold. No Magic Mantle makes his life even easier in the lane. Ryu just tries to withstand a inflated gold matchup. A nice taunt actually does pull Zig into turret range and makes him take one shot. Quick Thunderlord's trade, and Zig's going to go for his... He's going to delay around. Just has a Sheen to deal with for now.
Whew. Thanks for calming me down, Freak. I'm still reeling from the early invade.
Oh, it's okay.
And this chaos.
1,000 gold up. Meteos.
We are going to see another bit of confrontation here as Lyra seen by the ward, but able to fend off Meteos.
Level lead for Lyra. Meteos only has one camp to clear. His Raptors just now spawned back up, so takes the time to sit in the mid lane. Now he's going to freeze away. Walks in melee range. The W hits everything. And Zig having a pretty good time against Seraph. Seraph did not use W. It was still actually on cooldown for a few more seconds, so we're seeing Zig get a pretty decent set of trades onto him. Of course, it's supposed to be a counter pick, and keep in mind, Seraph did TP out of the lane and have to take a very slow recall back. So Zig got a temporary lane lead, level 6 first as well, and kind of having his way with Seraph.
And this should balloon it for Phoenix One on the top lane. That's the only area that wasn't heavily punished by this invade. And even though he did get minions, Seraph did get one of the kills as far as the credit.
Their gold's almost equal.
Plus the extra assist, so gold isn't the problem, but the experience that came from that extra wave does mean that the early Gangplank ultimate will be available slightly in advance.
Right, exactly. So Seraph, I'm not sure if he's 1 or 2 waves away from 6, but it's pretty close. But in the time being, you see that purple bar very close to full, so I think he'll get it off of this wave. Yeah, almost definitely now at this point. So this should be standard netted right here. Just barely gets it there. And now that means that he can match the Zig global. There was a 50-second window where he couldn't do that. Now back into the bottom side of the map, Adrian forced to kite away, and honestly survives it pretty well. Arrow only loses 1 summoner spell.
They keep trying to punish Ninja's lack of flash.
Ooh, bad Cocoon. Meteos face plants into a caster minion.
Yeah, not able to land any of the skill shots here. Stun or Cocoon coming up. Ninja's with just a quick walk up to the top side. Good play from him. He's got his ward there. You want to hug your ward side as the mid laner. And he's expecting jungle pressure because he knows that this is a vulnerable lane without the flash.
Aqua was out of mana, but still the boiling's up means Adrian can't take the trade any longer. And now we can see the bot lane actually pretty significant advantage for Team Envy once more. They've been going for the priority support pick, and Adrian tried to counter with the Lulu, but it hasn't really stopped it just yet. Obviously, the kills that happened earlier helps that, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Not just individual play, it's, the fallout from the Meteos failed invade.
Caitlyn getting that kill, plus early purchase there. She's got a lot of range. She can abuse you with that extra stuff, so definitely hurts the bottom lane. And the entire bottom half of the map for Phoenix One. 1,000 gold, though. Still can recover from that. We'll see if Lyra and Seraph can combine, because this is the thing we're looking at in Champion Select for Team Envy. These two guys are very confident in each other's playstyles. But if you do leave that top side, this is a Gangplank with the early Sheen, so the tower will take a beating, and you'll probably have Cannon Barrage raining down on your head. So you need to be sure.
And I like this, that P1 actually trying to play something a little bit aggressive, get out of the bot lane, and actually play to the global. Seraph can't really use his ulti or his teleport in a useful way here. So a bit of early damage. Adrian pulls aggro, only took 1 turret shot though. Now the flash taunt's gonna find Arrow level 6, and look at the damage output there. He's got no way out. Great taunt in and out. Lyra wants a bit more. Zig's in a world of hurt. Lyra popping off the CC. The chase is on. Zig's gonna drop.
Oh, they combined for a play, all right.
Yeah.
It's just in the form of a taunt flash and a Rengar ultimate rather than the Stand United coming in. But Meteos, ever vigilant, Dragon caretaker here.
And this is the best possible Drake to solo 4 in Elise. Ocean Drake has low attack speed and no splash damage, so Spiderlings can tank for 7 years. And Hakuo,
I call BS on that one.
Okay, can take for literally 6 auto attacks without me just taking any damage, takes the Ocean Drake down. Obviously, the 2 for 0, I'll take it for Team Envy, but sub 10-minute Ocean Drake is quite valuable, especially against someone with poke.
Is as well. Plus, the next thing we're looking for is turret damage, because the first blood on turret would be something that could really catapult Team Envy ahead. And we're in this scenario again where we're praising their, the early game and talking about all these advantages that they are accruing. This time, due to a lot of mistakes from Phoenix One, but regardless of where they got them, they are once again in control of this early game. Giant gold lead, and they have multiple tools that they can use to push that lead. Shen, Stand United available, teleport available.
Yep.
The biggest problem for Envy at this moment that they're facing is they're worrying about Gangplank and how he's going to be scaling up, and is Zig going to be able to land one of those great scale chains later on. This really good combo. By the way, there's that trap that was going to be after the Malzahar ultimate as well. So it was going to be taunt into Malzahar ultimate into trap if he had more life.
Yeah. If he didn't instantly die, he would have died later on. Worth noting, though, that Seraph is the flashless lane here. He burned it to get his team that double kill, and Metis was unable to turn that lack of summoner into an extra kill here. Sure, Zig is pressuring, but he was going to anyway. But we're really not seeing T1 able to capitalize off much in the backside there. Ace in the hole seems to be... Oh, he's fine.
Close.
Okay, it wasn't out of patience, it was just running really fast from distance.
Exactly.
Those are separate mechanics sometimes. But yeah, I had the same thought as you. It was like, oh no. I don't think I've seen a Cinder screw that up in a very long time.
Not in a competitive game, I haven't. I've seen it plenty of times in my game.
I'm sure the next time I ever play Cinder, I'll screw it up, but I don't play that lane, so.
Wrap around gank here. Going to fail as the next 2 bushes are warded. Whoop, ding, ding, ding. All right, there's not much that it's going to cost Team Envy, though. Meteos is in the river, plus there's a control ward in the next bush, so even though Lyra was spotted, he finds out that he was spotted super early on, so you don't waste your time.
300 gold lead for Lyra individually right now over his lane opponent, or his role opponent, I suppose. More control over the wards. And this time, Adrian puts one a little bit farther back, and it won't be in range of the Malzahar auto attacks anymore. It's always an important ward to have, though. Sometimes that can track from the gank paths.
That is the second most busted part about Malzahar, by the way.
Foilings over the wall?
No. The shield that he has does not break when you pick up the honey fruit.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't get slowed at all, and you're just immune to all the slows. You can pick them all up super fast.
Yeah, that's true.
Slightly exaggerate. That's the best part of the champion, but nice little added benefit.
Ooh. I mean, it depends how hungry you are, because sometimes you just really want all the honey fruit.
I am a bit curious as to what a honey fruit would taste like. If it's anything like honeydew, then I don't really care, but
that's like the low tier melon, really.
The lowest of tier melons, true. Ninja here is getting pushed under his turret, but he's CSing just fine, so it's not a big deal. And the focus for Team Envy is still on this top side. Use this Caitlyn push, abuse the range advantage, abuse all the early kills and assists that she got with Malzahar here, who does have flash, by the way, so the possibility of one of those flash Voidling Malzahar combos to lock someone up into the trap.
Of course. Maybe it'll happen this time, Kobe.
What we're looking for.
I'll look every time for
we keep posing these scenarios where there is going to be action in hopes.
Yeah.
Because these are very, very possible plays, but
it's good to see that Envy are playing around that, though. Anytime Hako has flash, it's like, yeah, we should be looking to smash that exact position open, because that's kind of the one shot you're looking for here. And anytime Lyra pops the ult, they might find it for themselves. Lyra is top side right now.
And it is important for Malzahar to have your shield up when you go for that play, because otherwise Lulu just turns you into a cupcake and the party's over. They can end it early and walk away from the trap.
One thing I'm a bit surprised by, speaking of mechanics, is so when Lyra's killing the wards, he does 2 things. Well, he does one thing and doesn't do another. If you hop, so if you hop in any way for an auto attack, if you hop in any way for an auto attack, you gain 1 ferocity, and that's cool. Oh, he's gonna kill Meteos. Okay, he's up in the air.
He did 2 things.
He's gonna land back down, goes for a bit more damage. 1 more stack on that.
Do another.
He can get the leap. He can get the ulti. Oh, Meteos swatches away, stays alive. Maybe a bit over aggressive. No, here comes the rest of the ulti. Sadly, no Caitlyn in range, but he's still gonna find Adrian, who walked through the jungle for maybe no reason.
Everything's missing.
Root's gonna be in for arrow. Look at the damage output. That's gonna be Seraph going down to curtain call, and now Ninja's gotta be careful. 1 more shot will kill him off, almost. But the magic damage shield blocks the Deathfire touch.
Yep.
Stun on Lyra.
Into this.
No, but the root doesn't do any damage because no one dealt, or doesn't root because it doesn't do any damage.
Yeah.
All right, but that's 1 for 0P1 though.
It's a turnaround that shouldn't have happened. If that was a clean execution from Envy, we would not be in the scenario where they're about to lose their mid turret. But we are, and the root lands.
They're gonna land a lot of damage, and Aqua goes down. Ryu gets the kill for that one, and that's gonna be Adrian dying to the turret. Somebody will keep him alive. Also worth noting, when the turret dies, it won't do amped damage on the final shot because the debuff disappears because the turret's dead. I don't know if you knew that, anyone out there, but if you kill the turret, you might live.
Killing the turret definitely helps. Zig as well killed another turret. That helps them even more. Here we go though, as Lyra goes for the chase. Stand United, by the way, he's in base right now, so he could do it at any point early on if they knew they wanted to go for this play. Lyra, I don't know why that shock blast went wide.
I don't think he saw the stun coming.
But then again, down here, they missed again, and Seraph is the one to pay for it initially as the Jin bullets do come through. Then Ninja almost does.
Yeah, I don't know why he kept running left, though. He's just running into Curtain Call. That was a little bit weird by him, but hey, it's P1 getting 2 turrets in a row, getting 2 kills in a row, and they can really tie this game up with that.
Yeah, a little bit of a mess is exactly what P1 wanted to get back into this game. And again, we keep on talking about the off-screen Gangplank, now level 11. Trinity Force is completed, plus the lethality starts to come in.
Of course.
And those barrel chains are ridiculous.
They're going to smash squishies.
The armor penetration that they have on them, plus lethality builds and Trinity Force procs, just absolutely demolished backlines. So the game now becomes for Team Envy, pay attention to barrel placement and don't chase into brush, or else you get triple chained and you immediately lose the team fight.
Looking for the stun, only going to tag the super shield off of Hakuho, and Shock Blast gets Adrian back, but he's okay with this one. Thankful for Envy, they have 3 ranged champions, so they do have the tools to kill off barrels if they play the team fights correctly. And big Ocean Drake grab is going to
burn it.
Equalize this pretty nicely. A bit of an early smite from Lear, but they get away with it. Now the root, damage on Hakuho. Curtain Call coming in as well. Sadly, though, for Envy, it's all squishies, and down to half a quick stun for Ryuk, and they kill off Leary. He's ulting.
Midos is deep.
Use it just to run away. Yeah, Midos a bit injured, but be the pretty safe Drake kill, and the retreat is not even a problem.
And if you're looking at your mini-map too, Zig is just chasing Seraph up the lane that whole time, so he was threatening. Even though Seraph was at full health, if he started the channel on Stand United, Zig would catch up to him, take him down to maybe half or below 50%, and if you come in this early in the game as a sub 50% health Shen, you don't really turn that around. So good chase there by Zig to keep the pressure up.
Quick lap out of Ryu, and he's going to recall back to base and buy a bit more items. Has not had to build armor, which I find actually pretty interesting. Hasn't had to go for the resists at all, even though he's up against a Rengar as well as a Jace. Managing to not have to grab the arm guard, just going for more damage. Looks like maybe Void's next up in the menu, we'll see. But he's got the completed Merlinomcon in the Sork shoe, so he's pretty much completed the early game build without any major issues. Ryu, a lot of farm as well. Apollo actually massive, by the way. 183 at 18 minutes is a lot. And Caitlyn, one of the hardest scaling bot laners in the game, really. One of the few meta champions that build crit. Means he can absolutely smash team fights open if there's no heavy armor tanks, which there aren't because Meteos is going for an AP build. He's getting cooldown boots, he's going for a proto belt. It's not that same Dead Man's Plate build we saw from Lyra last game.
Yeah, I mean, that early skirmish in the jungle where they were able to collapse and get those early kills is just so good for Caitlyn. Otherwise, we see the reasons why she dropped so low down the tier. If she's not able to get to an Infinity Edge plus Runons at 1850, then she's not bringing nearly as much as the full lethality Jin, but she's at that point, and even with just the 2 crit multipliers here.
Yeah, definitely a scary champion, and they're just always going to bring different things this game. Arrow will never do the same kind of team fight damage as Apollo, but Apollo will never start fights the way Arrow can. And obviously, most teams wanted the fight starting, they wanted the poke, but those champs were banned out, and here we're going to see some of that fight starting onto Apollo. Look at that, has to flash away. Now Hako in danger, takes 250 damage, re-engage from Lyra, and he's going to jump right back out of that one. And back in, and gets stunned, but he's going to be fine. And you can see the ability power focus build of Meteos does chunk Lyra to half. And that's why he's built this way.
Going for that extra burst. Should be able to get his proto belt up and running pretty soon here. In the meantime, Seraph actually went for some combat with Zig. I think this because Lyra's in tow.
All right, can any reinforcements come in time? Barrel to try to speed him up a little bit. Zig's still trying to run away.
He's got flash.
Lyra's in jump range. Yeah, but that does force the flash out. Didn't want to take any more damage. Didn't want to be slowed, but that is flashed down, which is a worthwhile trade.
Definitely
by Team Envy.
Takes away a little bit of the safety that Zig was working with in his split push.
Yeah, Lyra's only really found one successful gank. It was the double kill on the top side. He managed to secure the kill on, I think it was Arrow.
Top turret, no confidence here from Ryu to push up to it to actually get that local gold. because they don't have vision. You see the double pink, double control wards he's trying to clear out now. Actually isn't even able to get the finish on that control ward, so no turret kill, plus still full vision control for Envy up on that top side. Definitely a good thing for them. They want to keep the Jace pressure up, right? It's one of the things we critique teams for super often.
Yeah.
Stalling out with that pick, as see if he's able to bring it to any sort of mid-game pressure here.
See, mid-game pressure, kind of the name of the game. Envy, can they keep having that? Because, well, right now it's actually Envy slightly down in gold, despite the fact that they were up in kills. A lot of that being Gangplank exists and thus has more gold than the champions. The game's still very close here, and it's really about how they can pilot the mid-game. P1 is potentially in a better spot than they were in game 1. They've also got a nice late game to fall back on thanks to GP, so I actually wonder where the mindset really is. Are they happy to play safe and wait around for a long time? They've got a better mix of damage types. They've got a hard scaling top laner.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't dissuade them from setting up for, you know, some early Baron baits. Right now, they're looking for picks on the other side, though.
Ooh, Standing Knight are going to be popped. Lyra's going to be in the mix a little bit. Takes a whole bunch of damage, though, and that's several spells down. And a bit more damage done by the Phoenix 1 side. Looking for the siege on the mid. Hakuho ulti down.
Ninja looking for a snipe on the backside, finds Meteos.
And Meteos are now too low to keep fighting, so that's immediately going to stop the siege in its tracks. They don't want to 4v5 that, and out they go. Ocean Drake will mean some region if they really want to stay. It's only going to take a little time for Meteos to get back into the action. Yep. Taking not too much damage there, and more wave clear.
Phoenix 1 keep on using their long range ultimates here to try and get a pick. But not able to draw Envy far enough away. I mean, they've burned summoners. The last time they got summoners off both members of the backline, but Zig as well had to use his early. He is alone, but makes it all the way to turret.
Oh, gonna hit a barrel. Lyra pretty tanky, jumps out of turret range once again. Not able to get the kill. Nice job by Ryu. He is perennially the split pusher, and the dive bot lane doesn't pay off.
Yeah, Zig drawing so much attention. They finally do get the turret. Plus, even better, they got local gold for it, so didn't have to give up that bonus either. And with the draw down bottom, Caitlyn's going to have to take a long time to walk up here, but Baron does a lot of health. No real tank on Phoenix 1.
Trying to rush it down. Bit of poke comes in for Ninja. They're going to try to rush this before
burning it again.
Range. That's going to go down. Good smite in for Meteos. Ninja going to run away. Lyra doesn't have anything to do. Of course, Dolt was down from the fight onto Zig. Nicely played and good tenacious shot call by P1 to go for that. That was beautiful.
So much pressure from the Gangplank here. He tries 3 members, gets out, teleports in. And you're right, very good call there. Ooh, another
pick. Ninja, he could be dead for this one. Flashes sideways, first shot. Jukes to the left, he gets away. Another flash comes out. And the Envy squad will live for now. Looking for a bit more. Snipe on a Ryu. And all right, disengage. But that was mid-outer turret killed, I do believe. Oh, he stole it. Good job, Arrow.
He's definitely a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
All right, so this should be a pretty easy Cloud Drake, but then you want to keep the minions flowing up through mid and bottom here. Try and make use of this Baron buff that they're working with. They do have an Ocean, so they could move from this Drake up to continue sieging with the regeneration of the Ocean, but
yeah,
opt to go spend their cash instead, as they were all sitting on a decent
like 2K.
amount. Yeah.
I checked right as they were recalling. 2,000 on a lot of them. Void Staff and Arm Guard, all bought at once by Ryu. Definitely a lot to build through. All right, and then we're going to go back onto the map. Arrow going towards Infinity Edge third. Love it. It could be Armor Pen as well. I guess we'll see what it ends up actually being. And the Sterix Gauge going to come out for Zig, realizing he wants a little bit more frontline durability. He's got to respect what Jason, Malzahar, and co can do to him. I forget if Sterix has a longsword in after the Jarm's Fist. Maybe I'm just wrong about this.
It's either that or Health Crystal.
Yeah, I don't buy the item enough. It's no longer like broken and overpowered, so I don't buy it all the time anymore. I used to know. Toby's gonna alt tab and look it up for me. Thanks, buddy.
It's pretty good. I like the change where they made it more cost efficient.
It could be Titanic Hydra.
Some off of the combine costs, but yeah.
All right, well, the siege is on towards the bot lane tier 2 right now. Baron buff on all 5 makes it pretty simple. Reason
Yes,
to keep
sir.
spamming Q with the blue buff. It is Drone's Fist. All right. Into Longsword, into Steric's Gauge. A lot of damage on a Ninja. He's got to cut away from this one. Medius gets the kill into Hakuho. And they've got a second kill already. The re-engage, so there's a lot of damage coming out from the squad. But it's a 3-for-0. Envy could not get the fight to go the way they wanted. And it's going to be 4, actually, as Seraph's still getting chased down. Medios in the front lines.
Let us
feeling
Ninja
good
do
with
it.
that one. And Ninja, he's trying to turn it around. He looked for Adrian. Can't quite get it into range. And that's a turret and 4 kills for P1.
All right, I want to follow this chase. I want to see where where he's going with this one. Looks like they're going to ignore him instead. Just take his base instead.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the inhibitor turret at the very least. We'll see if they stay for more. They do still have empowered recalls for the next 40 seconds, so it's not going to be a problem to reset quickly out the push, but P1 making it look great now into the mid lane as well. They got so much off that team fight. Several turrets, 2 inhibitors, 4 kills, and will they be punished at all? Ninja slowed, but not much else to do. It's just the easy reset now. P1 are massively ahead.
The Slick double inhibitor destruction at 26 minutes here for Phoenix 1. Remember back to the start of this game too, this was an Envy favored start once again.
Yep.
Mistakes around mid lane with their dive offer up Phoenix 1 a bunch of gold, and then after the gangplank play to get Baron, they just immediately go to the siege where they absolutely crush the team fight. Nice Lulu ultimate there as well to save the back line from Adrian, and very clean dive from them.
And this game started 4-for-0 to Envy in terms of kills. It's gone 6-0 since then to P1. The Baron and the turrets as well on top of that. It didn't take quite as long to get all those advantages in some of these cases. Envy now hoping to lick their wounds and find the way back in. Baron buff has timed out by now, so maybe they can start to regain their footing. It's still an 8,000 gold deficit that'll work back from. It's going to take quite a bit of effort.
I mean, yeah, plus 2 lines of super minions.
Yeah.
Phoenix 1 aren't even waiting for the super minions. They're just bullying right on through here. All right, the Great Wall of Caitlyn traps. Will it save their... Nope.
The Great Wall of Cupcakes means almost nothing. Now the snipes on towards Apollo. Jumps right into another one. Dodge number 3, dodge number 4. Gangplank wave clear buys a bit more time as they look for turret shots, but the Cupcake's just too deadly. P1 worried about their cholesterol and just going to wait outside the turret range. Maybe they're on a diet, I don't know.
I mean, they've got plenty of time, and they don't have to rush anything, so they're actually very good at disengaging too. Here comes the Lyra.
All right, here we go, looking to the front line. Adrian going to kite back as well. 2-man stun, Lyra and Seraph can't get in just yet. Ninja tries on the side, but also pushed away by the Elise. Actually, Meteo's still on the chase down on the bottom side. And going to kite back down. Lyra and Ninja going to get themselves back into the top side.
That's all you need to do. Buy more time where they're not killing minions. And now Envy are forced to go clear out the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage onto the turret. It might actually just die. The supers are worth too much. And yes, that is a turret picked up in favor of Phoenix 1 as they siege back towards the top side. They know it's a 5 versus 2. They've caught Ninja as well. Actually, he's still going to stay alive. And Apollo looking for the damage. No, the Zonius buys him the time. Still has the chance to do it. Yes, gets the shot through. The crit's going to happen. Zig eats a trap, gets out. All right, 1-for-0 in kills. Sorry, 1-for-1. Ninja did actually go down at the end. I missed that, but it's more turrets going down, and the inhibitor almost falling as well.
Yeah, it's times like these where you just hang around your super minion buddies and just kind of hang around in the base, let them do the work. Boom, boom.
800 damage crit. He's
Hakuho gone. Inhibitor gone. All right, go to work, super minion buddies.
Looks like a sub 30-minute win in the works now for Phoenix 1. The single Ocean Drake giving that little bit of extra region to stay. Stun's gonna land. Apollo, not long for the world, and it's gonna be Seraph up next. Hiding away in the fountain, revealed, shot by the curtain call. Gonna miss most of it, but it doesn't even matter. The turrets are dead. The Nexus next up on the platter. Lyra exhausted, dying under the fountain. It doesn't matter. That's gonna be the quick turnaround kill into Zig. Who cares though? Game's gonna end. This is Phoenix 1 making it 2-0. The second game taking half the time of the first, closing it out. Good victory to the Phoenix 1, improving to 5-4 in the North American LCS.
Yeah, great job by Phoenix 1 taking that mid-game tower dive and punishing Team Envy so heavily. Also, Zig with the gangplank escapes multiple 3-member ganks down towards the bottom side where he's pushing, using his advantage. He's able to escape plus teleport in to get that game changer for the team. That's all you want from your split pusher. He's able to take the pressure from the enemy team and then come join for the objective. Yep. much better game for them in game number 2. Meanwhile, Team Envy still face a lot of the same problems.
Yeah, Envy look kind of the same as they have every week so far. Pretty good early game. First 20 minutes look solid, and then the game all falls apart. This time around, it was a 20,000 damage Gangplank piloted by Zig. No, he's supposed to be known as the role player. Plays a couple of carries in this one and does pretty nicely for himself. Definitely some solid split push, some solid plays overall, mechanically quite great. Meteos, with his Phoenix 1 debut, does manage the 2-0. There he is on your screen, feeling pretty good.
Meteos in 2017, undefeated.
All right, good start. Yep, already officially better than every other jungler win rate-wise. This guy is perfect. But no, I think, made the game-winning smite steal in the first one. That was a good showing from him, that he's still got those mechanics. And
as far as a guy who's talked about, I haven't been playing the game much recently,
yeah.
Even solo queue, and then boom, they call him up. We need to do some scrims. Yeah, they do scrim for, maybe half a week or something, and you get some time in.
He looked okay.
As far as that, looks good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I want when I have an emergency sub and you come on the squad. Yeah.
Right. The goal is not, for those who didn't kind of hear the story, is not to keep him around forever. He is filling in for Inori, who can't attend this week. We assume and hope that
he was
Inori
traded
can
to the
come
team, so maybe they
he
build
is,
him up.
I mean, he is officially part of the roster. Yeah, maybe for some reason if they don't want Inori anymore, I don't see why. I feel like Inori has been a better player so far this split, but yes, okay, Meteos is on the roster, for sure now. He's officially a Phoenix 1 member, but again, the goal is that Phoenix 1 would typically stay with Inori maybe in the next week or so. But hey, serviceable performance. Good for him, right? That's kind of that's my story for Meteos. Is he played
Duo, good for him.
Good
All
for
right,
him. You won. All right, so now for first hand account on that one, let's hear from Pastry Time and P1 Sub Jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Meteos, very popular jungler, and of course, Phoenix 1's brand new jungler, at least for the weekend. How are you feeling just being back on the LCS stage?
Well, I always enjoy playing, so I didn't exactly expect to be up here, but I had a good time, and all the people on P1 have been really, really nice to me getting back into it.
And there's been a lot of changes in the jungle this season, but even like this weekend, we had a patch drop right before the LCS start with 7-3 changing up a lot of the junglers. How have you found the jungle meta game, and how was adjusting in a pretty short time for you?
Well, I think that macro-wise, the game's still what I'm pretty familiar with, but I've kind of been taking a break from League, not playing as much, because for 6 years I played it, 12 hours a day or more. So the past few months I've just kind of been chilling. And so I think my mechanics are pretty bad. I was doing a moderate bit of feeding in those games, but it happens. I'm glad we could get the win anyway.
And of course, you do play your old team Cloud9 this weekend as well. You're sticking around at least for this whole weekend. What are your thoughts moving into that match?
I saw FlyQuest play against C9 last weekend. I was like, I want to do that. It looks fun. But no, I mean, C9 looks really, really good now. Still friends with almost everyone on the team. So it'll be a fun match. I've never had to play against them. Me and Sneaky going at it outside of solo queue. So it should be fun. I'm never going to stop ganking bot.
Well, looking forward to see that. One last thing for you. I know you said you've been streaming a lot recently. I believe you had something special to say to one of your subs.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Blue Shark 193. He's the sub who drafted me in fantasy, even though I wasn't planning on playing at all. And hope I got you some points, dude.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much for the fantasy points. Thank you, Meteos, and congratulations on the win today. Back to the analyst desk to wrap out the day.
Blue Shark 193 doing some work, although, as Meteos said in his own words, he did a moderate amount of feeding there, though, so I wonder how the points actually worked out for him. But, hey, Meteos on Phoenix 1 pull out a 2-0 series here. Both games, slight comeback, so, of course, it's not like it was all sunshine and roses and they're a super dominant team with them in. But they pull out these victories, and they're going to be happy to do that without their starting roster.
Exactly. Because of the fact it's a sub and they still win, they actually do break their 3-match losing streak. This could have been 4. They could have been at 4 and 5 and actually dropped out of that pack where Immortals is now there.
Right.
Echo Fox is now there in the standings. So Phoenix 1 picking up a win against Envy, it does tide them over a little to continue to be in that top half. So with the sub, good job for them. But I also think, the team in general, it's not just Meteos subbing in. I feel like a lot of these guys actually did well today.
Speaking of moderate feeding, let's take a look at some moderate. Let's take a look at some moderate feeding. 3:30 into the game here, Meteos with an ultra patient. This is actually it's a smart play here to suspect that Lyra might come clear his blue side, but it all goes wrong.
We had a little bit of a debate. Is this too much patience or too little?
Right.
Should he have waited a little longer, or should he have not waited this long the fact that the Rengar comes down here.
Literally,
this is smart, though.
if he waited 2 extra seconds, he sees Rengar and he gets to fight him straight up. if he had gone sooner to the wolves, he just clears the wolves, leaves, and then Rengar has nothing to clear.
Yeah.
So kind of sitting in that middle ground is what really screwed him over, as well as the rest of his team.
Yeah. Also, like, he doesn't have to cocoon there. He can actually just go straight for the blast cone. Then he gets knocked over the wall. Now he's just kind of screwed at this point.
Yeah,
like,
this is.
I don't know what's happening
This
now.
is beautiful. Hey, smites for the Scuttle. He actually does a fantastic job of living as long as he can. But really what this does, more than setting Meteos behind, it sets the bot lane behind.
Yeah.
Arrow with that death there is now in a rather large deficit that he has to come back from throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, doesn't have summoners, and then at the same time, it's like, now I'm down 10 CS. Caitlyn comes back with a pickaxe afterwards, has his kill and an assist.
Right.
So he's put behind, and then there's definitely pressure there. But once again, like, Envy, man, like, you guys have a lead. You have, like, summoner spell advantages. You're getting so much out of these guys. Like, oh, my God, they cannot seem to actually
Starting to get frustrating.
a snowball.
Starting to get frustrating, am I right?
Absolutely.
Like, it's gotten to this point where you look at a team like Phoenix One who has a deficit like that and has the composure to climb back with a sub on their roster, as compared to a team that has been practicing and playing together now for at least 5 weeks, who can't put together a win with large advantages. At a certain point, these advantages aren't just like 300 gold advantages, they're rather large.
And like the stuff they're working with too, even gold advantages, that's fine, and that's something we look at and we go, okay, you should be snowballing from here. But like even team composition, Rengar, Shen, you have double global pressure. Sure, it can be matched by the Gangplank in this game, but the previous game, it's no excuse. You have Rengar as well to try and make plays. They are not making these plays, and that's what's so frustrating about watching Envy is they have the lead, they have the tools, they are not making the plays.
All right, things start to fall apart. 25 minutes into the game, Phoenix One makes a 4-for-0 play in the bot lane. This is really what does it for them. Of course, after they secured a Baron, which is what more so evened up the goal.
Yeah, that Baron was crazy, but this fight as well, Seraph comes in a little late, triple taunt, there's no damage left because Ryu had already just used ultimate to push Ninja out. I don't know why his Edge of Night was not on at the beginning of the fight, because that thing should just be on cycle. Keep using it every time you think there's going to be even a fight nearby.
Absolutely. But ultimately, that fight puts the nail in the coffin to a degree for Envy, this gold graph. I mean, come on. At 10 minutes, you had a 2.2K gold lead. 2.2K. It doesn't look that big because of the scaling on the graph where it's a 10K gold lead at the end for Phoenix One. But in all seriousness, 2.2K gold lead at 10 minutes is pretty astronomical.
In terms of percentage of gold, you're looking at like 120% of the enemy team's gold at that point. Like, that is a point where you should be winning the game, snowballing from there, getting the turret, and then running over that team.
All right, but now let's talk about the reasons why Phoenix One was able to come back in here. A lot in part due to Zig in the top lane, who will be picking up player game this time around on that Gangplank, which we know he loves. Obviously has increased gold generation because of the passive, but he also out-farmed like a monster. While all that craziness was happening elsewhere on the map, he's throwing his ult to help out and maybe slow things down wave clear, but he was picking up farm left and right.
And that's the thing as well, is like this guy, he's playing the Gangplank. We know that he loves it. A lot of pros have actually complimented his Gangplank and said it's really clean, looks really good on it. But he's also drawing attention. Right? When they got that Baron, it's because Hakuho went bottom with Lyra to try and pick him off, and then the rest of Phoenix One were like, we used that opportunity. Even if Zig dies there, they still get the Baron because the pressure that he provided. So that's the really cool thing about him on that Gangplank, dealing most damage in the game, starting the engages with a soft engage tool of the ultimate, and also pulling so much pressure that they had to deal with it.
Yeah, pressure game's so important. I want to look at Phoenix One moving forward for this weekend. We, of course, know that they're going to be playing Cloud9. That's a fun little match for Meteos, as he mentioned, going up against some of his old former teammates. But with this squad moving into that match against C9, it is an expected loss, I think, by all accounts. Even if Inori were in, it would still be an expected loss based on the standing.
8-0, right?
So my question to you is, what do you want to see out of this makeshift roster here from Phoenix One that tells you they're still moving in the right direction without Inori, that this team will be better come week 6 when he's back in?
I actually think like Arrow is playing really consistently, and that's a good check mark. I think that Zig on engages has been doing well as well. I want to see that go a little bit further. He did a really good job in that game with Gangplank, but Ryu is the part for me that is rather inconsistent right now.
Gotcha.
Because Inori was like high highs, low lows, but then Ryu is kind of like high highs, but then his lows could still actually lose them the game or lose them an advantage too. So if he's able to find a little bit more consistency in that mid lane, that's what I'm looking for from Phoenix One. And then overall teamwork, right? Because their objective control has been pretty ridiculous with Meteos too.
Looking for Ryu at Worlds, not Ryu from the EU LCS, where he struggled with the same inconsistency. Yeah. I'm only drawing a comparison to say that this is something that's been prevalent.
We want
in his
NA
career
Ryu
in the past. We want NA Ryu, which is hopefully Worlds Ryu. Anyway, let's pull up the standings to see how the teams are stacked up. With their loss, FlyQuest dropped to 3rd place, while Phoenix One hold on to 4th. Team Dignitas keep 8th place with their win, while Team Envy still look to snap their losing streak. We'll be back again tomorrow with another full day of action. Our coverage kicks off with Counterlogic Gaming versus Immortals on NALCS 1. Then TSM hope to dethrone Cloud9 later in the day. Over on NALCS 2, Team Liquid take on Team Dignitas, with Envy versus Echo Fox shortly after that. So we got a bunch of big matches, of course. C9 TSM's a pretty big one. I'm excited for that. Are you?
Yeah, I'm really excited for that one. Super good.
Do you think C9 is undisputed #1 team in the league? I mean, granted, they haven't lost, so they're looking good. But do you think that TSM has what it takes in 40% of scenarios to beat C9?
40% of scenarios?
Yeah, 60-40. Because I know, I knew if I asked you, could they beat C9? You'd say yes. There's a world in which they beat C9. So I got to give you a tougher question than that.
So if you're saying if they play a best of 10, 6 games to 4, is that?
Yeah, exactly.
I would say
TSM win 4 games.
Current state of Cloud9 versus TSM, I would say that Cloud9 actually would beat them more than 60%. I think Cloud9's cleaner right now macro-wise. I think that overall they have the right parts. Impact is firing on all cylinders. Jensen definitely looks like the best mid laner right now, even over Bjergsen, who's slumping a little bit, and even last week had some of his worst performances. So I think Cloud9 right now look like the kings of NA.
There you have it. TSM's got their work cut out for them. Now for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night. Well done, man. It was a really good show.
We'll see what other surprises are in store for our first game between Dignitas and FlyQuest. Another Sunday, taking the next one. Log gets sniped on the other high. Looking to go all in. Finds Slot, destroys him almost in the backline, but Dignitas almost turn around. Stand. Good pull. Boss gets Chaser. Needs a few more. Gets another. Balls with a double kill. Keeps him in it. Chaser snared up, but he gets himself out of the way, as that's another kill on the back end for Altex. Sunday takes him down with the help from Zed. Dignitas playing it so well. Get another ace. They take their punches with ease and clean through FlyQuest in the series.
Wow, Mold.
How does it feel, Meteos, to just come on stage right now?
4,000 health on the Baron. They've got to go for the seal pretty soon. Looking in.
Oh,
rejected! Meteos actually gets the return trip thanks to Ninja. The first kill comes through anyway. This could be the fight. They want the crit. 1,900 damage from Arrow. A lot of damage on a Ninja. He's got to cut away from this one. Meteos gets the kill on a Hakuho. And they've got a second kill already. The Rienges, there was a lot of damage going out from the squad. Good victory to the Phoenix One, improving to 5-4 in the North American LCS.
It's no mystery, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My love